pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10, emphasis on intellectual focus rather than underlying tension. Ives. When she was done recounting the discussion with Anna in the woods, Max whistled and slapped her shoulder. He pumped his fist, said, "Yes, Sia, hell yes." She accepted the congratulations with a grimace and a glance at her wobbly hand, which she quickly tucked beneath her leg. Anna's pelt had been costly. Max, a loner operator himself, instinctively understood her. He stared at the waves. "What do you want to tell Proctor?" he asked. "How should we write it up?" Cape Town. Hortensia Rose Fox, girl of 14, spread herself flat in a dusty ditch, waiting for the headlights to pass overhead. 2 weeks into the annual South Africa pilgrimage, and she was still, as Grandpa would say, in the adjustment phase. The city was laid back, too much like the Big Bend. She was also fighting with the language, like every summer screwing, uprowing pronouns, the little roll of the R, the switching of tenses. She found the speech slow as the city, and when Sia practiced with Grandpa or Mama, she'd go too fast and her language mistakes would pile up. She was tired, though she knew that in a few weeks she would again dream in her mother's Afrikaans. She also knew she sounded foreign and dumb, which made her jumpy and angry, which made her impulsive, which explained why she was alone in this ditch on a stranger's farm in the dead of night. The headlamps painted the vines above and jerked onto the road leading away from the farm's main house. Sia crawled into the vines and stood hunched so her head did not peek too far above. The night was clear, the moon was bright on her path. She wondered if anyone would see her. She crossed the vineyard, flushed with pride. She did not feel anxious, she did not sweat, her breathing was even. No moment in her life had ever been more vibrant or alive. She did not once ask why she was doing this insane thing. She knew already, and understood that no one would understand. The consequences were not unclear. They were merely irrelevant, a dim possibility at the end of a tunnel that would not be traveled. The peppery smell of Cape scrubland filled the air. The darkened peaks of the mountains rose above the gabled thatched-roof farmhouse. The vines bristled against her arms in a gentle breeze. Light shone through a few of the farmhouse windows. That should have made Sia pause, but instead it contributed to the challenge and tweaked even higher the adrenaline that seemed to thicken in her veins and ball in the back of her mouth. The vineyard's edge shoved onto a rolling lawn in front of the house, the first place where things might go haywire. Though, she told herself, I do not much care if they do. There were sensors and lights here, she knew. She'd seen them while scouting the farm, which blessedly did not boast exterior fencing. Minor obstacles, she would outrun them. She counted. 1, 2, 3. Then she was sprinting across the lawn toward a grove of trees, eyes darting between the ground and the trees and the house. A light on the farmhouse clicked on, painting her in white. She looked away. Clack! Another cast light onto the lawn. She ran faster, dove into the grove, snuggled behind a tree, and realized she was smiling. She caught her breath, listening to the still night until the light shut off. Then she got to the ground and crawled forward for a view of the farmhouse's front door, which was now opening with a light creak. A man stepped outside, peering into the night. His head turned here and there. He stood still for a few moments. Then he went inside, and the lights clicked back on. She was just outside the fingers of the light, snug in the darkness of the trees. The figure reappeared on the stoop, whistling, and Sia's heart fluttered. A dog? She had not thought there was a dog. It will tear me to pieces, she thought. What do I do? She put her head into the dirt and again realized that, though her heart was beating faster, her thoughts were clear. She was not sweating. I am in the darkness, she thought. I am hidden. But the man must have been whistling to himself or to the night, because no dog arrived. The lights extinguished. The man went inside and shut the door. I should be relieved, she thought, but I feel the same. I feel level. Dusting herself off, Sia ducked down a low rise through the trees. The stables were at the base of a hill that hunched over the barn like a breaking wave. The doors were not visible from the main house, but someone was clearly up and awake and would see any lights. Sia considered this problem as the grove thinned and the stables came into view. 6 stalls, old wood. 2 beautiful horses. Lights be very, she thought. She made her way to the rock shed spied 3 days earlier, when she'd cased the place. She picked it up. Rock in hand, she ran down the rise toward the stables. The overhead light flickered on. She did not even look, just took the rock to the meager padlock, striking, bashing, clubbing, until the latch holding it gave way, screws tore from the wood, and it clanged to the ground. She slid open the door and marched to the stall of the mare she had ridden 1 week earlier, in daylight, with the full sanction and approval of the farm. She trusted the mare. The horse, awakened from its light sleep, watched Sia move quickly to put on the tack. She led the horse from the stables, gently but with confidence, and swung into the saddle with a posture and certainty that told the horse she knew what the hell she was doing. She took off up the road, toward a fork where she would turn away from the house and plan to ride wild and free through a field on the northern rim of the vineyard. But a motor had kicked to life up at the house, and now more lights were flicking on. Sia put the mare to work, not with abuse, but with a gentle strength. She maintained contact from reins to bit, not too much, just enough for control. She pressed her legs into the mare's webs. The horse broke into a gallop toward the fork. They moved quickly, banking left, the headlamps still absent, Sia's thoughts still clear, the night perfect, because she was going to get away with it. She turned to see a car starting down from the house, but she was well clear of the headlamps. They can't see me, she thought. She looked back to see if they went down to the stables or followed her along the road. They chose the stables. Sia galloped into the pasture. For a few luxurious minutes, Sia bathed in the moonlight, savoring the victory of the criminal, requiring neither grace nor pardon, because she would never be caught. Then something rustled under a nearby fence. The spooked horse took the bit in a mad sprint, breaking her control over the animal. This was the only time she'd been afraid that evening. Later, back in the Big Bend, she would practice reining in a startled horse. But that night in Cape Town, she'd not had much practice, and her mind and muscles could not work together to contain the mare.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan, increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Sam, lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. She might reach home before daybreak, but her sister would be awake, up and writing in the cottage they shared during the summer. Would Daisy snitch? She hadn't last time, or the time before. She limped home, through the pasture, vineyards, tree cover where she could find it. It is strange, she thought, how good I feel, even though I am wrecked. She huffed the last mile along the road, senses up, knowing that if the farmer drove down here and saw a dirty girl running and clutching her left side, well, he was going to stop and ask questions, and probably call the police. She turned up the long, leafy drive toward Grandpa's farmhouse, cutting left to cross the small bridge running over the stream. Through a curtain of trees, the little guest cottage came into view, the lights on, her very sister awake and alert, and no doubt gravely attuned to the morality of things. Sneaking in was pointless, so Sia flung open the door. Daisy was sitting at the desk in the common room. Her sister did not look up, did not speak. She was scribbling in her notebook. In the bathroom, Sia examined her bruises. Red raw, but she did not think anything was broken. She showered and changed into clean clothes, and in their bedroom found Daisy sitting on her bed in the morning light. "What was it this time?" her sister asked in English. "Another car with the keys left inside?" "Don't worry about it, Daisy," Sia answered in Afrikaans. "I didn't take anything." Daisy's eyes narrowed to slats. She said. "Right, I'm serious. Don't you think it's weird?" "Maybe. Do you even think about it?" "Not so much." Daisy flopped back on the bed with a laugh. "You sound like a psycho. You know that, right?" "Something happens to me when we come here, Daisy." "That's crap," Daisy said. "I know for a fact you've taken stuff back home, from Porter's. Stupid stuff. Gum, nuts, bottled water." "This is home too," Sia said, switching to English without knowing it. "We've got two homes, so we've got none." She glared at her sister, but didn't deny the shoplifting at Porter's. So what if she had? "Sure, whatever, Horty," Daisy said. "Whatever." "Daisy, are you going to tell Mama and Papa?" Sia asked in Afrikaans. "Grandpa?" Daisy was at her notebook, scribbling. "I'm not going to tell anyone." "Then what are you writing?" Sia asked. "Nothing." Daisy closed the notebook, stuffed it in the drawer, and went into the bathroom to take a shower. Sia listened to the running water and eyed the desk. "Might need to steal that notebook," she thought. Sia turned from the waves to look at Max. "Here is how I think we write up Russ Farm. There were elements of the visit best left in the shadows," she said, "free and clear of the cable traffic. Anna's attempted blackmail and their intimate encounter sprang immediately to mind. No benefit to sharing if we want to stay in the field," she said. "Nowhere for them to reassign us anyways. We can't just change offices like the Langley drones. And there is definitely no upside if we think we're on the cusp of Anna crossing a line, producing something useful. The balance is delicate, Sia said. We should tell the truth, but not all of it. We don't want to lie. It's simply that there are extraneous details best left on the cutting room floor, for everyone's sake. Because how could they understand what it was like out there for us? Really, the pressure we faced. We made decisions in the moment with the information we had, she said. Plus, the odds of Langley getting intel from the Russians that contradicts our story is pretty much nil. Anna is running this thing unofficially. She will not say a word on the phone, Sia said. There will be no intercepts spinning a different tale. Sia did not know how Max would take this, but as she spoke, carefully watching his eyes and his body, she came to believe that maybe they were not so different. That, like her, something ticked inside his chest, though perhaps not as overgrown, propelling him forward not despite the risk, but because of it. Max listened. He stayed quiet. When Sia was done, he said, "If Proctor ever found out, the consequences would be steep, particularly for you. And how will she find out? We're the only ones who know. If we tell her, everything grinds to a halt," Sia said. "And you want it to keep going?" Max said. "I think we can win," Sia said. "But tell me what you think." "Oh, we can win. On that I have no doubt. But is it worth the risk?" He shrugged, picked up a stick. "I do not know." With the stick, Max scribbled in the sand. Does he know what he wants? Sia wondered. He could go back to his ranch, but something was keeping him here, and though she felt his attraction to her, she did not think that could be the only reason. Perhaps, she thought, he does not want to go home. And she could sense then that he trusted her, and she him. And that was a strange thought indeed. Perhaps her body had known for a while, but this was the first time her head could attach words to it. And had she been a different woman entirely, in a different profession, place, and country with a different man, she might have said so. But instead, Sia remembered that Russ Farm bed, and she still could not figure which compartment should hold the feelings gathering inside her, which in the days since had flitted from shame to denial to stoic acceptance to a lingering desire that began the cycle anew. Max stood, wiped sand from his pants, and held out a hand to haul her up. "I want my horse back. Let's ride it up, as you say." She extended her sole steady hand. "Thanks," she said, and Max pulled her up. On the hike back, they bought watery coffees from a wind-blown cafe. The cottage came into view as they rounded the path atop the hill. A blue Prius sat in the drive. Proctor had arrived. St. Ives. The chief had stopped for groceries, and thank God, nearly all of it was pre-made. They found her in the kitchen, pulling from the scorching oven with bare hands a cooking sheet without a hint of pain. What she did drop hints about, with zero prompting and an equal amount of preamble, was the nosy proprietor in St. Ives. The man's tendency to snoop, in Proctor's estimation, made him a borderline inappropriate person, her words. From a culinary standpoint, though, he had steered Proctor well. There were containers of fresh bucatini, thick tomato sauce, crispy oil-fried meatballs, and a salad with squash and carrots sprinkled with chickpeas and toasted almonds. The intrusive proprietor had suggested pairing the food with a few bottles of Chianti, but Proctor said that when she was acting classy, she was a white wine kind of girl, and so poured for herself a sweet white blend she'd bought as well. That it would pair awfully with the pasta did not concern the chief. Neither, apparently, did the $3 price tag, still visible on the bottle, nor the Technicolor label inhabited by a cartoon fish family. Sia noticed Max staring at the bottle while Proctor poured. At the dining room table, Proctor immediately fumbled a meatball, and it rolled off onto the floor, leaving a saucy trail behind. Then she picked it up and ate it. "So, tell me everything," Proctor said, mouth full. "Of course," Sia said. "Where to begin?" She started with the light pressure Anna had applied, then barreled on to Anna's father's arrest, the beating, and the final dance.
On the first afternoon we went riding, she told me Goose and his guys were making it hard on her family. Might I help? I said I would, but of course I can't break the law. Of course, Proctor said, obviously. Then Anna hinted that if I did not help, I might be arrested. She did not say arrest, but it was implied. I cooperated. I explained things. And then Daddy gets arrested, hubby smacks her around, and we've got a new ball game on our hands, Proctor said. Holy hell. She put a whole meatball in her mouth. She never said she was SVR or FSB, Proctor asked after she managed to swallow. Not in those words. She implied SVR, did not confirm. You never said CIA. No, but she knows. Like I said, she asked for someone from my service to meet with her, someone senior. That elicited a grunt from Proctor, who twirled pasta on her fork and turned to Max. What Vadim have you doing? Drinking, sauna, repeat, Max said. But the atmosphere was tense. He's pissed he overpaid for the stallion, and he disappeared to really Petersburg on the last morning, left the Russ farm people with instructions to hold on to my mare. You've called him since, I presume? Proctor asked. Right. He dodged my calls the morning we left Russia. When we get here, he picks up. Tells me he thought the mare had been included in the sale, which is nonsense, but it gives him an out so he doesn't have to call it theft. Vadim Kovalchuk is a jerk. He's tolerating this dance because it's Anna's op, and I guarantee that someone on their side had a word with him about playing nice. But he had to pay me back for the rough ride I gave him in Mexico. It couldn't be otherwise with him. What's the horse's name? Proctor asked. Penelope, he said. She was my mother's horse. I'm sorry about that, Proctor said. Well, we'll mention it to Anna in Switzerland, see if she can help shake things loose. She's got about the same influence over that jerk as I do, Max said. Even so, Proctor said, we'll give it a shot. Then, with her customary abruptness, she smacked the table to signal a topical shift and said, Tell me about the creepy farm and the surveillance crush. No detail too small. The chief poked for a bit on that until, with Max in the middle of a debrief on their dinner with Vadim and Anna, Proctor poured herself a gigantic glass of the sickly sweet white wine and gave a nudge toward the bedroom. Did Vadim's sexy suspicions return? As agreed on the beach, Sia let Max field this one. We put on a more convincing performance, he said. Proctor nodded her head. She said. Okay. She eyed them both. You feel good about things? Max said yes. Hortensia? Proctor asked. I feel good, she said into her bowl. He's not suspicious. No one is suspicious. Bueno, Proctor said, and she let it drop. In the kitchen, Sia explained the rudimentary comms plan she had built with Anna on horseback in the woods. They would meet her in Switzerland. The chief said she wanted to look into Anna's cold Russian soul, see if they had a beautiful thing going. The glint in Proctor's green eyes suggested that her hopes for the case exceeded the mere exploitation of Vadim Kovalchuk's financial networks for intelligence-gathering purposes. There was a bigger play here, Sia intuited, and the chief was keeping it close. During her career, Sia had learned that you often did not want the full picture. Headquarters animals wanted as much information as possible because knowledge, the more secretive the better, was the preferred weapon of bureaucratic combat. But for the loner knock in the field, knowledge meant more secrets to spill when drunk or high, or in a Russian interrogation room. The headquarters aquarium was a safe place to swim. Knox navigated the open ocean, and the open ocean before Sia Fox had whipped into a maelstrom. Still, she had bled for this case. She took a cautious step into the waves. What do we want her to tell us? And, more importantly, Sia asked, what do we want her to do for us? Well, the chief said slowly, kinda depends on your read of Anna's motivations here. What does she really want? Sia thought for a moment. Anna's in a tough spot. Husband's a beater, dad's in prison, she's got another clan after her family's business empire, threatening her position in society. Underneath it all is a stubborn woman who does not understand how to depart the field without beating her opponent or being beaten herself. She wants to win. And I think she cares how she wins. That matters to her. So she doesn't just divorce the guy and run because she wants to beat him. Beat Goose, on and on, Proctor said. Not really a question. I think so, Sia said. She would see fleeing Russia as a loss. Same for divorcing Vadim, which would weaken her political standing and make it more difficult to help her father. But she's no fool. She would rather win dirty than lose, and doing nothing will mean losing. So here are the cards on the table, Proctor said. Anna Agapova doesn't want money. Fine. She wants to control the environment around her. Well, that's good, because we could come up with a few ideas for how that environment might be re-swizzled to align more happily with the interests of our great republic. She'd like to see her husband's brain pan drained bone dry. Well, maybe we take some of Putin's cash and her husband gets blamed for it. She'd like to schwack a few of her daddy's enemies. Well, we'd like to see a putsch in Moscow, even if it's not real. Dial up the paranoia, spill a bit of blood. We're careening towards Stalinism anyhow. Why not have some fun on the way? Say, is there an ideological play here, hon? Maybe she hates the system, wants to hack at the beams from the inside, help old Uncle Sam toss a few wrenches in the gearbox, because, well, old Sammy is swell and a beacon of hope and all that sugar. She's a Russian patriot, offered. Proctor flicked a dismissive hand through the air. They are always patriots. Always. I've run Syrian patriots, Russian patriots, Saudi patriots, French patriots. Always. Love their country. The question is if they want to change their country. I do not think Anna wants a new kind of Russia, Sia said. I do not think she cares one way or the other about Putin or the system. She doesn't like what's happened in Ukraine, but neither will she lift a finger to change it. She does not believe Russia should be a democracy. I don't think she believes that is even a possibility. To Anna, Russia simply is. The corruption bothers her not at all. She wouldn't even call it corruption, I think. It's business. It's how the country works. She sees herself as outside all of that, by the way. She is rich on paper, but she doesn't care about the money. She works. She is a worker bee, like me. The last words had tumbled out of her and raised one of Proctor's eyebrows. So, Hortensia. Proctor ignored or did not notice the flash of anger in her eyes. You didn't answer my simple question. What does Anna Andreevna Agapova really want? Sia clasped her hands at her waist. Very left one was still shaking, though less vigorously, than in the plane or on the beach. She wants to burn things down, play her own game. Proctor let loose a loud whoop. That, my dear, is a woman I can do business with. That night, Proctor banged out a cable to the counterintelligence trolls, and soon they had received a cryptonym. In all official comms inside the restricted handling compartment, from here on out and through all eternity, amen, Anna Andreevna Agapova, banker, long-suffering wife, burdened daughter, horsewoman, likely SVR officer under non-official cover, future conspirator, spy, and traitor, would henceforth be known as G.T. Persephone. Persephone. The chief, whose fascination with Greek mythology fueled Sia's suspicion that the prods were not, in fact, generated randomly, cackled at the name. Perfect, she said. Too really perfect. Later, in her room and in bed, Sia looked up the myth. Persephone, queen of the underworld, goddess of the dead, of life, of grain, of destruction. There were many stories and interpretations.
Vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming, crying. The one Sia liked best had it that the goddess ruled nature. In it, she created and destroyed. That seemed about right, Sia thought, her daydreams thickening into sleep. The Persephone case was going to make her name, that much was certain. And if she was not careful, it would destroy her. Washington Proctor did not believe in the authority of titles, nor did she give a hoot about the supposed pomp of a sit-room meeting with Deputy Director Bradley and the National Security Advisor, NSA, James Piper. But Bradley had insisted she come. He said it was her intel it was, and he wanted backup in case Piper drifted into the weeds during the discussion, which he usually did. Proctor followed Bradley inside the West Wing and down the stairs. The posted menu for the Navy mess advertised a crab bisque, which sounded pretty very good. The stairs spilled into the low-hung warren of conference rooms collectively known as the Situation Room. As it happened, a matronly staff secretary guided them to the main sit-room, a space that Proctor had always thought a bit cramped and dumpy, even by her standards. The ceiling was low, the chairs were blocky and ate up the legroom. Bradley joined Piper at the main table. Proctor took a seat in the backbencher's row and tucked her black lock bag under the chair. It contained no paper. Instead, she had loaded the bag with sleeves of Ritz crackers to ward off late afternoon headaches. Piper studied her like she was a weirdo alien. Bradley said, "For God's sake, Artemis, there are only 3 of us." Rolling her eyes, she pulled one of the gigantic leather chairs from the table and plopped into it. The chair was too big, made her feel like a teeny person. Piper and Bradley exchanged pleasantries. Proctor tuned out. Piper was an old Europe analyst from the State Department's Bureau of Intelligence and Research. She'd met him a few times when he'd been NSC Senior Director for Europe 10 years earlier. Piper, she remembered, was really weird. She saw a packet of wipes on the table in front of him and remembered the tick. As if on cue, Piper removed a bottle of hand sanitizer from the pocket of his slacks to squirt a generous portion on his hands. Miracle this guy hadn't lathered himself into oblivion during the pandy. He was short and wiry, with close-cropped hair, thick hipster glasses, and a boyish face that she found irksome, that weird mouth moving in ways that made her angry. He had grown up in state INR, worked on Europe, and had left the intelligence community to play politics. The portrait to Proctor of an all-around loser. "The Russia Red Stripe PDB this morning got some attention," Piper said. "Wanted to bat around a few of the president's questions about our options.
Debman had tried to make her read the piece, mostly because it had hung on a few bits of intel Anna had provided during the visit to Russ Farm. Proctor had refused. She'd been meditating, plus the analysts used such dopey language she never could understand what they were trying to say. Piper had the memo in front of him. Proctor glanced at the title of the president's Daily Brief article. Russia, Signs of Factionalization Emerging Inside Putin's Inner Circle. Actually, she thought, that's a pretty good one. The findings signed after the Ukraine invasion gives us pretty broad leeway from a covert action perspective, Piper said. Of course, we left a hell of a lot of Mother May-I's in there. Make sure you Langley boys don't go hog wild on Mr. Putin. Piper flashed a weird smile at Proctor. But like I said, Piper continued, POTUS this morning started to riff while reading this piece. He pulled me aside after the meeting and asked me to run a question by you. What is it? Proctor interjected. Her head was hurting. She considered, then decided against the Ritz crackers. Too noisy. Too bad. Piper straightened his notebook on the table and arranged 3 pens so they were spaced equidistantly. POTUS wanted to know if any of the sources in the piece this morning might be able to help us aggravate Putin's domestic situation further. I know we did some of this thinking after Ukraine. You guys wrote up some ideas, we mostly did nothing. Nothing, Proctor reflected, was a generous interpretation. Moscow X had come up with a menu of beautiful options. They'd all been ignored. Has the risk appetite changed? Bradley asked. Maybe, Piper said. The president was encouraged by signs of cracks inside Putin's regime. He wants real operations to take place to widen these cracks. His words. My question is whether you have the access to do so. The source in the piece this morning was interesting. Made me think perhaps we've got an angle here. Bradley rubbed his jaw. Artemis and I have a few ideas. Things we might consider if we really wanted to tweak Vladimir Vladimirovich. Bradley laid his hand on the PDB memo and turned to Proctor. She'd come up with the concept, after all. Proctor said, Preamble. This idea is not about Russia becoming a friendly country, a democracy, or whatever. Not in the cards. There was no chance of it even in the 90s, but now, no way in hell. What we should aspire to instead is a divided Russia. Weak, inward-looking. They want to attack their neighbors? They want to divide us? Well, I say, really them, too, can play this game. This idea is about chaos. She took her time explaining the concept and its supporting operations, peppering her speech with historical and criminal analogies to demonstrate its logical precedence. It was one of those ideas that seemed intelligent both when you were drunk and then again after you'd sobered up. Smart before the Russians drug you and blast compromising pictures all over the web, and still going strong a few months later. A very good idea. Creative, but not constructive. Quite the opposite. Proctor told Piper how Persephone might act as the linchpin. She explained Persephone's motivations for working with CIA and how they perfectly aligned with the mayhem Moscow X hoped to visit on Mother Russia. Piper tapped a pen on his notebook and appraised Proctor with cautious curiosity, as if she'd been bussed to the sit-room from a zoo or, perhaps, an asylum. Let's say Putin survives all of this, Piper said. Which he probably would, Bradley interjected. He shot Proctor one of the disapproving stares she'd come to expect when she was on a roll. Yes, fine. He survives. He's hobbled, Piper said. He's having to spend more time shoring things up internally. Does he suspect us? Have we hidden our hand? Of course he'll suspect us, Proctor said. Hell, Bradley said. Putin already thinks we are running ops like this. It's baked into his paranoid psyche. But how does he respond if we actually do it? Piper asked. I'd say use your imagination, short of nukes and another massive land war, and that's the limit, Proctor said. Then why in the hell do we do this? Piper said, throwing up his hands. We hit him, he hits back, it will spiral and never end, or end in darkness for both countries. Well, I suppose we could continue letting him think we are ineffective, Proctor said, that we are powerless and will just let them do whatever they want. Savage Ukraine. Microwave our brains, Bradley, cut her off there. Artemis, thank you. Here is the issue, James. The Russian mentality is to poke and prod and jab until they get a response. They will go as far as we let them. If I may, we need to draw a line, jab them right back, force them to reassess their approach. This could be a way to do that. Proctor had her own analogy. I think of it this way, guys. We are playing a game with the Russians where both sides stand facing each other. Every few minutes, the Russian guy punches us. Shoulder, ribs, groin, face, wherever. Piper wrinkled his nose, halfway suppressed a sneeze, cleaned his hands again. What if we don't punch them? They still punch us, Proctor said. That's the thing that we don't get. They still really punch us, man.
And they do it hard, working toward the softer parts because they can get away with it and it gives them satisfaction. And if we punch back, Piper asked, then they punch back. Maybe harder, maybe softer. Maybe, just maybe, they stop going for the groin and face. They punch the shoulder a few times. We can take those. So your best analogy for U.S.-Russia relations, Miss Proctor, Piper said, is of two individuals punching each other in a fight without end? That is exactly my view. She stood to grab a piece of candy from the jar on the table and slid back into her seat. Bradley's face had tightened. His fist was pumping into a ball. Piper tapped his fingers on the table, thinking. Ed, he said, we're going to get the lawyers group working on language for a memorandum of notification to give you the authorities to get this done and protect your people. The existing finding won't stretch that far. Gang of 8 notice, of course, but let me know once the Hill gets agitated and I'll make some calls to prevent about 200 teenage staffers from being read into the edgy stuff. He stood to end the meeting. Bradley was thankfully occupied with the evening reading book on the ride back to Langley. Proctor consumed an entire sleeve of Ritz crackers as they sped along the Potomac. With the darkness gathering outside the Suburban's windows, she enjoyed a colorful daydream set to the deep, rich music of Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake. Her fantasy was again chaos in Moscow. Protests, fires, bullhorns, tanks cruising the Stalinist avenues. As the car clanked onto the headquarters compound, Proctor briefly nodded off to the sultry image of a mob overrunning the Kremlin to set it aflame. Moscow. 6 days after the arrest, Anna visited her father in Butyrka. A prison fortress since Catherine's reign, red brick Butyrka had once held Dzerzhinsky, founder of the Cheka, seed that would spawn the KGB before he escaped amid the chaos of the revolution. Like a good Bolshevik, once in power, the spy master built his service in the image of the czars and set to filling Butyrka with enemies of the new state. The opponent was different, the methods the same. Anna broke eye contact with the Dzerzhinsky portrait crookedly hung above the door and tried to banish from her mind the shouts and grunts escaping from the next room. Those, like Papa, arrested by the FSB for political crimes, were typically locked up in Lefortovo. Goose had chosen Butyrka intentionally, Anna knew. It was part of the general prison system and not under FSB control. That meant murder, drugs, guards on the take of the prison gangs. Her father's wealth and the guards' corruption would doubtless allow him a private cell with a television and shower, but Goose had arranged for Butyrka to send her father a message that at any moment he might be severely abused for his insolence. The door creaked open, screams from next door rushing in. A guard led her shackled father to the table. He put his hands on the cold metal and smiled. The guard left them alone except for the cameras and microphones. Papa's skin was whiter, his creases deeper, eyes emptier. His nose was still crooked from Chernov's blow. "You look well, Papa," she said. She did her best to smile. He laughed. "My God, it is good to see you, Anya." She put a hand on his. The shackle was so cold. "I am sorry," she whispered. "I am so sorry." He grimaced to suppress whatever it was he wanted to shout. He glanced toward a camera blinking from the corner and began maniacally tapping a foot to the concrete. "I cannot believe he did it."
Anna wanted to talk strategy, to check her instincts on the moves, but the cameras made that impossible. And she knew he would never approve of what she planned to do. They had been checkmated. She had no choice, but he would not see it. He would feed her nonsense about how there was always another move, but it was a lie. Sometimes there was nothing to do but turn over the board. About to lose? Flip it over and see what happens. Imagining a chessboard mid-air, she thought of Luca and wondered if she might run away with him. Take some money and get out. Where would they go? What country would accept a prominent Russian whose papa had just been arrested on corruption charges? She did not know what to say to him. They stared at each other and around the room and listened to their unseen neighbors' howls. He looked at the wall knowingly. He'd been in that room, in both positions. He understood places like Butyrka. When the noise stopped, his eyes settled on her. Anna wore a heavy turtleneck sweater to cover the bruises, now an ugly quilt of blues, blacks, and sickly yellows. Her father could not see them, but he sensed something. Did they hurt you? She shook her head, but found herself wanting to cry. She prayed that he could not tell. He looked her over and then shook his shackles, clinking them on the metal table. For some reason, he said, I have been thinking about a party in London a long time ago. I believe it was Independence Day because it was steaming hot. You were maybe 9 or 10. Do you know what I am talking about? No, Anna said, I don't think so. Her father's gaze remained fixed on her, even as the yelling next door picked up again. Well, it is a simple story, but amusing, at least to me. They had lugged in several coolers filled with ice cream and popsicles for the celebration. There was a line, a proper Soviet bread line for the sweets. You were waiting by yourself. There was a boy, the son of someone in the Residentura or the embassy, I honestly do not remember. He cut into the line, directly in front of you. A thin smile parted her lips. Her father continued, I watched you stutter step to the left. Then you swung a savage little uppercut into his ribs. He shadow-boxed the move, chains jangling. No words exchanged, no warning. He almost fell over, turned around, saw it was you. Do you remember now? After I hit him, the boy told me to leave him alone, said he could do what he liked, Anna said after a moment. Both of her father's fists pounded the table in delight. She does remember after all. What did you say next to make him run off, tail between his legs? I didn't say anything, she said. Her father smiled. I just broke his nose. He slammed the table in joyful laughter. And I was proud of you, Anya, so very proud. Well, here is a piece of wisdom from an old man who remembers watching his daughter fight a punk long ago. He stopped to smile up toward the camera. Someone disrespects you, you hit back. We are in the middle of it, Anya. You played boys' games when you were a girl, and as a woman, you still play with the men. You have insisted on it. If you want to keep playing, you fight. There is nothing else. He was staring right at the camera, could not help himself. Papa smiled. Then he turned back to her and continued. I will have the lawyers work up papers giving you power of attorney to control Rossiya Industrial in my stead, to manage my shares in the bank, everything, to ensure we don't get picked apart and keep the decisions in the family. I want you to have control. You will not actually run the businesses, but I will make sure that they cannot be bought or sold without your approval, at least while I'm in here. What do you want me to say to them, Papa, about the offer? Oturmi I otsumi nezerekaisya, he said, looking away from her to deliver the message directly to the camera above the door. What comes will come. We accept prison and poverty. The answer is no. In the Yasenevo office of her father's old friend, SVR 3rd Deputy Maximov, Anna looked over the pines toward Moscow, and her body felt pinned under the weight of this city in winter. Her mother had died in February, and this feeling brought her back to that black winter. Maximov, hand cradling his paunch, leaned back in his chair and began to pick something from his teeth with the other. He was reading Anna's report about the operation against Celaya.
The last time she had been in this office had been to start preparing for it. When he had finished, he wiped something collected from his mouth onto his pant leg and joined her at the table. "We can speak freely in here," he said. "How's he holding up?" "Fine." She didn't want to talk about Papa. Maximov smoothed his red tie over his gut. "I worked with your father for more than 2 decades, and not once did I see him give up. He is a proud man. And a stubborn one," Maximov said. He leaned across the table. "I know you. You have already played this out, Anya. Do you think I should take this report to the Hossein?" "No." "And why not?" "Well, to start, can you get a meeting with him?" Maximov smiled. "Well, that depends. Without Goose?" "Without Goose." "No," Maximov said. "I cannot. Your father was sometimes able to get those meetings alone, but now—" An aide carted in a tray with the tea service. Maximov filled his cup to the brim with sugar and then doused it in black tea. Anna filled hers and took a sip. The bone-white cups were embossed with the symbol of the Russian state, a double-headed golden eagle. A freakish bird, looking both east and west, flying against itself. "I am this bird," Anna thought. "I am all Russians." As Maximov stirred in more sugar, Anna set out on the tightrope. "There is a case in Geneva I handle. A banker. I have postponed 2 visits there since Papa pulled me into this." She motioned to the report. Maximov blew steam off the surface of the tea. "I know of the case. What about it?" "I should go see him in Geneva." "I see," said as if he did not want to know why she was lying. "I am going to meet with him, but I am worried that Goose might be suspicious of the travel." "What are you asking, Anya?" "I want a paper trail in channels you know the FSB will see. Cables alerting the 5th Department to the dates and purpose of my travel to Switzerland." He took a sip and smacked his lips, and the table met his cup with a loud clatter. He wiped a few spilled drops with a napkin. Maximov watched her for a moment, and she could see the questions flashing in his eyes. But then he said, "You write the cables. I will make sure they get around." Falls City, Oregon. Palo Alto. On the helipad at Lyric's Palo Alto campus, Artemis Proctor marched through the rotor wash of a Crumb helicopter. The ambient interior light and hardwood finishing beckoned her to join one of Harry Hamilton's executive assistants seated inside. The woman knew Proctor as one of Harry's security consultants. "Quite the really amazing chopper," Proctor said. "Mr. Hamilton is not at HQ, unfortunately," the woman said as the pilot shut the door. "But he'd like you to join him on site. Have dinner." "Where is it?" "Oregon. Timber forest." Proctor hooted. "Sure, whatever." Proctor fell asleep to the helicopter lurching skyward, and she woke to the woman nudging her shoulder. They had sat down in a clearing. The flaps of a white pavilion billowed against parked logging machinery. The table inside creaked under a barbecue spread. Bottles of Tito's vodka chilled in a trash can turned ice bucket. She saw a foil bin full of corn dogs, and she'd never turned down a corn dog in her life. She took several. She filled a clear plastic cup with vodka and started in on the dogs. She was finishing her third, the afternoon sun waning, when Harry arrived. Harry flicked on 3 space heaters and began to make a plate. He offered her a cocktail. She handed him her empty. His eyebrows knitted at the large cup, then arched at the 3 corn dog sticks, which Proctor had stripped bare. "Those big cups are for Coke," he said. "Yeah, I know what they're for," Proctor replied. He filled the cup with Tito's and gave it to Proctor. Then he sat and started to eat. "I was just in Hong Kong," Proctor said. "Paid a short visit to a shady crypto brokerage called Polycoin Investments." She winked and clicked a finger gun his direction at the threatening name drop. Polycoin was a private cryptocurrency trading operation backed by Hamilton. Harry thought his involvement was a secret. Harry gave Proctor a chilly look. "And how was that?" "It was real pleasant, Harry. Nice way for you to buy and sell big blocks of crypto without people knowing what you're up to. And strangely enough, it's the kind of thing I'm interested in as of late."
Harry grinned as he chewed, wiped his fingers on a napkin. He took a long sip of vodka. "The thing I have always respected about you, Artemis, is that you don't beat around the bush." "True, true," Proctor said. "Not a bush beater. Never been accused of that." "So," Harry said, "my good friends Artemis and Ed have, in the past few months, asked me to buy racehorses from a Mexican stable. And now I learn you've been out in Hong Kong sniffing around my preferred crypto shop. What does it make you think, Harry? That I wish I knew what was really going on?" Proctor put back her vodka. "Here's the skin," she said. "We're setting in motion a nice little slice of intrigue. We're going to put some bad Russians in hot water, cause them trouble over a bit, make things very difficult for them." "Who's the sore one in this analogy?" he asked. "Actually, don't answer. I'm getting another." Emptied cup in hand, he eased up from the chair. Proctor tipped hers in his direction, which he again refilled to the brim. "Gonna be lights out on the helo to San Francisco," she thought. "Does this Russian have the intelligence services at his disposal?" Harry asked. Proctor's scowl said, "Try again, man." Harry rolled his eyes and sat down. "You're the indispensable, really amazing man, Harry," Proctor said. "I know you know that. Now, you ready to hear what I want?" "Yes, for goodness sake," Harry said. Proctor held him in a dead-eye stare. "I want you to buy crypto from Polycoin, in big blocks." "How much?" "I don't know yet, but a lot, maybe hundreds of millions." "Holy gosh, Artemis," he said, wiping grease off his hands. Proctor noticed his feet tapping, and he was rubbing his knuckles over his lips like he did when he got all hot and bothered by an idea. "I presume that these Russians will find their way to Polycoin at some point." "Not a question." Proctor ran a finger around the rim of the cup and didn't say a word. Harry smiled. "How much should I expect to get back?" "Assuming the bottom doesn't fall out of the crypto markets over the next few months, you should get back most of it. Hell, you might even make a little money. But if it swings the other direction, we'll find a way to compensate you for some of the loss. Black budgets, well, they help. Lord knows they help. Now, we both know crypto is a big scam. It's a Ponzi scheme after all, right? No real underlying value. You're trading away with Polycoin, Harry, because, well, there's money to be made before it all falls apart. But that's a bit distant, so we've got time to pull this thing off, run our little up, and you get the money out the other side. I'm obviously not financing it this way because I'm so enthusiastic about crypto. I just need a way to vaporize a bunch of money, get it out of the currency markets real quick, and I don't much care what it's worth on the other side. I just care that I can move it and hide it." Harry looked at the tent ceiling and tapped his fingers on the table. "One more thing," Proctor said. "You say yes, and I can promise you a nice letter from POTUS and a ceremony at Langley thanking you for your service. Medals and plaques, and gosh, you can't take from the building. No glory for you, of course, but you'll know what you did. And that, I think, is what matters to you, Harry. You could be a simple billionaire who likes buying forests and drinking million-dollar bottles of wine on his yacht while he parties with women much more attractive than himself. But you're not that guy. You're Harold Hepburn Hamilton. You're no summer patriot, no sunshine soldier. You live for this. And, like me, you are sick of the Russians pooping on the United States of America." They regarded each other for a moment.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis.
Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. In the distance, a tractor engine rumbled to life. The vodka bottles crunched and settled in the buckets as the ice melted. Harry took a deep breath and shook his head like he knew he was a big sucker. He held out his glass over the table. Proctor smacked it with hers. They worked the logistics over another pour of Tito's. Then Proctor stumbled back to the chopper and took off, bound for Palo Alto. Next morning, Proctor walked from her Palo Alto hotel to an abandoned WeWork building in a leafy office park. Signs advertised that it was available for rent, which was no longer true. HLK Solutions, a CIA front company, had secured the lease. The building bore all the hallmarks of a commercial sensitive compartmented information facility, a SIFE. Standalone structure, good fiber connections, plenty of room for hardware. But the facility also had some hair on it. They'd found feces and then, eventually, the responsible parties, raccoons. The roof leaked. They discovered hypodermic needles jammed in an espresso machine the size of a commercial oven. Proctor thought one of the exposed concrete walls had been tagged by vandals, until she realized the message read, "Strive to be better together." WeWork propaganda. She'd had the team run black paint over that one. To cap it all off, the drained pool behind the building looked like one of the places the Taliban used to kill people. She punched the code and went in. Meandering down a hallway, she clicked into another room. This had been open-planned workspace in the WeWork days, filled with cheap desks for what Proctor imagined had once been a sizable horde of tech bro jerks. Now it was the command center for Proctor's operational brainchild. She dumped her purse on a table and watched the team of techies bustle around. A guy in shorts and sandals and a Mickey Mouse hat was peering into the toaster with one eye shut, scraping a knife around. Apart from George, Proctor knew not one of their names. She had asked exactly zilch about what she imagined to be their bizarre backgrounds. George's instincts were impeccable when it came to nerds, and George had handpicked these. But man, these kids were pasty as hell. Skin almost translucent. Like shrimps, Proctor thought. She had half a mind to install a few tanning lights, keep them alive long enough to get this done. Proctor cracked open a jolt and strolled to the other corner of the room, where the Pheno guys had congregated. There were 3 of them, former bankers who spoke banker language. One, Proctor remembered from the cable traffic, had been a knock who'd run a dirty bank in the Caymans. They dressed like idiot bankers. Proctor was actually wearing a pinstripe suit. Proctor knocked on a closed office door. "Really busy," a voice called back. "That's the kind of uncouth behavior that got you in the penalty box in the first place, Snake." Proctor shoved open the door. A short, muscular man in a tight red polo grimaced when his door slammed into the wall. His funny name in cable traffic was Gerald B. Snakerson. Everyone called him Snake. Proctor did not know his real name. Snake was a senior ops officer with a glorious recruitment record and an equally abysmal managerial streak. Like Proctor, he was serving time in the penalty box. He'd been COS Stockholm, managing a team of case officers that had recruited a startling number of Iranians. Problem was, Snake was also intimately involved with a few of the case officers, one of whom was married. "Pop in," she said, tossing back the final sip of Jolt and taking a seat. "I was in the neighborhood, working on the crypto angle. Figured I'd swing through and see how goes the move-in." "Good, it's good," he said, recovering his composure, but still obviously annoyed by Proctor's materialization. "We've mostly got the talent we need," he ticked through the roster. Proctor promised she would send Devman, her Moscow ex-analyst. Setting her empty Jolt can on his desk, she asked him to fire up the Winklevoss tool. "Give me a demo." 10 months earlier, a joint CIA-NSA operation had implanted a worm on a piece of equipment the FSB used to monitor Russian telecommunications traffic. The tool gave CIA the ability to make the FSB see things in the data that had never happened. Want to make it appear as though a case officer running a surveillance detection route sat idle at a cafe for 2 hours? Or that, say, a group of senior officials close to Putin all traveled to the same dacha at the same time, perhaps in the dead of night? Winklevoss was the answer. It had so far been used sparingly. Langley feared they might not have more than a few bites at the apple before the FSB put 2 and 2 together and uncovered the malware. They wound through the main room towards George's desk in the corner, collecting the guy in the Mickey Mouse hat along the way. "Show me," Georgie said, Proctor said. So, George began, his 6 monitors flickering to life. "Let's say we land on 5 coup plotters to frame. There are 3 ways we can sprinkle them in, damning digital dust. Suspicious financial transactions, suspicious comms, suspicious travel inside Russia. Vadim's laptop, if we can get into it, will help with the money. Winklevoss is the answer to comms and travel. What exactly do we want Putin to believe?" asked the Mickey Mouse guy. "I mean, how seriously do we want him to take the challenge?" Proctor turned to him, shock blossoming across her face, as if she'd assumed he was incapable of speech and had preferred it that way. A crocodile smile spread across her lips to show most of her teeth. "The idea," she said, "is to make Putin think a nasty little cabal is coming for the crown, that a few of his boyars are fixing to snuggle his head onto a pike for display on the Kremlin ramparts. We want him to see that this cabal is meeting, conspiring, spreading hush money around. The Gaul here, Brian," she was winging it, no idea what his name was, "isn't merely a whiff of smoke, it's a really 5-alarm fire that a coup is imminent, a signal that Putin should rip up the floorboards hunting for traitors. They'll be imaginary, of course, but oh so real in the steroid and chemo drug fever swamp of his mind." "So he does have cancer," the Brian guy murmured. Proctor put a hand on his shoulder and said, "But these are all really good questions, Brian," and squeezed until he made a noise. "Rich and powerful Russian jerks killing each other," she concluded, "is the name of the game." Brian, whose name was in fact Chris, nodded uneasily and took a slow, casual step away from Proctor. George sipped his Jolt and continued. "So, we decide on a few big meetings for this group, places and times where they are all together. That way, once the FSB starts digging, it will look weird." "Show me," Proctor said. George opened a map of Moscow. Proctor pointed at a spot along Rubliovka. "There," she said, "Goose's estate." George clicked on the plot. "And let's say he travels there from his office." George traced a series of roads from the Kremlin to Goose's villa. He entered start and arrival times. He punched in the phone number and a date and hit enter. Up came a new map. Blue dots were the cell towers the phone pinged on the fake route. George tapped on the screen. "This is oversimplified because we haven't created all of the fake data. But it will show any FSB unit investigating that this phone traveled from central Moscow to Rubliovka in the middle of the night on December 20th. "You beautiful nerd!" she exclaimed, slapping George's back so hard he yelped. "Make sure you include everything you need from her in the ops cable," Proctor said, speaking excitedly. This was getting good. "We've got one shot in Switzerland, then she's gone. Moscow, Geneva, Gimmelwald." Anna slept soundly and woke early without an alarm.
Padding into the bathroom, she gently peeled off her pajama top and examined the sickly green and yellow splotches on her ribs. She grazed fingers over her stomach and found the muscles less tender than the day before. 4 ibuprofen went down with a glass of water. Opening her closet safe, she withdrew the tourist passport she would use for Geneva. Many Russians had left during the operation in Ukraine, never to return. Artists, writers, ballerinas, journalists, academics. Many still would kill for her passports and state-approved travel to leave the Rodina. But she had not once considered fleeing. How could she? Luca was here. She could not bring herself to pick up the phone she used for him, which also lived behind the locked safe door. Anna slept on the flight to Geneva. She met the dreary Swiss banker over lunch at the war-ravaged. They discussed his dealings with the American financial authorities and Washington's perspective on the sanctions against Russia. The banker droned on about the various Russian yachts scattered in ports across the Mediterranean that he expected to be impounded. Her reports, she thought, would be of certain interest to SVR and, critically, reduce the chances anyone might press her on the 2-day sojourn tacked on the back end of the trip. In the late afternoon, she got her nails done and fell asleep after 2 glasses of wine in her room. Next morning, she took a circuitous walk through the downtown and along the water. The Geneva weather was a warm relief from the tightening grip of the Moscow winter. She watched the plume arcing from the fountain in the center of the lake, spouting high into the cloudy sky. Anna sported a long skirt and boots with a cashmere sweater and a white jacket she had not worn in Moscow since September. She bought a new pair of Louboutins on the Rue de Rhône, stopped for a long coffee, then trudged back to the Beau-Rivage in a zigzag route, including a few reversals that, to any practitioner of street tradecraft, would have been considered extremely provocative. Outside a boutique on the Rue du Marché, Anna spotted a man riding a Vespa whom she thought she may have seen earlier in the day, near the fountain. She assumed he was part of their counter-surveillance team, but could he be SVR or FSB? Both had reasons to watch her. She filed the profile for now. She had more time to confirm. In her hotel room, she packed her suitcase and sat on the edge of the bed, considering a hasty return to Moscow. Again, she thought, is there another way? And, again, she could not imagine one. She had told herself she would not visit the old neighborhood. But 5 minutes later, she found herself calling the front desk for the bus schedule, and the man said, in French, "Mademoiselle Agapova, please let us take you in a car?" In the choppy French she had practiced here during her first 4 years of marriage, her first 4 years employed by the now shuttered Bank Russia branch in Geneva, she explained that she preferred the bus. She had always taken the bus. The phone reported a long, metallic sigh. On the bus, Anna daydreamed. Luca was here, and they drank coffee atop twisted sheets in the slanted morning light. Vadim did not exist. The SVR did not exist. Life was sunny fields and warm wind. The dream popped at the screech of the brakes. The village bustled in the lunch rush. She bought a warm butter and salami sandwich at a bakery she had visited every day in her old life. She had loved the bread, and for some silly reason, she expected the taste would be cheerful. But instead, it drew her back to this horrible season and became dry in her mouth. She tossed the sandwich in a rubbish bin and continued her march to the villa. 10 bedrooms, expansive views of the lake and the Jura Mountains. Vadim had chosen it. They had been rich Russians, young and ambitious. Here, she thought, here we can work things out. Here we can find our way to love. From outside the front gate, she could see the windows of their old bedroom and the windows of the room that soon became her own bedroom. Here, in Geneva, she had decided a marriage bed shared with an ensemble cast of tardy women was not one worth protecting.
They'd mostly stopped making love, and she'd secretly begun taking the pill to defend her uterus if Vadim tried. Here, Maximov had dangled the SVR job, and then she'd said no on account of her father and Vadim, and the then powerful voice of the good daughter and wife, keen to please the boys to their faces, even though the blast furnace of resistance was already roaring inside her. Anna had hoped her visit now would conjure a righteous certainty in her choices, but instead, this felt like she was snooping on a dead woman's life, and she turned from her old home, angrier at herself than at them. She returned to the village in the bus, which, at 3:07 p.m., was precisely on time for its departure to central Geneva. She collected her suitcase from the war-ravaged and checked out at the front desk. "Where to next, Mademoiselle Agapova?" the clerk answered. "A few days of skiing," she said. Friday was a classic Heinz-Dawson late-night burner. Dozens of client calls, a few interviews with prospective hires, document reviews, the mass crank-turning on the associates at the bottom of this pyramid. The blinking, too-early November Christmas tree brought little cheer. It was instead a reminder that the world outside the firm might be joyfully anticipating the holiday season instead of toiling in a glorified sweatshop. An associate on one of Sia's teams noticed that the boss, usually quite serene, now seemed pretty tweaked. She was texting a lot in meetings, her sculpted hair was a little mussed, one hand now seemed to be shaky. Might be coked up, the associate thought. God knew everyone needed the energy. At 2:30 a.m., he knocked on Sia's office door to explain that he had sent her everything she'd asked for and was going home. The boss was sitting there in the light of her computer, weirdly staring at the screen, zoned out. The associate knocked again, and Sia sat up straight. "What's up?" she mumbled. "Sent you the sandalwood files," he said. "You okay?" Yes, just tired, as we all are." "Course," he said. "Night, boss." There were dozens of direct flights from London to Geneva. But Sia's travel pattern to Switzerland required obfuscation, multiple legs and modes, the use of cash wherever possible. In the morning she packed a bag with winter gear and rode the Eurostar to Paris, the TGV Lyria to Geneva, then on to Interlaken, where she spent the night. Next morning she caught a blue and gold painted train that trundled up into the Jungfrau. As the train rumbled into the mountains, Sia fought the urge to sleep. Her left hand had stilled, but she was struggling to shake the fatigue. The train clipped by alpine churches and timber chalets with shutters and windows trimmed in reds and greens. Lugging a suitcase to the Hotel Stoutbach in Lauterbrunnen, she checked in, dumped her belongings, and put her cell phone and laptop in the safe because they could not travel with her to the meeting. It was the opening day of Lauterbrunnen's Christmas market. Sia bought a cup of hot chocolate and sat on a bench, forcing her mind to focus on the meeting. John, her old instructor, had once asked her how many meaningful ops she thought an officer would land in a lifetime. 5, she had guessed. 1, he corrected, just 1 that will really make a difference. And this, she knew, was hers. From the cone-spired alpine church beneath the falls came 4 pleasant dings of the bells. Her bus would soon arrive. She was the lone passenger. Though the drive was only 15 minutes, she greeted the bus driver with, "Wake me up at Stechelberg." He gave her a cold stare, as if he did not understand her more than passable French. She took her seat and the door shut with a hiss. She woke to the driver poking her shoulder, muttering about the schedule.
He looked frustrated, and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone or tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. He looked frustrated, as if this were not his first attempt to wake her. Stumbling from the bus, she boarded the Shilthornbahn cable car, and the glass box swung skyward. The bus and cable car ride acted as a channeling mechanism for what had become a multi-day surveillance detection route. She'd been alone on the bus. She was alone on the cable car. She'd been alone on the trains. Her body might be calling for rest, for endless rest. But she would not bring hostiles to this meeting. She would not fail Anna. Gimmelwald was a farming village perched on the gorge high above the valley floor, a winding single road dotted by timber homes, accessible only by cable car. High, neat stacks of firewood were piled for the winter. The village possessed a serene, bone-deep quiet that Sia found unsettling. No cars, no rumbling motors, just the distant ring of cowbells announcing the gathering night. She passed a small grazing herd as fog curled over the village. It quickly became so thick that Sia nearly banged into the sign. Stopping about 2 feet in front of it, she saw that it read Mountain Hostel. But it had not been one for years. It was now an Airbnb, rented for 2 nights by a Germany-based Airbnb user CIA paid to secure bookings on the continent. 2 floors, dark wood, nestled right on the edge of the cliff. There was smoke rising from the chimney, and a warm golden glow dancing on the windows. Sia stamped her snowy hiking shoes on the mat and pushed open the door. Proctor was in a low crouch stoking the fire. The chief wore white jeans and white furry boots with tassels, and an oversized white sweater with strange, fuzzy puffs sewed onto the sleeves. A man Sia assumed was the polygrapher nervously watched Proctor tending the fire. "Well, hon," she said, looking Sia up and down, "you look a bit rough." Gemmelwald. The route had been planned with one objective above all: lowering the odds that Anna would be arrested and shot upon her return to the Radina. A 10-strong CIA counter-surveillance team had trailed Anna since Geneva to confirm that her compatriots were not watching her. In the glow of the fire, Proctor told Sia that the team believed Anna was black. A CIA support asset had left instructions and the safe house address in Anna's Geneva hotel room just that morning. To make sure she behaved, Anna had been under CIA surveillance every minute since. They would follow her as far as Lauterbrunnen. The instructions also included several specific requests. At Lauterbrunnen, take the 708 post bus toward Stechelberg-Schilthornbahn. Some developmentals would buck your authority by ignoring directions, an easy, annoying way to pretend they were in control. Since Rusfarm, the Moscow ex-analysts had corroborated several of Anna's reports. She was producing, but would she keep it up? No one expected outright control of her, but if CIA was going to send Anna back inside Russia as the linchpin of an op with risks this spectacular,
Well, CIA wanted as much proof as possible, even if it was thin gruel, that she would follow simple directions, that she could deliver. Anna caught the dirty yellow bus at Lauterbrunnen at precisely 7:08, bumping along the valley floor toward Stechelberg. "What are you doing?" she said to herself again and again as she peered from the window at the sheer cliffs rising above. Jumping from one of those might be easier than the path ahead. When the cable car creaked to a stop at Gimmelwald, Anna stepped into the crisp air, taking in the smell of hay and mud and the metallic tinge of new snow. The only sounds were the jangle of cowbells and murmurs from a hotel a few hundred meters up the hillside. The old hostel was shrouded in fog. She knew it was at the edge of the gorge, but she could not see down, much less across the valley to the peaks and cliff faces beyond. She could barely see the sign. Chimes jangled, announcing her treason. "No," she said aloud, "it is not that. It is my answer to them." She pushed open the door and a flurry of snow followed her in. Sia was drinking coffee on the couch. A muscular woman with curly black hair sat next to her. The body language suggested that the new woman was in charge. The curly-haired woman stood to greet Anna. She was quite short, with electric green eyes. "Hi, Anna," the gravelly voice said in impeccable Russian. "My name is Lulu. I do a lot of work on Russia. Sia has told me so much about you. How much time do you have?" "I have the evening and tomorrow morning through lunch," Anna said. "My phone is in my room at the lodge." "Good," the woman calling herself Lulu said. "We might all camp out here tonight then. Give us more time. Much to do. Much to do." "You find your way here okay?" Lulu asked, switching to English. "We know you're a pro, but we need to ask. You know how it goes." "Other than your team watching me," Anna said, "the trip was perfectly fine." Anna poured coffee from a pot in the kitchen and took a seat on the couch. "What do you mean by pro?" A wry smile parted her lips. Lulu appeared to be attempting a grin. "I mean that, for a banker," the word rolled out in disgust, "you seem to know which way is up." Anna nodded. "Good enough." "How'd you get here?" Sia asked. Anna explained her route, though they already knew. They'd had counter-surveillance on her since Geneva, she was sure of it. "And you?" she asked. The CIA women described their path to Gimmelwald. Anna liked it. Careful, conservative, not clowns. Good. Lulu continued. "Sia told me about what happened at the farm, what your husband did. I'm sorry about that. We want to find a way to help, and we think we have some common interests. I also wanted to convey that we were gripped by the information you passed to Sia about the men around your father and Putin. That is the sort of thing our customers find fascinating." Lulu hunched forward and picked at a cuticle, keeping an eye on it as she spoke. "But right now our organization is operating in what might be fairly termed a deficit of trust with your people. There are really no boundaries left at all. I know you have an agenda for speaking with us. We've also got some ideas that could be disruptive to our common foes, and we'd like to move fast. I'd like you to sit for a polygraph so we can accelerate our basis for trust. You don't have to, you can walk, but if you split, well, we're done." Anna creaked forward in the wooden chair to pluck a few almonds from a tin on the coffee table. "Before I do that, I want to know what you have in mind. You both must know, and you must tell your organization," said in disgust, "that I am not interested in the fall of Putin or a change in the Russian government." They nodded in understanding, but it struck her as a hollow gesture. How could they really understand? How could they know what that meant to her? "The war in Ukraine has been poorly managed," Anna continued, "but I have no wish to see Russia brought to her knees. I have no interest in changing the system because I do not, quite honestly, believe another system is possible. There would be new faces, new names given to institutions, but nothing would truly change. And I will not tell you about my organization. You must know this right now. It is off limits. You want the org chart? You want me to put something in a computer at my office? You want to know about operations in America? No, I will not share it. I am not a traitor to Russia, and I will not be made one." The Lulu woman's face was twisted in thought. Maybe you tell us what you want, Anna? I want help disposing of my enemies. Goose, perhaps my husband. Understood, Lulu said, and I have an idea for how we might do this. But I have a question for you. Are you open to helping?
If I am going to help you, you will tell me what you are doing. Your father owns a good amount of Bank Rasia, does he? Lulu asked. You know this. And how much will he own when Goose finishes his shakedown? Anna folded her arms. Lulu leaned closer and put a gentle hand on her wrist. We have a price here, Anna. We need money for our little idea to work, and I think it should come from the bank. But here is what I can promise you. None of this will be traced back to you or your father. We will pin it on our common enemies. Anna withdrew her arm. Perhaps you are trying to entrap me. Lulu laughed, said she was paranoid. Anna switched to Russian and said into her, Paranoid, eh? Look at what your sanctions have done to Russia. She smacked a palm on the coffee table. Ordinary people are back living off their potato patches as they did in the days after the Soviet collapse. Our travel is restricted. We are pariahs in Europe. A good Russian should be paranoid about your intentions, Lulu, because you lie just like we do. Sia put up a hand. Maybe we spare each other the speeches and stick to English. Arguing is counterproductive, don't you think? We all want the same things here. Anna shook her head and clicked her tongue. No, Sia, we do not. Not really. I could ask you why it is that you want to help me settle a few scores. Should I ask that? I do not think I will, because I do not want to know the truth. Or maybe I should ask, because you would just lie to me, eh? Feed me some garbage to get me on board. Perhaps I hook you up to the polygraph tonight as well. Anna took a big sip of coffee, smacked her lips together, and stuck out her tongue. This is awful. I am making tea. In the kitchen, she rummaged around for a kettle. Are you recording this meeting? Crouching, she found it in a lower cabinet. No, Lulu called from the living room. You have my word. Anna grunted. She filled the kettle at the sink and put it on the stove. Lulu's word meant nothing. She returned to the living room. How widely known is my name inside your organization? About 5 people, Lulu said, tightly compartmented. The kettle began whistling. Still standing, Anna gripped the back of the couch. I am a patriot. I do not think you truly know this. Maybe as Americans you are incapable of understanding. I do not care that Putin rules our country. The Russian system has always been this way. One person at the top, everyone taking what they can. The activists and protesters mean nothing to me. I am a Russian patriot. Lulu put up a hand. Like I said, I am not trying to dress you up as an American cheerleader. Believe me, I know you're not helping us light the path for democracy in the Rodina. How about this? You hear me out. I tell you our idea, which has been approved in concept by the highest levels of my organization. We chat about it. If you like what I have to say, you take the poly. Then we get into the details over cognac and Swiss Miss. Anna found a bag of black tea. It bobbed and waterlogged and finally sank as she steeped it. She returned to the living room. Tell me what you have in mind. Lulu did, in a speech so aggressive, so fevered, so bold, that Anna wondered how her American mind could have possibly birthed it. What it recalled, Anna thought, was a proper Russian conspiracy. Anna listened. Occasionally she would nod. Sometimes her eyes narrowed in grave concern. She did not interrupt with a single question or comment. When Lulu had finished, Anna pushed aside her drained teacup. Give me the polygraph, she said. Now.
Gimmelwald. The polygrapher had been cached upstairs. On Lulu's call, he sauntered down, introducing himself as Morris. He was beefy with shaggy brown hair, offering a clammy hand and a sheepish smile. "Ms. Agapova," he said, "will flutter you quick, have it done in time for schnapps. Right this way." The upstairs bedroom faced the gorge, but she could see only fog out the window. Morris gestured to a wooden chair in the middle of the room between two twin beds. She sat. He dropped onto one of the beds and began punching keys on his laptop. He slipped 2 pneumatograph tubes around her chest. He wrapped a blood pressure cuff around her left arm. Then he put finger plates over her right pointer and middle fingers to measure her galvanic response, the sweat that would seep through her skin on this emotional ride. He told her to relax, and strangely, she was relaxed. She'd once chatted up an SVR operations officer who had run American cases, including a low-level CIA support officer who stole documents for the Rodina. Her colleague said it was tricky to polygraph intelligence officers for 2 reasons. 1, they knew what to expect. 2, deception was more common because they inflated their access, puffing themselves up for bigger stipends and escrow payments. This was a game. She could win at games. They covered the ground rules, set the baseline, and previewed the questions. Then Morris began. Q. Is your name Anna Andreevna Agapova? A. Yes. Q. Are you a managing director at Bank Rossiya? A. Yes. Q. Are you an officer for a Russian intelligence service? A. Yes. Q. Are your superiors, or is anyone else in Russia aware of this meeting? A. No. Q. Have you been sent to this meeting at the behest of a Russian intelligence service? A. No. Q. Are you able to gain access to your husband's computer? A. Yes. Q. Do you intend to provide truthful information to our organization? A. Yes. Anna removed the plates from her sweaty fingers and the scratchy pressure cuff from her arm. Morris had trotted off to speak with Lulu and Sia. Had she lied? It bothered her that she did not know. When Morris returned, he said they had to run through it again. "Which question is the problem?" she asked. "All of them," he said. They did it again. He left, and this time his absence was longer. Anna grew tired, and that, she knew, was the point. Morris returned with one of the chairs from the kitchen. Flipping it around, he scooted it a bit too close and eased his gut against the seat back. He folded his arms and looked beyond Anna into the gray gathered outside the window. Morris's breath stank like a bar at daybreak. "Miss Agapova, did you tell anyone about this meeting?" "No." "No one?" "No one." "No one in your family? Father, husband, dog?" "I don't have a dog." "Anyone at the bank?" "No." "Boyfriend?" "No." "Girlfriend?" A little kinky, Morris. Morris scowled. "Girlfriend?" "No." "Anyone inside the SVR?" She wrinkled her nose. "No." "GRU?" "No." "FSB?" "No." They ran the poly again. When they'd finished, Morris told her to hold tight. He collected the laptop and left. Anna unhooked the tubes, plucked off the finger plates, unwrapped the cuff. She spread out in one of the twin beds and shut her eyes. Should I worry? I'm not even sure if I lied. Proctor and Sia were smoking at one of the picnic tables out front. Sia had mindfully positioned herself to hide the trembling hand from the chief, and had already burned through 2 cigarettes in a bid for warmth. She was now on her 3rd. Morris trudged outside. Proctor took the last drag of her cigarette and stamped it in the snow. "Well, Mo, let's have it." He sat at the table and yanked up his hood. "I think she is telling the truth that she's not told others about this meeting, that she's kept this a secret." "That's good," Sia said. "Gives us leverage." "She's still flickering nonsense on the other one?" Proctor asked.
She lit another cigarette and pulled the hood of her banana-yellow parka over her head. Proctor shoved hands in her pockets, dragging and expelling smoke with the cigarette clamped between her teeth. "That's right," Morris said. "She is consistently uncomfortable with the question about telling the truth." "Occupational hazard," Sia said. Proctor grunted. "But you don't think Moscow knows she is here?" "Can't be certain, of course. These things have to be." "Morris, I don't want the lawyer speak."
A few weeks back, I had to amend a very covert action finding with lethal authorities, and I've had lawyers on my back like baby scorpions riding their mama. Not interested. I just want to understand if you think Moscow knows she is here. That question is no longer eliciting a physiological response. Proctor rolled her eyes. "What do you think, Sia?" Sia tossed her cigarette and stretched her legs. "I think we've got enough to move ahead. We've got corroborated intel, validated motivation, reasonable fodder for asset validation. Polly is pretty decent. Things aren't pristine, but it's worth the risk." "It's a day-old panty," Proctor said. "Not clean, but it gets the job done. And when it comes down to it, you have no choice." The chief flicked the cigarette into the darkness. "Let's get to work." Gimmelwald, Proctor poured coffees and tea. Morris went to bed upstairs. Sia fed a few more logs into the fire, and they sat in the living room fighting sleep, trying to squeeze every minute, every piece of information from Anna Agapova. Persephone. There was a long list of questions from the Moscow ex-analysts on the SVR, current operations, priorities, org chart. Proctor ceremoniously read the questions to Anna, then fed the papers into the fire. "Nothing on your organization," Proctor said. "That's fine with us." As the night dragged on, Anna explained her understanding of Goose and his allies. They covered Vadim's friends, his enemies, her father's friends, his enemies. On the dregs of the third cup of coffee, Sia returned to the topic of Vadim. "How much money does he manage?" "I don't know. Hundreds of millions, maybe more." "And it belongs to whom exactly?" Sia asked. "Are you familiar with the concept of upshock?" Sia shook her head. Proctor nodded. "It's a cash box," Anna explained, "a common till for a criminal gang. The leaders know what they own, but nothing is held in their names. This is the structure with the money he manages. He oversees a pot owned collectively by Putin and other bosses inside the regime. They feed off the cash from the bank and the industrials. There are other upshock of this, I am certain, but Vadim runs this one." "He does this work from the bank?" Proctor asked. Anna shook her head. "The money originates from the bank. Once they skim it off, they like to keep it separate. The bank has systems, processes, IT managers, FSB active reserve officers. Not that anyone would bat an eyebrow, it's the president's money after all, but it's better if everything is managed out of sight. Vadim has a laptop at home he uses for upshock business. It's in the Petersburg apartment, in a safe in our bedroom closet. Access might be possible." "Now, how would that work?" Proctor asked. Anna explained. Sia thought there was a decent chance she'd be shot, or might shoot Vadim in the process, just because. Proctor had started to tip a bit of cognac into her coffee. The chief tapped her foot as Anna spoke. She seemed to be enjoying herself. "Once I have access to the computer, what do you need me to do?" Anna asked. Sia explained. They covered the product the CIA techs should use for the pop-up, how Anna should hide her digital tracks on Vadim's computer, how she should manage fingerprints. Anna held her hand over her cup when Proctor came by with the cognac. "A Russian rejecting booze," Proctor said, withdrawing the bottle. "Huh." Anna made a nasty gesture to Proctor, who laughed and ruefully shook her head. "More for me then," the chief said. "Compensation for your risk," Sia said, with a cough. "We'd like to offer something." "I do not want it," Anna said. "Besides, if you are trying to compensate me with money, you won't be able to afford me." "You deserve something for the risks you are taking," Sia tried again. It was weak, but she wanted something to signal to Langley that they had a shred of control here. Anna shook her head. "No money.
Not even an escrow account in the Bahamas, understand? I want you to write in the cable that I refused money. I want only to stop Goose and implicate my husband. Fine, hun, just fine, Proctor said. Let's go through some of the homework. Sia pushed her a piece of paper Proctor had brought along. It listed every detail CIA sought on Goose and the men around him. Addresses, associates, emails, phone numbers. Anna memorized the wish list, then it went into the fire. Then Proctor said, let's talk comms. Sia yawned at her watch, 3:08 a.m. Proctor slid a laptop from her backpack, an Asus model identical to the machine Anna had brought to Mexico, right down to the streaky black scuff mark across the top. Anna eyed it as if it were a bomb. I assume, Proctor said, that this looks a lot like the travel laptop you carry to Mexico. That right? Anna was running fingers over it. Right. This is loaded with what we call a clandestine communication system, ClanCom, Proctor said. Am I also correct in assuming that your travel laptop does not have comms on it? That's right. Is it an SVR laptop or personal? Personal. Good, Proctor said. You have this personal laptop in a bag over at your ski resort? Yes. Anything important on it? No. But you already know that. Proctor grinned. Good. Toss it in a dumpster, bury it on the mountain, doesn't matter. Just make sure that version doesn't return to Mother Russia. Proctor jerked her head toward Sia. I'll show you how to use it, Sia said. They practiced with grim determination because it was all about muscle memory, and Anna would be blind inside Russia if she forgot a single step. A 23-key sequence, letters, numbers, symbols, random, no logic to it, tough to remember. Anna spent an hour memorizing that first sequence. You forget this part, Proctor said. Anticipating first light, she had drifted back to coffee. You are pitch black. We can't see the beautiful words you're typing to us. Sia continued. Once you're into the partition, you open a Word document, a blank one. Then you enter another sequence, 10 keys. They spent some time on that. It conjured a hidden button, which Sia clicked to demonstrate. Voila, Proctor said. You're in. Messages travel to us in encrypted blobs. Anna's jaw was clicking. Ours is similar, slightly less complicated. One more thing on the comms, Proctor said. She slipped a small box from her bag and handed it to Anna. She opened it and found a statue of a horse. What is this? Comms relay, Proctor said. Put it in your office at the bank, in front of a window, like on the sill. You have an office in Petersburg, yes, with windows? We'd prefer Petersburg to Moscow. Yes, but why? What is it? A comms relay, Sia reiterated. Anna was unconvinced, twisting and turning the statue in her fingers. She rubbed the seam along its base. Proctor's face screwed into a dead stare for Anna. The chief could get weirdly scary at times. As Hortensia said, it's a comms relay. You put it in your Petersburg office, in front of the window, and you don't tamper with it. Otherwise, none of this works, and Goose remains frustratingly unreeled by our organization. Understand? Anna stared intently at Proctor, as if debating a challenge. Then she slipped the statue in her bag. They took cognacs to the snowy deck jutting over the gorge. The fog had lifted, and the pre-dawn sky was clear, carpeted by brilliant stars. The craggy peaks and snowy rock faces across the valley glowed under the moon. Off and on came the distant jangle of cowbells and the bleating of sheep. They sipped cognac and stared at the stars. Her dad had liked to say that the night sky made us realize how small we are. Now it just made Sia tired. Her lids were hanging heavy when Proctor said, I'm gonna hit the sack for a few. Let's pick this up after breakfast. Proctor's footsteps crunched inside, the door swinging on its hinges with a metallic shriek. Sia had almost fallen asleep in her seat when Anna said, I smelled cigarette smoke during the polygraph. You demolished the whole pack, or do you have a few more? Sia opened one eye. The Russian's face said she wanted to talk.
In the living room, Sia collected the remains of the cigarettes and Proctor's lighter. She returned to the deck and they lit up. The smoke shook her awake. Saya tossed one butt into the gorge and lit another. The Russian loosed long plumes of smoke that were sucked out over the valley by the wind. "In your rush from the farm, you left behind a horse," Anna said. "A horse I rather love. Can you persuade Vadim to give her back?" Saya said. "I'm not sure I want to, and we have larger fish to cook, to fry." Anna flicked her hand dismissively toward the gorge and took a long drag on her cigarette. "I am playing through the moves," she said. "Tell me when I get something wrong." Saya leaned into the handrail. "Okay, I give you access to Vadim's computer. You take some of the money." Anna looked at Saya. "That's right," Saya said. "You move the money to other accounts. Some of that disappears." "Still right. Then what? How do you mean? Tell me what triggers the chaos." Saya tossed her cigarette into the gorge. She had another peeking halfway from the pack, but, feeling her raw throat, she slid it back. Anna stuck out her hand. Saya surrendered the pack and the lighter. Anna lit another and dragged, long and deep. "The trigger," Anna repeated. "We don't know the answer yet," Saya said. "It depends on what we find inside Vadim's computer." "Meaning, who watches his transactions? Who will see the money moving and sound the alarm? And if no one is watching?" Anna shrugged. "If I were the president, I might not want mid-level FSB officers watching one of my money men. What I am thinking, Saya, is if it turns out no one is watching my dear husband, it may fall to his unfortunate wife to sound the alarm. And I am running short of friends in Russia, as you know. They may not listen. Let's cross that bridge once we see what's on the laptop." "I do not love this answer, Saya." Anna threw the cigarette off the deck and started inside. "See you in a few hours." Sia woke to the smell of burned grease. Proctor's curses were rising from the kitchen, along with smoke. She slipped on sweatpants and went downstairs to find the chief scraping away at blackened strips of what had once been bacon. Proctor wore a black tank top, and, with her back turned, hunched over the stove, Sia could see imprinted across the chief's lats 9 simple stars tattooed in a line. The words, "In honor," inked above. A personal memorial wall on her skin. Saya had caught glimpses of the tattoo before, but she'd never seen the entire line, and she'd never been sufficiently foolhardy to ask about it. This morning would be no exception. The microwave clock read 9:46 a.m. Maybe 2 hours left. Anna was sitting on the deck under a cloudless winter sky. Saya put on a jacket and filled a mug of black coffee and joined her. They sat in a comfortable silence until Proctor called them inside. The breakfast, Saya thought, did not look so great. Burnt bacon, watery coffee, rubbery pancakes, sired from a tattered box of mixture. "There is no syrup," Proctor muttered. "Sorry about that." Saya forced down a few pieces of bacon that had been spared the worst of the flames, but mostly she sipped coffee. Anna's plate was untouched. She filled a second cup of coffee with a generous heap of sugar and clattered the spoon onto the table. She nudged the mug at Saya. "We were speaking a few hours ago about the trigger for all of this. I have an idea." "Tell us," Proctor said. "Maximov," Anna said, "3rd Deputy Director of the SVR. He is a close ally of my family. With the right information, he could intervene with the president. He might be able to compel the FSB to investigate, to run analysis on phone numbers and bank transfers, for example. We must make sure that, in the end, Maximov gets the information." "Works for us," Proctor said. "Let's go with that for now." Anna turned to check the microwave clock. "I should be going soon." Proctor put a hand on Anna's shoulder. "Before you do, let's go through all of it again, just to be sure." First, Anna showered, changed, and lugged her duffel downstairs. Then they sat in the living room. Fog again folded over the village, shrouding the sunlight. Anna accessed the ClanCom partition on the new laptop. Again and again.
She described the plan for Vadim's computer and the website she would visit once she had access. She repeated the information she would collect on the list of senior officials Proctor and Saya had supplied. She held up the horse figurine and explained that she would place it in the office at Rasia headquarters in Peter. Her office had large windows. Anna packed the laptop and figurine in her duffel. She shook Proctor's hand and hugged Saya. Then she turned to leave, marching over the snowy path toward the village's only road, her white jacket disappearing into the fog. "That difficult person is ice cold," Saya said. "It's all she wants." The bleating of sheep carried down the hillside. The two women turned back into the house. "And I have the strange feeling," Saya murmured, "that she's going to get herself killed." Moscow. Luca was already at their table at Jean Martel, chessboard arranged. He'd sliced the lemon. He was picking at black bread and oily herring mixed with onion and boiled potatoes. He grinned, but she did not notice. She just sat down, spun the board to play white, and advanced her first pawn. As she balanced her chin on her hands, her world was the board and the cognac. Tonight she wanted cognac, chess, and Luca, perhaps in that order. There was really nothing else right now that could make her feel good, which was all she wanted, to feel good. Over 2 games, she made quick work of both him and much of the bottle. They played a third, and she won, still working hard on the bottle. "Eat something, Anya," he said nervously. "You'll be sick." She told him not to throw her groove. They played again. A massacre. Maybe he wasn't trying. She yelled that at him. 3 men seated at the table behind Luca scowled at her. "Mind your own business," she snapped at them, and made a nasty gesture. She'd started talking about another bottle, but Luca was packing up the board. Standing, she stumbled toward him, demanding another game. The bottles behind the bar rotated and shimmered. She steadied herself on a table. She gripped Luca's shoulder, but the world kept tilting. Of the shuffle from Jean Martel to her apartment, she would remember only fragments. Dropping the chessboard, Luca sorting through the snow for pieces. Skidding and falling on the icy sidewalk, smelly exhaust leaking from a grate into her nostrils. The Moscow night was smoke. Starless, moonless, smoke. In the morning, she was twisted in the sheets in her bra and leggings. The apartment smelled of coffee. Where was her sweater? Her shirt? Oh gosh, he'd seen the very bruises across her stomach. Really? She sat up and held her aching head for a few moments. Only one eye would open to the light. Where are the rest of my clothes? Tiptoeing into the bathroom, she found her sweater and t-shirt hanging on the rack to dry. "You got sick on them," Luca said. In the bathroom doorway, he held a cup of black coffee. She slipped on the sweater to cover the bruises. They took a slow, wordless coffee in the living room as Anna tried to work out memories of the night before. She was angry with herself for even coming to see him. She'd vowed to wait until the bruises healed. "Anya, will you tell me what happened?" Luca asked. She turned away from him to look out the window. "Nothing," she said. "Anya, please. I know we have our rules, but please, I love you. Please, tell me what happened. Just this once." Defiant sip of her coffee. "Anya, I know they did this to you. He did this to you. Please, just talk to me. This is safe. I love you." She looked into his eyes, blue like hers, but warm. She hated herself. "I fell off a horse," she said. Then she shut her eyes because she could not bear to see his face. If she did, she would cry, and she would not cry for him. There was shuffling, the door shutting.
When she opened her eyes, he was gone. And do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style.
Suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives in the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation. Sharp modulation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright tension. When she opened her eyes, he was gone. Even if Luka Fedorov had been an ops-trained officer of the SVR or FSB, he would not at first have found much amiss during his march down the street of All Holidays. His eyes pounded the pavement, and he departed Anna's apartment at a pace far brisker than was normal, even for a harried Muscovite bearing down in a biting wind. He was angry, this was obvious, even to the most junior of those watching him. Had Luka conducted multiple stops and turns, drawn out over a period of hours, and had he been a different man with different training, he might have eventually noticed the 6-man team stalking him to his apartment. Each wore sub-miniature cameras snuggled into coat buttons and lapels. The video, all understood, was not strictly necessary from a surveillance standpoint. They already had his face on several photos snapped the night before, both outside John Martel and from one of the fixed points in an empty apartment across the street from the Agapov girls' love nest. The face had been run through the FSB's databases. They already had his address, his employer, his phone records. No, the team followed and taped Luka Fedorov because the boss wanted options. When presented with video of themselves taped clandestinely, people tended to become quite frightened. "We stand for organized terror," the Chekists had once said. This should be frankly admitted. As they had for the past 2 weeks, the surveillance team delivered the tapes and a clipped written report to the Lubyanka offices of the Internal Security Directorate, where a clerk deposited them with Chernov. The apartment had been a bit tricky for Chernov's men to locate because it was not in Anna's name, nor her father's, nor any of the family's known business associates. They knew of the Ostazenka apartment, of course, and they had Anna's phone and every flake of digital dust it spewed, pinging cell towers and hundreds of unseen sensors all around Moscow. Establishing her pattern of life had been simple. They also had her calls and messages through the FSB's bulk collection. And what Chernov's watchers quickly learned was that there were occasional periods, typically an evening and subsequent morning, in which Anna left her phone in the Ostazenka apartment to trek across the city in an elaborate Obnarazit Vost, a surveillance detection route that belied detailed knowledge of the streets, parks, and CCTV camera coverage inside the garden ring. At first, the mobile teams were not large enough to stick her. She was quite skilled and patient on the street, and sometimes after several hours she would vanish into the Moscow night.
On one occasion, she casually returned to the Ostazenka apartment, aborting the meeting, Chernov believed, because she had spotted their surveillance. "Where are you going, Anya, without your phone?" She had made one mistake, it turned out, weeks earlier. With access to her phone, FSB techies reviewed her call history to search for anomalies. They found a number she had phoned once from her apartment. Who was that? They ran the number through a series of telco databases and discovered that the phone she dialed had been in the Ostazenka apartment when Anna called. She had called herself. Chernov suspected that she had called the mysterious second phone with the first in a bid to hear the ringtone. The phone had perhaps gone missing under a couch cushion. He wondered if she had been drinking. One mistake, that was all they needed. They ran a historical analysis of the second phone and discovered that it lived in her Ostazenka apartment. It did not leave Moscow. But on nights when Anna left her primary phone there, this second phone traveled with her, and it spent the night at an apartment building tucked into a warren of an old residential district near Novokuznetskaya that had survived Lenin and Stalin and Brezhnev and Putin and the Blagostrostvo that had raked over much of old Moscow, replacing it with high-rises and boutiques and luxury stores. The tax records showed that the apartment was owned by a bizarre shell company incorporated in the Seychelles. Since this discovery, a team from the 17th, the FSB's Operations Search Directorate, had entered the apartment to wire it with cameras and microphones. Chernov poured more black tea. A knock stirred him from the reports. "Come in," he called. Daniil, one of his lieutenants, plopped a stack of papers on the desk and took a seat by the window. He had a toothpick in his teeth which he twirled with long, slender fingers. He was a major, but his boyish face looked no older than 20. "Reports from one of our guys in Yasenevo," he said. He pulled the cables. The travel was legitimate, approved, went to Geneva. She runs an economic case out there. Looks like she is getting back to work. Chernov grunted. Daniil motioned to the surveillance reports on the desk. "Did you see the video yet?" "The boyfriend's walk?" "Yes." "No, the video the boys took after he left, inside the apartment." "Not yet." Chernov raised a brow. "Why?" Daniil plugged one of the thumb drives into Chernov's computer and clicked forward. Much of the evening, he explained, had been the Agapov girl sick, the boyfriend trying to comfort. The screen showed the boyfriend standing, Anna slumped on the couch. Nothing seemed to be happening. "We need the sound on, boss," Daniil said. Chernov unmuted the video. The boyfriend was asking what had happened to her. The report from the night before, Chernov recalled, had noted Luka Fedorov's audible surprise at the sight of something on Anna's chest. Then she'd been retching in the bathroom and the camera angles were bad. But when Anna told Luka that she fell from a horse, he got up and left. For a moment, the apartment was still. The only sound, the slap of a hockey match in the courtyard below. Then Anna Andreevna Agapova began to cry. The sound took Chernov aback. It was surprisingly soft for such a hard woman, an operations officer, even if she belonged to the effete SVR. She was Andrei Agapov's daughter and heir. She cried for 2 minutes and 31 seconds. Then she got up and walked into the bathroom. Daniil killed the video. "My God," he said to Daniil, "she loves him. She may not even know, but she loves him." Daniil was smiling broadly. Chernov stood up to look down on the square. A light snow was dusting Dzerzhinsky. "And people do things for love, boss." Chernov thought about that. "Yes, they do, don't they? Stupid things, brave things, violent things. But they always do something. It just cannot be helped." Tiazheli, Heavies. Moscow, St. Petersburg. 4 days after. After she returned from Switzerland, Anna drove to Yasenevo for debriefings, with the 5th Department on the intelligence produced by her asset in Geneva and the ops plan for the case going forward, with Maximov on her father, with Grigory and the line OT techies in the outbuilding where it had all begun, to officially close out the unofficial operation against Saya Fox. Documents were run through the acid-boosted shredders. Computers and phones were wiped. Equipment was boxed up. She said goodnight to Grigory well into the evening, explaining that she would close everything down. She made tea and sat in her office, sipping on her third cup, when at last she knew she was alone. Grigory had ferried the surveillance equipment from Rusfarm in black plastic cases and cardboard liquor boxes. Most of it had been stashed in his musty office, where it awaited return to line OT inventory.
She pushed past boxes of cameras that required electrical work she would not have time to run wires or drill holes. Move. She came to one with more promising labels, noting the models and quantities. XRV22A15, pinhead cameras with an adhesive suitable for most surfaces: wood, marble, stone, plastic, aluminum, steel, etc. Battery life, 24 to 36 hours. PLM 1700, 6, small drives connected to a tangle of cords that gave them the appearance of jellyfish. The 1700 could be connected to phones and laptops to receive data from the cameras. She had used these before. This would do. Move. The bar of light seeping through the doorway illuminated her work. She stuffed 4 pinhead cameras and one of the jellyfish drives into her purse. Move. Over the tired, chipping floors. Out into the blustery cold, along the paths toward the parking lot. The pines creaked in the wind. The power plant hummed and belched exhaust. If they ask, I will tell them the truth. Move. As she walked, for some reason, she fantasized about fleeing Russia with Luka. What would he say if she asked? He would say yes, she knew. She could not bring herself to think, much less say, why that was. She shoved it down to focus on her lines. On the theater. I am keeping an eye on my husband, she told herself, trudging through dirty snow toward a far row in Yasenevo's southeastern parking lot. Move. Anna stared into the safe in her Ostozhenka apartment, and the phone and the laptop stared right back. 6 missed calls from Luka, including 2 voicemails. She wanted to call him back, but she knew if she saw him, she would tell him what she was planning to do, and then it would all be ruined. She was also feeling self-destructive and petty, and thought that because the connection with him was so beautiful, she might strangle it a bit. See if it survives. She chucked the phone back into the safe. The laptop. Moving quickly, making a mistake only once in the keyboard sequence, she opened the ClanCom partition and sent a series of memorized phone numbers and addresses to Sia and the woman calling herself Lulu. Anna had gleaned them from a Kremlin directory Maximov had provided without too many questions. The women are CIA, a voice said. Quiet, for God's sake, she told the voice. I need quiet. She applied lipstick, smacking bright red lips at her own reflection. She unzipped her cosmetics bag to make sure the necessary pill was still inside. She checked again that Grigory's equipment was snug in her suitcase. She picked up the box with the horse figurine Lulu had provided and wondered what the gosh this was. Her lizard brain told her to smash it, but instead it went into the bag. She wandered into the living room and calmly phoned Vadim, as if 2 weeks earlier he had not beaten her to a pulp. She didn't think about that now instead. She forced herself to remember a few of the pleasant, intimate memories with him. Paris, curtains billowing in a hotel room near the Pantheon, a gentle breeze on her skin. She fastened her mind into that memory. Anya, he said with surprise, how are you? I am well. I am calling because I have been thinking about things. Thinking about everything, really. And I don't want to discuss what happened. Not a word. I was angry about Papa. I said hurtful things because I was angry. I am coming to Pitter today. I will be in the office for a bit. Then I thought we could have dinner. Palkin, maybe? We could just talk. The day was frigid but bright, the Pitter sky clear and blue. So Anna walked to Rossiya from the Moskovsky train station. She overshot the bank to stroll south for a few blocks along the Neva, snow-covered and fretted with ice, and stopped to watch the Palace drawbridge rising. The large white, blue, and red Z painted on the bottom heaved skyward.
The war, it seemed, had conscripted even the undersides of bridges. Anna crinkled her nose, stuffed her hands in her coat, and marched back east toward the bank, an elephantine neoclassical on Rastrelli Square. Arriving, she scudded her case around the square, working up the courage. Anna looked up at the white-blue towers of the cathedral, down at the few ramshackle kiosks hawking fruit and magazines. Before the war, the square would have teemed with tourists, sometimes even in winter. Now there were shoddy kiosks decorated with portraits of fallen soldiers, unsalted walkways, and a gaggle of beggars and drunks sleeping in boxes snug against the cathedral to break the marine wind. She marched into the bank. Heads poked out of the cubicles when she strode into her office. Waving off her waifish secretary, she shut the door. Anna wiped dust from the keyboard and booted up the computer. She slid a table underneath the window facing Rastrelli. On it, she clumped 2 old candles from her desk. A painting of ice skaters on the Neva shed, no idea who'd put it in here, could be wired for all she knew, and Lulu's spooky horse figurine, rearing on its hind legs. She pointed the raised forelegs toward the square, then picked it up to run her fingers over the same on its base. She returned it to the table and lounged back in her chair, tapping her fingers slowly on the desk. That evening, in the Kutuzov embankment apartment, Anna poured a glass of wine and wistfully strolled about as if touring a new home, checking the placement of security cameras against their original locations. Had Vadim installed a new batch or covered some of the gaps? She'd seen the plans. It appeared that here he had not opted for cameras hidden above the beds. There would be room for maneuver in the master. She started in the closet. One of her shoe racks was level with the safe where he kept the laptop. She found a pair of black Jimmy Choos that matched the color of the camera and put those on the rack facing the safe. She stuck one of the pinhead cameras on the left shoe. Sliding over a chair, she stood on her tiptoes and stuck one pinhead camera on a track light that pointed toward the desk in the bedroom. She put one more on a light illuminating the abstract painting hung above there, his bed. It was garish, violent. Harsh red spattered across a canvas crime scene. Tippy-toe on the chair, she put her head a few feet back from the track light. The camera was not visible. "I am keeping an eye on my husband," she whispered aloud, "because I am a jealous wife and he is sleeping around." Jellyfish drive inserted, she'd opened her laptop to check the camera placements when she heard a noise. The door? Vadim home early? Maybe nothing. She shoved the laptop into her purse and walked into the living room. Through the kitchen, the bedrooms, downstairs. I even checked the front closet. I am losing it, she thought. There is no one here. The cameras had already sent the files to the Jellyfish drive connected to her laptop. Opening one, Anna was treated to a clear view of the bed. The other showed the desk. Quality was high, even when she zoomed in. She set the laptop on the desk and began typing a test email to herself. Vadim was a fast typist. She clacked the keys faster and faster until the test message was nonsense, a garble of letters and numbers. She hit send and saw it arrive. She went to the door to listen for Vadim. Silence. Back in the bedroom, she saw that a new file had dropped onto the Jellyfish drive. A video of her typing on the computer. She zoomed in and saw her hands on the keys. Anna practiced freezing the video when her fingers struck the keyboard, then zooming in to see which specific letters and numbers and symbols had been compressed. Satisfied, she put the laptop in her purse. Anna slipped on a white satin dress and knee-high black suede boots. She wandered to the living room for a pleasant, sweeping view of the frozen Neva. She had not seen his face since he'd beaten her. Would she be able to control herself? Yes, she said, of course you will. She double-checked her clutch for the bottle of aspirin containing a single pill that was not aspirin.
And it was not her birth control. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping, graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension, rather than outright screaming crying. And it was not her birth control. It was flunitrazepam, a roofie. She zippered her clutch and went into the living room in time to hear the bolt click. She waited in front of the wet bar like a good wife, greeting him with a broad smile as he entered the apartment. He carried a gigantic bouquet of roses. She did not like roses. His briefcase clunked onto the hardwood. She forced that smile to stay open, white teeth shining brightly for her dear husband. "Anya, I am so sorry," he said. She went to him, pressed a finger to his lips, and kissed his cheek. "They are beautiful," she said. "Get ready, I will give them water." In the kitchen, Anna clipped the bottoms of the roses and plunged them into a crystal vase. She poured 2 cognacs, handing him one as he emerged from the bedroom. They clinked glasses. "I need to do a little work before dinner," he said, distracted by something on his phone. He disappeared back into the bedroom with a kiss on her cheek. Anna stood by the picture windows looking at the river. His safe beeped. His keyboard clacked. The bright sun on the glass reflected her thin, wicked smile. At Palkin, they drank martinis and laughed in the honey glow of the bar. They had burrata with radish slices and crab with beetroot carpaccio and beluga caviar. They sipped a beautiful Borel-Croft champagne. They had wild boar dumplings and talked about old trips, finishing a bottle of Bellafont Belsier over ox goulash and a Chateaubriand steak, and Anna told him all about the case and said she was sorry for everything. He put his hand on hers. They talked about taking a trip, maybe another frolic on the shores of the Black Sea. Anna slipped the flunitrazepam into his wineglass when he went to the bathroom. When he returned, she asked him about his question. "Last time we were here," she said, "you had one for me. What is it? Please tell me." He was drunk now, and her reminder sent a jolt of anger across his face. He gulped down his wine and seemed to stare at her for a long time. 30 minutes until the drugs kick in, she thought. Maybe a bit less. "I wanted to know why you will not have my children," he said. She put her hand on his and shook her head. "I've been a little difficult person," she said. "Angry, fighting you instead of with you. Maybe we try a different way. Maybe we start tonight?" "But I haven't taken them since Mexico," she lied. "Anya, what has happened? Let's go home," she said.
Tonight, let's be husband and wife for a change. Vadim passed out on the bedroom floor. Anna hauled him onto the bed, removed his clothes, and heaped them in a chair. His phone went on the nightstand. It happened fast. Opening her laptop, finding the right files, watching them to note the passcodes, checking constantly to be sure he slept. Her breath was thin and shallow. Each pull of air demanded conscious thought. Safe passcode first. 4 numbers. His birthday. Easy. Then the laptop. Harder. A random string of letters and numbers and symbols. She had to watch the video several times and wrote it down on a piece of paper because it was too long to memorize quickly. He didn't use the biometrics, thank God. She retrieved the pinhead cameras in the closet and on the track lights. The one on the painting would be a little tricky. She shimmied onto the bed, careful not to rock her drugged husband, and plucked it from the frame. She slipped everything in her purse and put on a pair of nitrile gloves. Then she stood there, briefly debating putting this whole thing back in the box. She thought about Luca and running away. Then she remembered her husband beating her senseless. Chernov smashing Papa's nose in the back of the paddy wagon during the arrest. Move. She took the piece of paper with the password into the closet. She opened the safe and took out the computer and punched in the password and got it wrong. Gosh, she said. Gosh, gosh, gosh. She tried again. It worked. Her fingers dripped sweat in the gloves. Anna noticed herself swallowing, throat scratchy as hell. It was all she could think about. Swallow. Very it. Her fingers were swimming inside the gloves. Would water leak onto the keyboard? In the web browser, as agreed with Sia and Lulu in Switzerland, she typed Mokhtome and Godolphin and GQ. The article Sia had mentioned came up. She clicked into it, scrolling down until she found a pop-up banner that made her chest twist and tighten. A Clive Christian fragrance made with Russian coriander. What do you buy for Vadim? Sia had asked by the fire in the mountain lodge. Cologne, she had said finally. A thoughtless bottle of cologne every Christmas. Anna's cursor hovered over the pop-up. Then she clicked it. To her, it sounded like a gunshot. That's it, Lulu had said. Simple. The browser took her to the Clive Christian page. For a few seconds, she just stared at the screen. You did it, she thought. You actually really did it. She cleared the last hour's history, shut the browser, and locked the computer back in the safe. My God, what have you done? She bit her lip and swept the thought from her brain. Anna listened to Vadim's snore for a few moments and reviewed his naked body. Maybe stop it here? Normally she wanted only distance from Vadim, but she couldn't hurt him from a distance. Anna extinguished the lights. For a moment she stood by the door, her eyes adjusting to the dark. In the bathroom she grabbed a washcloth. She removed her shoes, her dress, her underwear. After a time, still naked, she slid next to him under the sheets, expecting sleep never to come. The loamy smell and feel of his skin at first drew threads of nausea up her windpipe. But sleep did arrive, rather quickly, and Anna's last conscious thought was that she felt none of the fear or guilt that she had expected. Instead, she felt peace. St. Petersburg. Russ Farm. The apartment door sighed shut. Anna was alone in the bed, pressed onto the uncomfortable spot that made her stomach turn. She made tea. There was a single text message from Vadim sent 10 minutes earlier. A winky smiley face. Her jaw tightened. She deleted it. Opening the laptop she had brought back from Switzerland, she entered the ClanCom partition and messaged that the comms relay was in place, that she had clicked on the pop-up, and that she awaited further instruction. On her second cup of tea, her phone rang. Unknown number. Ignoring it, she spread herself buns down on a bed in one of the guest rooms and wondered how and when she would get back to her real work at SVR. Would she be able to? What if she just soldiered through, did her real job? There were cases to run in Switzerland, Greece, France. And let your papa rot? The loud voice asked. The unknown number called again. This time she took a sip of tea and answered. "Anna Andreevna," the voice said, "do you remember me?" Her stomach sank. The tea balled in her mouth. When she could swallow, she said, "I do, Lieutenant Colonel. I would like to speak with you, Anya. May I call you Anya? We are speaking right now. Not like this. Meet me at your farm." "We are speaking now," she said again. He ticked and laughed, soft but menacing. "No, no. Come."
There was a silly fight with Vadim's fat, really, driver over the Mercedes fitted with the blue emergency lights before she tossed her purse into the car and got in and checked to make sure the lights were flashing, and she tore from the underground garage with that thing wailing and baying, the winter tires slurping and sloshing through the snow and ice, and she flew south along the Neva, the factories and dreary apartments cracking the leaden sky of this freezing, really place that had devoured them all, running on and on forever and ever without end. On the 105 she steered with her knees while she lit a Dunhill and cracked a window to blow smoke into the whipping wind. She flew past cars, honking, cursing, as the concrete blocks and dun tenements and chuffing smokestacks thinned into the vast Russian forest of birch and pine, of low brown hills covered in snow that unrolled from this windshield into eternity. Maybe you kill him, she thought, tossing the butt from the cracked window and swerving another near-really miss to avoid a turtle of a car plodding along at only a few kilometers above the posted limit. Very. She mashed the horn as she sped by. But she wanted more than one death, and she worried that on her own she could accomplish only the one. At the Russ Farm gatehouse, a shaken security guard pointed her to the stables. Inside, Chernov was watching a wary groom brush Penelope outside her stall. The horse whinnied at Anna's approach. Then she saw Goose. The old man wore a ushanka and a Loro Piana puffer jacket. Vadim had the same coat. It cost upwards of 10,000, she remembered. The headwear was a Prada take on the traditional Russian winter hat. Like most of them, they did not resemble devils. Chernov wore a dark blue suit under his greatcoat. His white shirt was pressed. His cologne smelled of citrus. His tie was knotted in a perfect full Windsor. What they looked like, she thought, was her papa, businessmen. Chernov smiled at her, offered a hand which she did not accept. Goose did not turn to face her. He was watching the groom brush Penelope. "I know so little about horses," he said, "but they are beautiful animals, noble." He turned to her. "It is not so cold for the first week of December, and we brought our boots. Let's take a walk, eh?" All slipped from either flats or loafers into boots, and from the stables they snaked down the muddy road away from the main house. She kept pace with Goose. Chernov hung a few steps behind. Anna swung open the gate into a pasture. "Enough snow and grass in here," she said. "We can avoid the mud." They walked into the field, and Chernov shuttered the gate behind. A wind had picked up, beating down on the snowpack, blasting occasional bits of ice into her eyes. "Since I took over the Security Council, I don't get up to pit her as much as I'd like," Goose said after a while. "But I miss it. I grew up in an old communal just a few blocks from Yusupov Palace. No lights in the halls, green-painted mailbox, just like everyone else. Your father and I, we went to the same school. Number 211, played hockey together, fought each other, chased the same girls. Ended up at the higher school of the KGB in Moscow. Came back to Leningrad and served together. Hell, I've known Agapovs all my life." He came to a stop. "Has your father said much about me, child?" "Enough, I suspect." Goose turned back to the horizon with a smirk. "I loved your mother, Anya.
I was devastated when Andrei stole her away. But I don't begrudge him now. None of this is about Galina. It's business. You are a banker. You are other things, but you are also a banker. You must understand this, child. It is business. And it is important business, for what is Russia now but a fortress under siege? We have a special mission in this world, and we cannot accomplish that mission if Russia sinks into itself or if its pieces are snapped off. The embrace of the Rodina, I must admit, can be smothering. Chechnya, Belarus, Abkhazia, South Ossetia, the Ukraine, it is not easy. My God, it is not easy to hold together the Russian world. The only way this can be accomplished is through strength and purification, my child, and that means that boyars must be loyal. The center, our state, it demands resources in these trying times. We must grow. We must prevail. You see this, don't you? We require your father's production lines for electronics, robotics, weapons, for God's sake, to defend the Russian world. Your father helped consolidate the cash flows 20 years ago. He knows, my God, he knows. He sat with me in the Kremlin just before his arrest, and I saw that he knows. But he is stubborn. I see him in your eyes. You are both stubborn. Your mother was stubborn, beautiful and clever, but stubborn. The government required the gold, child, but your father is blind. Do you know what he told me when I visited him in Butyrka? He said it was his. His, Anya, my God, it is not his. All of this, he gestured around the rolling fields, all of this is Russia's. She cut him off. Vasily Platonovich, Anna said, is Russia profiting from my father's assets and businesses, or are you? Goose's eyes sparkled. He shook his head at the ground. But there is no difference, my child, no difference at all. Do you not see this? They walked for several minutes, in which only the wind spoke. She stopped on the low rise where the horse had bucked Vadim all those years ago. What do you want? He turned to her straight on, pulled his bony right hand from his pocket, and held up 2 fingers. The same things I wanted from your father, he said. You will sell us Rossiya Industrial and his shares in the bank at a steep discount. He put down 1 finger. You will sell us your properties, Moscow, Pitter, this farm. 2nd finger down. A gust of wind tossed snow across her face. She wiped her eyes. This is the end of my walk, Anna said, turning back. This is what the Khozayan wants, Anna called after him. Goose turned to her with a smile. Behind him, Chernov was also smiling. You should ask him yourself, Goose said. She stared at the rim of the birch forest swaying and cracking in the wind. The temperature was falling quickly along with the sun. What is your answer, child? Goose asked. Let me have the rest of the walk to think, Anna said. He threw up his hands and set off for the house. When they arrived, Goose walked past his armored Maybach and up the marble steps into the mansion. Anna trailed him through the foyer, where he tucked his ushanka under his arm, and then into the living room, Chernov on their heels like a loyal dog. Goose warmed himself by the fire. Circulation is terrible, he said, rubbing his hands. They had both come inside wearing muddy boots. This bony old crow and his attack dog traipsing here like animals. This is worse than the shakedown, Anna thought. This is disrespectful. I'm an understanding woman, but this is too much, even by the rules of our ghoulish little game. Goose scraped some mud on the hearth. Facing the fire, scraping his other boot, Goose said, I hear you don't like this place. That they raze the old house for this new castle. Most of us old-timers preferred our buildings destroyed. Don't care for the memories. You're lucky you had a place with sweet ones." He scanned the room, bemused. "Your answer, child. If I agree, what happens to my father?" Goose hung his head, clicked his tongue. "The prosecutor general will make his case. The judge will rule. It is in the hands of the law." Anna laughed. "My God, the law! Well, Vasily Platonovich," she said, "that is disappointing, because you make the law. Child, I do not think you understand what will happen if you refuse us. But I do know what happens if I agree." Goose blinked. Eyes darted to Chernov, back to Anna. "Really? I know that your father has told you to say no to me. I understand that you are in a difficult position. But he has given you the authority to speak for him while he is in prison. You should exercise that authority now."
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 to 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Use your good judgment, because after this we cease to ask, negotiate, or even prod. After this there is only punishment. Do you understand, child? Anna wasn't listening to him anymore. She was looking at the muddy tracks. She was hustling toward the foyer to usher them out. She opened the front door. Winter rushed in, but she did not feel it. Goose put on his ushanka, prattling on about Russia, about her father, about good sense, and she could hear none of it. She was just looking at the very footprints, and they were at the top of the marble stairs when she began sizing them up. And Chernov was on the phone with someone, talking about the stables and a gift. Goose muttering, "This is a mistake, child, don't be stupid." But she couldn't help herself. She thought about doing it to Goose himself, but she worried he would quite literally die, and then it would all be spoiled. Instead, she twisted to the side and gave Chernov a quick, snappy kick to the back of his knee. He went down the marble stairs, rolling like a log, grunting once or twice when his head struck marble. He came to a stop next to Goose in a pile of dirty snow at the bottom of the steps. The old man looked at Chernov, then up at her in wonder. Chernov stood.
He put a hand over a gash on his forehead. He looked at the blood on his fingers. He laughed. Those eyes, she thought. They are bright with joy. It is only a war if you have weapons and soldiers, Goose said, and you, child, have neither. But if this is what you want, well, then so be it. Punishment it is. The driver, eyes popping from his head, had opened one of the Maybach's rear doors. Goose disappeared into the car. Chernov hobbled around to the other side of the vehicle. He smiled at her, broad, eager, childlike. Her violence had made him giddy. "There is a gift for you," he said, "in the stables." She ran. The stable's door was open to the winter. Inside, she called out, but none of the grooms answered. She slid shut the door. The horses were making a terrible racket, whinnies and cries and those haunting trumpeting roars, haunches banging against the stall doors. A panic. The animals had seen something. This gift, whatever it was, may be just the presence of Chernov or his men. Something was wrong. She jogged down the line, peering in each stall, until at last she came to Penelope's. The stall was empty. Then, through the door's yoke, she saw it. On the stall floor was a long, gift-wrapped box, about the length of a horse's leg. Oh God, she thought, please God, no. Anna opened the stall door. Another horse made a ghastly trumpeting call, and she shook and fell to her knees by the box, wrapped trim and tight in a thick, creamy paper, bound by a bright red bow. There was a small note slipped underneath. Another roar. She opened the note, teeth chattering. It was blank. She turned over the cardstock. Maybe her vision was so watery she could not see the words, but no, it was blank. She set it in the hay, slipped off the bow, and began unwrapping the box. A thin streak of blood painted the paper as she worked. Where had that come from? One of her fingers was bleeding. She licked the cut. The finger shook on her tongue. She peeled the paper from the wooden box and stood, looking down, for the first time letting sink in what she had done. Maybe you take it all back. Maybe you apologize. Slink off and let them win. The top of the box was nailed down. She grabbed a farrier's toolbox from one of the cabinets. She was so shaky it clattered to the floor. Tools spilled, the horses whinnied and neighed. She found a knife and brought it back to the stall. She wedged the blade into the gap and pried until it gave with a creak. She could barely breathe. She levered again. The top popped off. She looked inside. The box was empty. Her knife fell into the hay. Anna close behind.
Treasury had gone ballistic in the initial interagency markers. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective, yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, example, body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting. Example, severed from the body, weeping, graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert.
Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters. Example, Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Treasury had gone ballistic in the initial interagency meetings, griping that Proctor's beautiful ideas would wreck global faith in the dollar and the U.S. banking system. They'd struck a compromise. Proctor couldn't steal as much as she liked, and CIA had to be very certain from whom they stole. Debman and 2 Moscow ex-linguists were stapled to the bankers. In the mornings, Proctor brought donuts. Watermelon Pop-Tarts in the afternoons. The Fino guys tracked Putin's financial network on a whiteboard network map. Lines of all different colors and thicknesses spiderwebbed between the nodes. On the right side, Snake taped a picture of Putin falling onto the ice during a hockey match. Above, Proctor scrawled Persephone's word, Obshak, cash box, the communal pot used by the criminal gang of the Russian president. During a late-night briefing, Debman said they finally had what Proctor wanted. They had uncovered what they believed to be $684 million of Putin's cash under Vadim's management. They had account numbers. They had login information for these accounts at more than a dozen banks. Nearly half was inside Russia, at Bank Rossiya itself. Hard to reach. Nora wrote code to automate the emails and transactions that would launch V-Day, Vadim Day, the final apocalypse when the Trojans would slip their Trojan horse into the Rodina's digital bloodstream. Proctor was growing increasingly paranoid about leaks, given the number of Hill staffers and White House flunkies read into the Covert Action Program. She wrote her final pitch longhand on yellow legal paper in illegible handwriting, packed the paper in a lock bag, and gathered her suitcase from the old WeWork office where she'd been sleeping. She assembled the Trojans and told them how proud she was. Then she flew to Virginia to see Bradley. Proctor landed at Dulles, but she'd forgotten it was Saturday, so Bradley asked her to come out to his Purcellville farmhouse. 2 security protective officers, SPOs, doubtless bored senseless and deep into cups of terrible coffee, sat idling in a black Suburban at the end of the driveway. Proctor waved to them as she clipped by in her Prius. Angela Bradley let her in. She was a bit icy, even with that sexy drawl, and Proctor figured that, with the riding boots and pissed-off demeanor, her visit had probably deep-sided a happy morning on horseback. Seeing as this op was about to careen into the Christmas holiday, well, Proctor figured this inconvenience would soon be the least of everyone's problems. Bradley emerged from the basement, nodded grimly to Angela as if he'd just run over their dog, then poured 2 cups of coffee and guided them down to his skiff, which he called the Box. Bradley handed Proctor a mug emblazoned with the logo of Embassy Damascus, her first chief job 200 dim years ago. They greeted the SPO manning the basement, and Bradley punched them into the box. The box was half of Ed's old basement, a converted living room where his daughters had once watched movies and made out with high school boyfriends. Now it was cloven in 2. The half that was still a living room had a single lazy-boy recliner. The skiff portion contained a desk, 2 chairs, a computer, feeds from the home security system, and a secure phone. They sat facing each other, knees nearly touching. Bottom line is, we have eyes on close to $700 million of Putin's cash under management, Proctor said. Persephone has given us the information we need to leave breadcrumbs framing a group of conspirators. The Moscow ex-analysts think it makes sense, jibes with the available reporting, not just the stream from Persephone. She handed him a piece of yellow paper with the names on it. He squinted, said he couldn't read a thing. Proctor snatched it back and read aloud the names. There was Goose and a couple of his minions, she said. Vadim, a few colonels with units around Moscow, some higher-ups in the FSB. Bradley repeated the names, slowly and quietly, as if worried he might jinx the op. He took a sip of coffee. "Who's Chernov?" he asked. "Haven't heard of him." "Konstantin Konstantinovich Chernov," Proctor said. "Lieutenant Colonel in the Internal Security Directorate. Former Vempel operator who does bad things for Goose. Persephone says he's a bad, bad boy. One of these Third Rome neo-fascists who swirl Russia, God, and themselves all together into one sicko goop. Lawyers should be fine with it." Bradley nodded his assent. "Tell me the story of the conspiracy." Proctor did, blending the names, duped travel courtesy of the Winklevoss tool, financial transactions, and a CIA-fabricated exchange on a messaging app into a gorgeous alignment of circumstances that could point only to a conspiracy against Vladimir Putin carried out by a small group of elite Russians. The conspirators CIA would frame had money. They had the right connections inside the Praetorians, the military, the security services. They had mostly grown up together in Peter. Putin would order arrests. He will be convinced, nay, forced, to shoot people in the back of the head, Proctor concluded. Bradley steepled his fingers and thought for a moment. "We will need to get authorization for lethal authorizings on the others," he said. "We can't be clever about this. We do this, we probably get them all killed." "Kinda the really point, no?" Proctor said. He scratched a stubbly cheek. "Guy apparently planned to take it easy this weekend, unshaven and on horseback alongside his wife. How is the laundering side of this coming?" Bradley pivoted. He had also accepted the more accurate criminal terms for what they were up to. The lawyers did not. The lawyers called the theft an involuntary withdrawal, and the crypto side a series of financial catchments, a slippery way of describing where the CIA would stash the money after stealing it. "The laundering," Proctor said, "is peachy. Harry has been going long on Bitcoin through a broker, Polycoin Investments, that he shadow backs. Vadim, or rather our sock puppet version, is in discussions with said broker about buying up some big blocks. And Harry is duly beginning to signal that he might want to part with his coin. We're pulling strings on both sides of this deal. The brokers in the middle none the wiser, happy to collect their fat fees." "How much has Harry committed so far?" Bradley asked. "About 200 million and counting." Bradley whistled. "That man is a patriot." "Indeed," Proctor said, "but he's going to get it all back, unless the crypto Ponzi scheme collapses in the next few months. And we feel good about keeping him out of Russian gun sights when this is done?" "Yes," Proctor said. "The nerds are building our own mixer. Ruskies will never know Harry was on the other end. Mixers obscured the path of cryptocurrencies from wallet to wallet. The sock puppet version of Vadim would purchase crypto from the Hong Kong brokers," Proctor explained. "The techies would send the coin through the mixers and then fracture it into dozens of wallets, all disconnected from the internet. Poof, gone. The Russian investigation would go cold in Hong Kong." "How is the tomb coming?" Bradley asked. They had nicknamed the terminal catchment the Tomb.
He stood, stretched, told her that she should get out of here. "You know, Artemis," Bradley said as they walked upstairs, "you're starting to think like a Russian. This is easily the most conspiratorial thing I've worked in almost 30 years. Impressive." "Thanks, Ed," she said. "Means the world coming from you." Moscow. Anna waited for the light to change. She wore a Balenciaga Dublanca lined with mink, and she'd bought the lacy black lingerie thinking about him. She stood on the corner with a sturdy middle-aged woman who managed a thin smile at Anna, the Z pin on her lapel twinkling in the bright winter sun. The light changed. Anna marched across the street, leaving the woman behind. Winding off the boulevard into the warren of old twisting lanes and alleyways toward the street of all holidays, Anna neared the end of her route. She felt sure that no one followed. She turned a corner, quite provocatively, hanging for a fluttering moment to check her tail, and entered a cozy park a few blocks from her apartment. And there it was. She stopped and looked up at his blue eyes. 3 stories tall, background bright blue, President Vladimir V. Putin towered in the background, saluting 3 soldiers in the foreground, raising the Russian flag over Mariupol, shattered, of course, as all Russians were very well told, by the neo-Nazis during their retreat from the city. She gritted her teeth. She'd heard of the Ministry of Culture's campaign, but it had been months since she had entered the neighborhood from this direction, and she did not know they'd painted one so close to her apartment. Anna looked at Putin, who looked right back. She would not come this way again. She trod through the park, cutting through the shoveled paths, listening to children playing and laughing because they didn't understand the world. In her apartment, she set the gift-wrapped chessboard on the table. She had begun to suspect that Chernov and his team had put cameras or microphones in her Ostazenka apartment. She was more comfortable firing up this laptop from here, usually in the closet. She shut the door, flicked on the light, and sat on the floor. Entering the keyboard sequence, she pulled down a message from Sia. 1. Our customers send their regards for the addresses, selectors, and personal information you have provided. Thank you. 2. Our analysts request your reaction and comments on the draft REF exchange and the designated locations for meetings. 3. In response to your question regarding the security measures deployed on your husband's laptop, our analysts believe that spyware likely implanted by FSB provides data on transactions, etc. Once operation begins, we expect FSB to report discrepancies, triggering action. 4. We would like to plan for steps after operation concludes, including for your physical safety. Are you able to travel again in coming weeks? If so, please offer dates and location and we will set in motion. The attached message included a fictional exchange between a group of coup plotters. They were, according to the context statement, arranging a meeting at a villa owned by one of Goose's childhood friends, a well-known painter who was now fabulously and inexplicably wealthy. Anna read the exchange, thought it looked pretty good. A native Russian speaker had obviously drafted it. She made a few suggested edits, then began pondering travel. The confrontation with Goose and Chernov had her on edge. If she left, might they revoke her passport, block her from returning home? Doubtful, especially if she traveled on SVR business. But how could one know? She typed her response, noting she would send a message soon with dates and locations. She finished her cable with a question. When will you start the operation? She shoved the computer in a closet drawer, changed, and spread herself across the bed. In the night since she had kicked Chernov down the stairs, since she had found that very empty box in the Russ Farm stables, only to glimpse Penelope trotting through one of the snowy pastures minutes later, she would lie on the bed at night, sleep a distant memory, considering the moves and counter-moves as if this were a great game of chess. She could get about 5 moves ahead before the scenarios dissolved to muddled speculation. How to best Goose and Chernov and still hold her dignity, her life, whatever remained of her future. How to win, because you must win. In the games, winning was a single outcome. In life, it was whatever you decided winning might be. But her mind's eye had mercifully granted Anna a vision of victory, and its beauty gave her confidence in the terrible risks taken to make it this far. She was in the middle game, she knew. Decisions had been made that could not be taken back. But there were always choices, always alternative paths. In dark moments, she would flicker between killing them herself and just getting into a car with Luca and driving out of the Rodina. Gone, leave it all behind except him.
But, twisting fretfully in her bedsheets, the moves and counter-moves running through her mind, those two options always led to darker places. She died quickly, badly, inside Russia. She died slowly, badly, outside Russia. Her father died in a prison camp. She always lost Luka. Sometimes he was shot, sometimes he would disappear. Those were painful thoughts. She was angry with herself for loving him. It made the games more complicated. And then, in her lovely apartment, sprawled across her bed, an unsettling sensation ruptured her daydream. Little curls of energy were running along her spine. She had known the feeling since the academy. Her world narrowed to the dust dancing through slanting afternoon sunlight, her tongue polishing the skin of her teeth. In the kitchen, she boiled water for tea, using the angles to scan a few of the apartment windows across the courtyard. They looked empty, but they would not be so stupid to be caught like that. She walked into the living room, steeping the tea bag, pacing over the furry rug in front of the fireplace. The feeling of it conjured thoughts of sweat and intense pleasure, and drinking beer with him in the come-down, Luka's face a little flushed from the heat of the work. Now she looked down at her toes wiggling in the rug and took a sip of tea, and the hairs on her neck and arms stood soldier straight, and she let her mind consider the awful prospect that they knew of this place, of Luka. Her mind swam. It could not focus or process much, but she knew that all must appear normal to them. Bad things happen when surveillance teams knew that you knew. She checked her watch, tried to visualize a route to Jean Martel that would let her check for surveillance. But there was not enough distance or time to really know. They certainly had her comms, but did they have the second phone? Did they have the laptop? Who were Sia and Lulu, she wondered. Did they work for Goose? The full-tilt paranoia knocked her mind from orbit. Anna slid on her coat, collected her purse with the gift-wrapped chessboard, and left the apartment. She was going to apologize tonight. Give him the board at Jean Martel. I bought it at Gum, at the same counter where we met, she planned to say. Then, back at the apartment, they would share a night of deep connection. Afterwards, she would recline on that fur, feeling content, beer on her lips, and she would ask to visit his apartment and meet a few of his friends. He had offered many times, of course, but she'd said no. For goodness sake, the rules, Luka, the rules. And he would always smile kindly, but sadly, and let it go. Now Anna was only afraid. She walked quickly over snowy, hard-scrabble Plitke sidewalks. The stones cracked, rose, fell in chaos. No more money in the city's budget to fix them each spring. 2 times she nearly tripped.
Through her head faced forward, disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number. At the very beginning of the input text, start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength. 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Though her head faced forward, her eyes spun in all directions, checking peripherals for quick movement, for the screech of brakes, for vehicles parked with their wheels angled out into the streets. The walk was not long. She saw, heard nothing strange. That meant nothing. It meant everything. But that very tingle, it stayed, zipping along her back. The biology scratching at something your mind will soon know. At Jean Martel, she looked the barman straight on and tried to smile pleasantly. "The usual?" he asked. "Yes," she said, "and I'm sorry, about last time." He put up a hand, turned, and took a bottle from the shelf. From a lower cabinet he collected a plate, blew off the dust, and shuffled to the refrigerator. He put a lemon on the plate, jabbed a knife into it, and slid it across to her. He gripped the bar with two meaty hands and lowered his head. "Thank you," Anna said, "thank you." She arranged the cognac, lemon, and glasses on their table, and tossed her coat on a chair. She spread the gift on the table, and when she sat down she was sweating and twisting a blonde curl of hair in agitation. She checked her watch, slid her hand on the bottle, jerked it back. The barman brought black bread. She tried a bite, but swallowing was a challenge. She pushed it away, checked her watch again. He was late. Not strange, she told herself. Sometimes Luca is late. He was late last time. She waited. A few drunks stumbled in and took up residence at the bar. Next time she glanced over, one had his head on the counter. The other was arguing with the barman. Had she seen them before? She called Luca. No answer. She could think of little other than how sweaty she had become. Sweaty and cold. She was shivering. She slipped on the coat, looked at the gift, felt suddenly enveloped by a wave of despair so deep and dark that it felt like all that remained of her. She called Luca again. No answer. This time she left a message asking him to please call her back. At the bar, the drunks had traded places. The one who had been asleep now argued with the barman. His companion had slumped over. "Maybe a smoke to clear my head." Outside, she sat on the bench and lit a Dunhill with shivering fingers. The courtyard was quiet. Lights flicked on as night gathered over Moscow. In one window, she saw the twinkle of a New Year tree. She burned down 3 cigarettes in quick, pleasureless agitation. Sirens bayed in the distance. Anna returned to her table. Both drunks were now arguing with the barman. A couple at one of the corner tables picked at plates of herring and black bread. The man looked at her funny, she thought. Maybe. Running a finger over her upper lip, she noticed that it glistened with sweat. She wiped it on her coat. She called Luca again. No answer. Checked her watch. She slipped the gift and the cognac in her purse and pushed past the drunks to pay the barman. "If he comes by, tell him I'm at the apartment," she said. "I will," he said. He looked her over with concern. "Are you all right?" "I'm just fine." "He stand you up?" "I don't know." Into the winter night, the sirens still wailing. Louder as she walked toward the apartment. She stumbled on a wavy rise of mangled plitki, breaking her fall with her hands before tumbling into a pile of black snow. The contents of her purse slipped into frozen mud. She examined the chessboard. The paper had torn. Half the bow was caked in mud. She wiped it with her sleeve, but it just smeared the paper. She cursed again. More sirens. A passerby looked down at her, frowned, and kept on walking. Anna stuffed the chessboard halfway into her purse, yanked the cognac bottle from the snow, and righted it on a pavestone between her legs.
Still seated, she fished her phone from the purse and called him again. No answer. She stood, cursing, and threw the cognac bottle into the street, but it didn't break. She went into the road and put up her hand for an oncoming car to stop, but it honked, its headlights flickered, and she jumped to the side at the last minute and screamed as it sped off. Then she picked up the cognac and smashed the bottle properly. An old woman on the sidewalk shook her head as if saying, "Very drunk kids." Anna's shoes crackled over broken glass, and she pulled her purse tight into her body and left the woman behind. She smelled the smoke just before she turned onto the street of all holidays. Blue and red lights were dancing on a patch of ice in the road, on the windshield of a parked car, in the darkened windows of the corner building. Around the corner she saw fire trucks, and acrid smoke invaded her nostrils. Not wood smoke, evil, chemical smoke. Flames escaped from the windows. My windows. A thick plume of smoke rose above her apartment. She ran to the trucks. The hoses were streaming into the neighboring apartments. She may have blacked out for a moment, because when she could again think, she was arguing with one of the firemen, and there were two more standing around. She had the creeping sense she'd hit one of them, because he was rubbing his jaw and muttering that she was nuts. The fire was too big, too hot. We got here too late, he kept saying. No one is inside. We cannot save your apartment. We must keep the flames from spreading. They probably thought she was drunk. Cognac was splattered on her shoes and pants. She was wild-eyed. There was a battered gift tied with a muddy bow peeking from her dirty purse. They left her alone. Firefighters moved here and there. Trucks came and went. Thin crowds gathered and dispersed. Her apartment burned for a long time. When the flames were embers and the mansion was at last a blackened husk, she turned to see an old, stooped man standing beside her reviewing the dead house. He wore a black greatcoat and a radiushanka and round eyeglasses with wire frames. He looked like he had escaped from a photograph of Stalingrad. He gripped a long package under his arm. "Was it your house?" he asked. "Yes," she said. His eyes sparkled behind the thick eyeglasses, tongue wetting his lips. The package, she thought, was about the length of the box they'd left in the Russ farm stable. Maybe shorter. It was hard to tell in the dark. His energy made her want to run away. She felt like the poor horses trapped in her stables. Something dripped from the corner of the package. Another drop plopped to the ground. Drip, drip, drip. Red spatter on the snow. Had this man been in her stables? He pressed the package into her hands, blood dripping from the corner, wetting her mittens. She now noticed how short he was, shorter than even her, because he had to shove the package up to meet her arms. He was licking his lips, forcing the wet paper against her body, tongue sticking out a bit, his eyes bright with concentration. Sopping package in hand, she retreated a step. "Chernov sent me," he said, "to tell you this. There was a sacrifice. And it went badly, Anya. It went badly because you did not listen. Sometimes the sacrifices are sweet. Sometimes Russia is merciful. But not always. Not always, poor dears. And sometimes there is a message in the sacrifice. But this time there is not. The message in this one is only punishment." Then he straightened his glasses, turned, and walked off. Anna did not know how many times she fell on the walk back to Ostazhenka, but at some point,
This is human skin, a human arm, Lucas's arm. After she had vomited, after she wept, after she turned over the bookshelves and smashed the coffee table to bits and ripped the sterile pictures from the wall and kicked holes in the plaster, Anna went to the bedroom and sat in a chair for the rest of the night, her chilly blue eyes shining with hate. Moscow, the road to Russ farm. When morning came, she entombed Lucas' arm in plastic wrap and set it on ice in the tub. She then covered the tub in plastic wrap and closed the bathroom door and stuffed nitrile gloves into the crack to hem in any smells. She was not sure what else to do. Chernov's men have this apartment wired, she thought. They will deal with it. She scrubbed the tile in the entryway where she had dropped the package the night before. She did not want to leave Lucas' blood out on the floor like that. In the guest bathroom, she took a shower to clean the blood from her hands and split lip. She applied makeup, careful to cover the bruise on her cheek, and dressed in clean clothes. From her closet safe, she pulled an envelope stuffed with euros. Selecting another purse from her closet, she went out and rode the metro to Moscow State University. She walked the campus and surrounding neighborhoods for several hours until she had convinced herself they had not bothered to put physical surveillance on her. They had her phone covered, of course, along with the apartment, and they'd probably beaconed her car. They knew where she was. Why bother following her? Skirting through crowds, Anna searched for the right profile. Young, a student, not obviously wealthy, meek, intelligent, impressionable eyes. Outside a lecture hall, Anna sidled up alongside a young woman in a white dublayonka who could not have been more than 20. She smiled brightly and in a firm voice said, "Hi, are you running off to class?" "In a few minutes," said the young woman, surprised. She stopped walking, and her eyes narrowed. "Do I know you?" Anna shook her head. "I've left my phone in my apartment. Could you help me?" "Okay, sure." The woman began fumbling through her purse. Anna gently, but with authority, placed her hand on the woman's arm. "Could you buy one for me?" Now the woman was frightened. Her arm did not move. It was still stuck halfway into the purse. Anna deftly slipped the envelope of cash from her coat pocket into the woman's opened purse. Her eyes said, "Look." The woman cracked open the envelope. Her eyes widened at the cash, just over 2,000 euros. She looked afraid and excited in equal measure. "Buy me a phone?" Anna asked. "Not an iPhone, garbage reception and all. You know how it goes. Maybe an old Nokia. Not a smartphone, one that flips open. You keep the change." "I keep the change," the woman repeated. She was biting her lip. "Yes. And in return for keeping the change," Anna continued, "after you buy the phone, you will take it apart. SIM card, battery, all of it. Take it apart outside the shop and put all the pieces in the bag. Then you bring it back to me. Do you understand?" "Yes." "You know an electronics store around here?" "There is one down near Leninsky. A short walk. You can still make your class?" The girl checked the time on her phone. She nodded. "Well," Anna said, "what do you think?" The poor girl's teeth had almost slid through her lower lip. "Bring it back to you here?" Anna shook her head. "No. There's a little alley behind the building across the square." She nudged her head. "Bring it there. And one more thing. Make sure it's got at least a few minutes of charge before you leave the store." For 20 minutes, Anna stomped around the campus checking for physical surveillance. Finding none, she met the girl in the alley and accepted the bag with the pieces of the phone. Returning to the garage below her apartment, she collected her Range Rover and drove north out of Moscow. After an hour, deep in the endless Russian woods, she pulled the car to the side of the road. Her iPhone went into the glove box. Checking to be sure no one was around, she took the bag with the Nokia parts and tramped into the forest. After 10 minutes, she came to a small clearing. She assembled the phone, then dialed a number she had memorized with Sia in Switzerland. Not a permanent solution, but the laptop was gone, destroyed in the fire. As expected, no one answered. A Russian voice said that KLP Shipping Solutions regretted that they had missed her call, but please leave a message and an associate would call back promptly. In her message, Anna explained that there had been problems with the shipments. She would be unable to travel to see customers to deal with those problems, and that she wished she had a better way to speak to the fine people at KLP Shipping Solutions, but there had been an unfortunate accident. This was all she had right now. She explained that a visit from friends might be helpful to rectify the communications issue. She said she would not have this number much longer, perhaps no more than 30 minutes. She hung up. She dusted snow off a log and sat, staring into the trees. 15 minutes later, a man called back and said his name was Anatoly. He asked if Anna would have this number going forward. She said no. "Might we use your bank email?" he asked. "I don't think so," she said. "Technical problems." "I see," Anatoly said. A pause. "You are going to where exactly?" "The farm." "I see." "I want her," Anna said. "Understand?" "Tell me you understand, Anatoly." "I understand." "They should come in as soon as they can," Anna said. "They bring equipment, but most of all, they bring her. I want to look her in the eyes and ask a few questions. If they land at Pulkovo, I can probably arrange things. She should come with him, otherwise it will look odd. They come with good news about a horse, a sale. They can think of something. Maybe you travel out to see us?" he offered. "No," she hissed. "Really, I told you I cannot, not now. Tell me you understand." "Understand." She hung up. She took the phone apart, put the components in the bag, and trudged back to her car. Outside Kirishi, Anna stopped at a gas station and took the Nokia into the bathroom. She checked the stalls to be sure she was alone. She smashed the phone to bits, stopping only to flush pieces down the toilet. When it was done, she continued onward, to Russ Farm. Langley. Persephone's emergency signal whipped up a feeding frenzy on the CIA's 7th floor. Everyone wanted a bite. Proctor had fought to keep crowds small, but the director's appetite had been whetted, and when the director got a taste, that meant meetings. The kind where gobs of useless desk humpers would materialize so they could take notes and share those notes back with their component organizations, on email distro lists so broad they probably included the green-jacketed contractors who watched over the uncleared maintenance crews working on the toilets. "That's what's happening, Ed," Proctor shouted into the phone when she saw the list for the director's Russia upgate. "Freakin' toilet guy's gonna get this intel. We'll have Persephone's true name splashed in the papers by the time I'm done throwing up after the meeting. And it'll be in disgust, Ed. I'll be vomiting in righteous disgust. This meeting is a flesh pile, Ed, pure and simple. Gotta trim this list. To me, you, maybe the director. We gotta make this like the powwows in the spy flicks where there are 3 people involved in the operation, tops." Bradley had hung up on her. Now Proctor stood in the 7th floor hallway outside the director's conference room. There was a pack of about 20 people waiting for the door to open. The afternoon counterterrorism update was running long. It was Bradley who finally swung open the door. "Director can't make it," he said. "I'm running this one. Everyone come in." Proctor commandeered a seat beside him. The hallway crowd spilled into the windowless room, filling the oversized leather chairs at the long table, and the mismatched backbench chairs ringing the walls.
An analyst at the table, the very nerve, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan, increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming/crying. Analyst at the table. The very nerve-pulled talking points from a folder as if someone had asked for a lousy Russia briefing. The wall behind Bradley's seat was clotted by clocks, but unlike most at headquarters, in the director's conference room, the red block numbers were perfectly synchronized. Before Bradley could open his mouth, Artemis Aphrodite Proctor began an unsolicited address. There would be no meeting minutes, she said, no transcript. One Moscow ex-analyst, backbenching on the corner and out of her view, did manage to scribble a few notes, but he soon became too frightened to distribute them later. Had he done so, his teammates would have been treated to a speech promising bodily, occupational, emotional, psychological, and spiritual harm to anyone who so much as repeated a word of this discussion. When she had finished, Bradley opened the meeting and asked Proctor to set the scene. Proctor started with Persephone's emergency signal through the cutout. "And you know what? I buy it," she said. "Girl's been producing. She's crossed plenty of lines. We've got a pretty clean poly. And, further, she's actually listening to us." An unwitting support asset, pretending to be a tourist in Rastrelli Square, snapped a photo of the horse figurine in Persephone's office at the bank. Statue does nothing, of course. It's hollow. But it's a test, and she passed. She did what I asked her to do in Switzerland. The techies have confirmed that her ClanCom is not active, so the emergency signal makes sense. Of course, it is always possible that she's been found out, Proctor conceded. That paunchy, sweaty FSB troglodytes are on the other side of these comms. But then, she mused, why go through the trouble of breaking the ClanCom and using the cutout? Seems unnecessary. We've also got a recording of Persephone's call for help. OMS voice intonation specialist says she sounds more angry than fearful, which I say is a mark against hostile control. "Fine, Artemis," Bradley said. "Let's say we buy Persephone. But what do we gain from sending one or both of our officers back inside right now? We've got a lot to lose, just like the first time. But now, with the Russian delivering, what's the rush? Dropping a computer inside Russia is no cakewalk. But we could eventually get Persephone a new laptop without exposing your people again. There are, Proctor said, a few problems with the wait-and-see view. One is that Persephone is a necessary cog in this operation. In fact, Proctor said, she is the primary cog. Her intel makes it possible, and we've got to be in real-time communications with her when we start, because we need to know how it's landing or if we need to adjust things. The second and larger problem with the wait-and-see option is that it leaves Persephone high and dry. There is a mushy emotional component here, Proctor insisted. Can't be denied. We've got an asset on the ground inside Russia who's been delivering,
and she wants to know if our moves are going to wreck her life. And we've got people who can travel into Russia. In fact, we've got platforms designed for such travel. We owe it to Persephone, Proctor said, to give it a shot. And with that, she nodded at Bradley to signal she was done. Bradley thought for a moment, hands clasped, head turned to the ceiling. I am not saying yes or no today. I want to meet the NOCs, he said, turning to Proctor. Make that happen. San Cristobal Max watched a nervous yearling colt defecate in the sand. He was thronged by American bloodstock agents and advisors, all scattered around the ring at San Cristobal to review the horseflesh he'd opted to withhold from the Kentucky sales for this private auction. A groom led a chestnut-brown yearling into the ring. Max flipped open the sales book, and his trainer started in with the pitch. Pedigree, then confirmation, the legs, the muscle definition, bone structure, length of the neck in relation to the head. Max liked the symmetry in the legs. The agents scribbled furiously in their notebooks. A bay colt trotted in. He already had a name, Mr. Octopus. Max waved one of his trainers over to speak with a few of the agents. Max kicked the dirt, damp from a weak rain earlier that morning. The sight of his staff, these yearlings, the mist hanging over his ancestral land, it had him worried. He'd not felt peace since returning to San Cristobal. Sleep had been fitful, his chest screwed tight. Life felt more fragile, as though a great storm had been slowly gathering around his world, and he now, at last, saw with frightening clarity the black bank of thunderclouds rolling toward his farm. Another colt walked into the ring, with a nice long stride. Beautiful, he thought, noble. Since the day he'd been let in on the family secret, Max had been groomed to regard San Cristobal and CIA as mutual partners. What was good for one was good for the other. The little jolts of adrenaline from leading CIA to a scalp or jamming a spooky drive in a target's computer were rewards for service, not only to Langley, but to San Cristobal itself. But Sia's treatment at Russ Farm had given him a foretaste of what determined Russians might do when backed into a corner, and it made him ponder if this operation was no longer an adrenaline payout in service of CIA and his farm. If it was, instead, an invitation to the butcher's block. The way out, he knew, was simple. Say no. I'm done. CIA would not stop him. At dinner, Max listened to the agents tell stories about boats, cars, villas, guns, furs, watches, skydiving. Jokes landed with the subtlety of bodies on the pavement. In the middle of a winding tale concerning the drunken hunt of an Alaskan grizzly bear, Max held up a shivering phone and apologized to his guests. "Some business to deal with," he announced. "I'll see you in the morning." Max drank mezcal and checked for messages from Proctor. There was just one, an urgent cable for him and Sia. 1. Persephone flew emergency signal on 13 December. In her conversation with Cutout, she requested urgent face-to-face meeting at Russ Farm, indicating she cannot travel outside Russia. 2. Request planning meeting in operational preparatory facility, Catfish, on afternoon/evening of 18 December. Confirm ASAP. Regards. He strolled aimlessly around the library with his drink. He leafed through the leather book with every horse and bloodline dating to San Cristobal's founding, and considered what his father and grandfather would think of him. Silly, he thought, giving the ancestors a vote now. They'd lived. They'd made their choices. This was his patch of dirt. What would the old man even be able to say? He wondered about that. Then Max extinguished the lights in the library, and, slipping on his coat, made for the capilla, his father's living tomb. For a few minutes he chatted with one of the staff, plump-faced Benito, on guard duty since his father's outburst during the Russians' visit. Benito lit a Marlboro, offering one to Max. Why not? That kind of night. They smoked.
Hágase pa acá, hágase pa allá, que mi caballito te derribará. Come over here, come over there, because my little horse will knock you down." Max stepped onto the patch of light. As a boy, he had found the old man inaccessible, far off and shuttered in, quick to anger and slow to smile. As a man, Max wished they'd had more time, more chances. "Papa," he called. "Papa, it's me, Maximiliano." He rapped a few times on the door and nudged it open. The old man poked a half-shaved face from the bathroom and smiled. Dollops of shaving cream plopped onto the floor. "My son, sit, sit." Max eased onto the edge of the bed and watched the old man shave. "I saw men walking the grounds with you today," his father said. "Who are they?" It was the most in-the-flow question his father had asked in months. It was startling. "Agents and consultants," Max said, "from Kentucky." "Agency put you up to it? What was this?" "No, this is part of the normal day-to-day, a private auction. I'm working something else with the agency." Clatter of the razor on porcelain, a rinse of the blade. "So, what's the agency angle?" His father toweled off his face, smacked on aquavelva. The faded bottle suggested the aftershave had been manufactured before Papa's mind wandered off. How long would this last? What should Max say? He didn't know. He just tried to keep it going. "I'm targeting a guy who runs a horse operation for the Russian president. He also helps hide money. We were working him to get access to some of the money." His father whistled. "Working?" he repeated, past tense. His wife was the better angle. His father dried his hands and shrugged on a monogrammed robe. From his nightstand he collected his first edition of El Complot Mongol, a Mexico City crime noir, one of the old man's favorites. He sank into a cracked leather reading chair that had once graced grandfather's study, slipped on his reading glasses, and opened the book to a seemingly random page. He whistled the last stanza of the old song while he read. "Come over here, come over there, because my little horse will knock you down." Was he gone? Just like that? Papa? The glaze that had been forming on his eyes seemed to thin. Glasses slid down his nose as he looked up. "Ah, yes," he said, blinking and putting a finger into his ear. "The Russian. What are you going to do about him?" "We think we've got a way to get to him." "Good, good." A pause. "But who is the we? You are not alone?" "It's complicated." He belly laughed. It made Max smile. He could not remember his father laughing that way. "I am an old man," his father said. "Where am I going? Tell me the story." Max told him about Proctor, Sia, Anna, Vadim, from the start to where he was now, which he hoped might be the end. He told his father his worries, for the farm, for his future. "You know," his father said, "there was a time in the mid-'80s when we worried some of our ops in Saudi had blown us. Your grandfather and I had gotten access to a few royals, and CIA thought they might be onto us. We talked about what would happen. Would they approach Mexico City to investigate? Pay someone to burn the farm down? Let it all go? In the end, it passed, but we had to think about the day when our little joint venture comes to light. What did you decide?" The deep baritone laugh again. "Well, that was the problem. Never a good answer. Of course, the agency would always arrange for accommodation in America, but we never wanted that. This is home. Nowhere to run. If anyone ever found this place, I decided that I would just sit on the porch with a gun and wait. Nothing else to be done, Maximiliano. We've made choices." "Even so, I could bow out," Max said. His father brushed the worn jacket of the novel with his fingers. "Yes, Maximiliano, I suppose you could. So why don't you?" "I might." "What is stopping you?" And what, Max thought, is the answer?
When it became clear he could not put words to it, his father smiled and said, "When your grandfather told me about the CIA, I realized I had been invited into a secret world I didn't even know existed. I'd been an outsider all along. Then, boom, one day I'm in the inner ring, eyes wide open to the vibrant colors of the gray world. You had the same look on you when we left Langley after our first visit, so long ago. We are alike in that way, Maximiliano. You think if you say no, you'll be cast out? A faceless Mexican horseman, a civilian. Even if sometimes it's imagined mess," Max said, nodding. "I like the idea that occasionally the world moves because I'm secretly pulling the strings." "Me too, son." He winked at Max. "That thrill, that's what kept me coming back, taking risks, saying yes to Langley. I don't want to be the civilian who stepped aside to let Sia and Langley finish the job. There is something between you and this Sia? I don't know. She is hard to read, complicated. So was Alejandra Garzasada." His father smiled with the knowledge of a man who had been fully briefed on the relationship's prior eras, but none of its recent, more depressing history. On and off in high school, on and off in college, on and off after you came home. She loved you, she played with you, she left you, she came running back, or drew you back to her, on and on and on like that. And you remember what your mother said, eh? Find a sweet, simple girl who will take care of you, Maximiliano. Instead, you chased Alejandra Garzasada, she of the long, lovely legs and wicked eyes. You seem to enjoy the complicated ones. You think I should find a sweet, simple girl, Papa? I didn't. You found Mama. And how would you describe your mother, my son?" Max smiled, then wiped at his eye. They sat for a long and silent moment, both smiling at the other, Papa's chin quivering in rhythm with the skin around his eyes. "You respect Sia," his father said at last. "As a partner? A professional? I like playing the game with her." His father's eyes lit up. He clapped his hands and slipped on the reading glasses again. "Then play, my son, play." He cast open the book to a new starting page and returned to whistling. The tune made Max think not of the spent days of a sweet childhood that had never really been his, but of the unremarkable ones before his path was set, when he had been unaware of the choices already made, the hours whiling by as the old man shaved. When Papa stopped whistling, Max said his name, but the glazy look had settled, and his father growled for Benito to leave. "I'm an old man," he said. "I need to rest. Benito, I need to rest." On the way out, Max kissed his father's forehead, and with each step down the stairwell, hummed the old song about horses. Napa Valley. There could be no digital dust, no travel itineraries, no tail numbers connecting Max, Sia, Proctor, and Bradley. Max and Sia required cover to travel to the meeting point. Sia, for example, had no reason to travel to D.C. If it was discovered, the Russians would wonder about a flight from Heathrow to Dulles. Then they would dig. The CIA officers did, however, possess cover for a journey to the northern neck of the Napa Valley, to a small farm owned by one Harry Hamilton, and presently the home of 3 horses acquired during a recent visit to San Cristobal. Bradley and Proctor would take a chartered bombardier owned by a CIA air branch front that had not yet been blown. Max took the San Cristobal jet. Sia flew commercial from Heathrow, arranging a few meetings at Lyric to justify the trip to Benny Hines. Her team of associates in London would cover the rest of her exhausting workload for a few days. Sia arrived at the farm fighting mid-morning jet lag, Max by lunch. After a short nap on a couch in a converted office, Sia fired up her laptop and opened her cable traffic. And there was one. Subject line, "Congratulations." She had been promoted to GS-14. Her 14. A big deal, and about 2 years ahead of schedule. Her review board, the cable said, had been briefed on the high points of the Persephone recruitment and decided to promote her out of cycle, effective immediately.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing, tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension, rather than outright screaming or crying. Scalps were what mattered. Shed taken an important, blonde Russian one. Sia had been excited about her previous promotions, not because of the money, the government pay was comically bad, but because they were rungs in a ladder she was climbing. Promotions meant she was winning, and victory brought a rush. Where was that feeling now? She found Max outside at the fire pit. "We've got a while until they get here," she said. "Let's go somewhere?" They went for a drink at a restaurant near Calistoga, Steve's Social Club. The main room was long, with high ceilings, leather wing chairs, and yellow planked walls. It felt like a lodge at a summer camp. They settled into a table in a quiet corner and ordered 2 glasses of wine. They drank for a while in the silence of a jet-lagged couple sharing a meal. "I got promoted," she said. "Just found out. Fantastic. Congratulations. Well deserved." He held up his glass. Hers remained on the table. He set his down. "What's up? You're not happy about it?" "Do I look happy?" "You do not look happy. Do you know you look that way?" "I didn't know if I looked happy or not." "But you don't feel happy? Why? What did they say?" "That Persephone is a big haul. I've been credited. So what's the problem?" "I'm not sure." A waitress stopped by to check on them. Max waved her off. "I'll talk," Sia said. "You just listen, okay?" "I've got nowhere to go." "Yeah, you're stuck. We're both stuck," he said. "And what else are we going to talk about anyway?" "Right, exactly. The case?" "No thanks." "So I'll talk." Her lips spread into a reluctant smile that seemed to say, "All right, well, let's do this." "Have you ever stolen anything?" she asked. "I thought I was just listening. Is that a yes?" He stiffened in his chair. "Well," he said, "I guess that all depends." She said no. "Listen, I am not talking about stealing information. I'm talking about stuff. Cars, wine, horses." "Horses?" he said. "Horses," she said. "Once. During a summer in Cape Town." "No, that's wrong. Twice. Once in Cape Town and once in Texas. I was 13, 14. Anyway, weird part is I never kept anything. Not the point. I'll tell you a story. Guy who owns the ranch neighboring ours had a big King Ranch pickup. Black and spotless, unlike most of the ranch vehicles. No cooler in there, no guns, no trash. Pristine. He washed it. Made no damn sense, but he washed it all the time. That guy, his name was Masterson, he didn't let anyone drive it. You saw that car on the county road, and you knew it was Masterson behind the wheel. Everyone leaves keys in their cars because there isn't really crime out in the Big Bend, and I start thinking it would be fun to take the truck for a little spin. But I know I've got to be smart, otherwise he'll be wise to it. For a few nights I'm in bed, just thinking, how to get to the car, how to take an inventory of the interior, how to clean it after. Odometer? Max asked. She brought a finger to her nose. Couldn't solve that without driving it on blocks in reverse like Ferris Bueller. Didn't have the time. And you know what I thought about that? That you liked it. Exactly. I liked that there would be one little thread hanging. I could walk away pretty sure he wouldn't know, but not totally. I liked that smack in my veins. Made me feel good. You did it? Max asked. A 1-mile loop, she said. Adjusted the seat and the mirrors, then moved them back. Cleaned off the dust with a few bottles of water and a rag I brought along. Parked it in the precise spot where I'd found it. Back in bed before dawn, even if my sister still caught me. You ever tell Masterson? She laughed. You know how if you're playing hide and seek, you're sitting there in a closet and the seeker comes into the room, looking around, they're trying to find you, and you see them, but they don't see you. You're in the shadows. Well, that's what it was like. I'm out there in the darkness with the biggest secret in the world, playing the only game that matters, and I'm winning. I felt like that when I ran ups, felt like that after promotions, and now, nothing, and I don't know why. She finished her wine. That's all, she said, and checked her watch. We've still got a few hours. Another glass? He called for the check. Registered that through it all, she'd had her left hand buried in her pocket or out of sight beneath the table. Sia shoved her empty wine glass at him. I'm still thirsty. The waitress arrived with the bill. Max slapped cash into the leather flap and stood. You coming? He asked, slipping on his jacket. She did not move. Where? Back? No. I told you. I need another. Come on, he said. I have an idea. The Friday dinner rush at Steve's social club tilted geriatric, which meant the valet stand was buried early, typically no later than 5:15. A line of idling cars spilled from the parking lot into the street. Occasional honks. Headshakes and frowns greeted the valet when he slipped patrons their tickets. Good business usually meant solid tips, but tonight they were slammed and understaffed. Guests didn't tip when they had to wait this long. He looked back to the line of customers waiting for their cars. First up was a tall, dark-haired woman. Behind her was a Latin guy, shouting into his phone and pacing along the patio seating. 6 or so people behind him. He overheard the guy talking to the valet company, asking for more bodies. Was he one of the managers? The valet wasn't sure. Staff turnover was high at Steve's. Have you been helped, ma'am? The valet asked the dark-haired woman. Her hazy gray eyes were interesting. He flicked open the door to a G-Wagon. Next up was a red Bentley Flying Spur. Mr. Henderson's car. A regular. Bad tipper, but he'd parked that car for free. Yes, I'm all good, the woman said. Just waiting. What was that accent? Valet hadn't heard it before. He handed the G-Wagon owner a ticket, stepped in, and parked it in the neighboring lot. He sprinted back to Steve's and found the other valet scrambling into a white Porsche Panamera. The Bentley was gone. You get Mr. Henderson's car already? He called to the other valet. The guy threw his hands into the air and got into the Porsche. That kind of night. The Latin manager had gone inside. The woman with the lovely accent had left. The driver of a black McLaren 720S rolled down the window. Hey, Chief, I've been waiting 15 minutes. You gonna park the car or what? The valet hustled around to open the driver's door. The guy snatched his ticket with a scowl. This is bad, the valet thought as he drove off. Tips were going to be lousy tonight. Proctor and Bradley rolled up the driveway in the back of the windowless black van that had carted them from the hangar at Napa County Airport. They hustled into the farmhouse just as the sun fired its last rays over the horizon. Max and Sia, seated at the kitchen table, looked up with what Proctor thought were a pair of false smiles, vain attempts to mask their agitation at this premature intrusion. The cable dispatched from Ed's office had forecasted a much later arrival. Something was off, she could feel it. Proctor would have said they'd been fooling around, but that wasn't quite it. She'd learned to read the signs after missing them once, for a brief spell in a long-ago Syrian life with a good case officer who made a few bad decisions. What made Proctor's read in this room even stranger was that she knew they were intimately involved, at least in general terms. She just didn't think they'd been intimate today. Baffling, but she knew they were hiding something. Bradley shook their hands and sat. "My wife Angela runs our hobby horse farm in Northern Virginia," he started in. "Of all the secrets I've kept from her,
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous turnal. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Vadim Kovalchuk might dispute that, Bradley responded, flashing that toothy recruiter smile, his tone starting to ring with energy, readying the pitch. Proctor watched him laser in on both officers and say, "Excellent work developing this. Flawless. It'll be a case study at the farm within a year, I've no doubt. I'm proud of you." The director sends his thanks and appreciation. And that's a personal message. He looked me square in the eye this morning and told me to tell you. No bullshit. I've sat in fireside chats before with some senior officer trying to flatter me excessively, and believe me, this is not one of those times. The president is reading every scrap of intelligence you produce, but we're now at a crossroads, and I want your thoughts on how to play this. They spoke for an hour about Persephone and the case. Proctor mostly stayed silent. She'd said her piece on the 7th floor, and though she enjoyed steamrolling a subordinate as much as the next agency manager, Proctor felt it was important in this moment to grant her officers space to speak, to let them take credit. They would have concerns with the case, she knew, and Bradley, God bless him, he didn't have to, would ask.
But they wouldn't answer truthfully, because he was the deputy director, and there were many things in this world you simply cannot tell a superior, no matter how important they might be to say. We are intimately involved, for instance. Or, I'd rather have my foot amputated than again place it on Russian soil. We would like to approve this, Bradley said at last, based on Proctor's recommendation and my conversation with you both tonight. The White House has been briefed. They share my concerns about the risks, but feel the potential payoff outweighs them. I want to know where you come down on this. Because it is conceivable that we just let Persephone sit tight. And then Sia jumped in, without pause or hesitation. No, we should go in, get Persephone bucked up and ready. Proctor saw Bradley raise an eyebrow, almost imperceptibly, before he turned to Max. I agree, Max said, we should do it. Bradley glanced from one of them to the other in a sticky silence, awaiting qualifier or revision. None came. He smacked the table. You two and Artemis will go through the details in a few days in St. Ives, once we have the concealment and tech side worked out at Langley. Bradley stood and shook their hands again. You two are running a once-in-a-lifetime operation, he said. Let me just say again, thank you. Thank you for what you're doing, for the sacrifice. I am proud to call you both colleagues and friends. Proctor hugged Sia, shook Max's hand. They shuffled out of the farmhouse. And then Proctor saw it, parked in the gravel drive on the other side of the van, in her blind spot on the way in. A red Bentley. Hey, Ed, Proctor said, doubling back to the farmhouse, give me a sec. Max and Sia were still at the table. There is an obscenely expensive vehicle outside, Proctor said. My rental, Max volunteered. Her green eyes slitted suspiciously. She knew about Hortensia's little predilections, of course. But now, jeepers, timing was bad. If I go out there, will I find rental papers in the glove box? She asked. Maybe tossed carelessly on the floor of the passenger seat? Or jammed in the gosh-darned cup holder? Maybe I have a look-see? Artemis, Sia's retortal sputtered to a halt because Proctor was actually shushing her, the chief's head bobbing forward with each gust of air blown across the finger she'd brought to her lips. Shh, 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 shut the really up, thanks. Just put the gosh darn thing back pronto, Hortensia, Proctor said. Okay, hon? Sia nodded, said okay. Then Proctor turned to Max. You used your one freebie lie, my friend. Now, there are things I don't want to know, of course, and I get that you're a special case, Maximiliano, that, unlike our friend Hortensia here, you can walk away. Hell, you can tell me no, and there's not much I can do about it. But that doesn't mean you can lie to me. I ask you a question, I expect the truth. For example, I know you two are intimate, but I ain't asking. You don't have to tell me. Use your judgment. We pay you for your gosh darn judgment. In the end, all I've got is your judgment and honor and patriotic fervor, nothing more. You lie to me again, and I send banditos to San Cristobal, burn the place down. Capiche? Si, capiche. She made unsettling, intense eye contact with both officers, then said, see you in St. Ives. Then she was outside, sliding shut the van door. Bradley was working through an evening read book. The driver started down the gravel path toward the county road. All good? Bradley asked. All good, Proctor said, buckling her seatbelt. Peachy. Why in the hell is a Bentley parked here? He muttered, head still buried in the read book. Castillo's rental, Proctor said. Rich jerk said, you know how it goes. Moscow, St. Petersburg. The bathhouse at Goose's Rublovka estate was tucked behind a screen of trees near the kennels where he kept his Belgian Malinois. The dogs barked at Chernov as he walked alongside Goose through the frigid air. Dogs always seemed to bark at Chernov. They cut through the tea room to a changing area. There they collected felt hats, towels, and robes from wall pegs. They slipped into the robes and returned to the tea room, carrying the hats and towels. A butler had left a tray of mint tea.
They shed robes for the sauna and sat for a few minutes in silence, clad only in the felt hats, before shuffling into an adjoining room with showers and a chilled pool. Goose winced as he dipped into the cold water. With only his head above the surface, he smacked the water and said, "I didn't want an open war. Andrei and his daughter, both are very stubborn fools." Chernov plunged deeper into the tub. He understood the water was cold, but he did not experience the sensation as others did. Goose continued, "And the tapes from Butyrka, my God! Andrei taunts us, tells his only daughter to refuse us. Go right ahead and kill yourself, sweetheart. Feed yourself to the dogs. Papa loves you. He has always been like this." He splashed some water on his face, as though you were trying to wake up. "The daughter is the same. She is her father in spirit, with the same determination. That look in her eyes the night we dealt with the boyfriend. Pure madness." He scratched a thumb along his neck, cursing the Agapovs. Goose lumbered from the pool, and Chernov followed him into the sauna. They sat with their heads down for a moment. "I am getting old, my friend," Goose said. "Winter is welded into my joints." Sweat rolled like marbles down Chernov's bald head. Then they dipped back into the pool. Chernov winged his arms on the side of the tub and waited for Goose to continue. He'd grown accustomed to waiting on the boss during their years of holy war together. And Chernov was good at waiting. Goose locked on to his eyes. "We need Anna for a clean sale of Agapov's businesses, and she will not give us one. We need the paperwork for a case to send her to Siberia with her old man, and for that we could use someone in her circle. Get us what we need clean and quick, so the arrest, the trial, and the sentencing don't start a stampede among the boyars. Neoficialnie meri, non-official measures, but this comes straight from the top." Chernov nodded. "What are the rules?" "No blood," Goose said. "At least not from Anna." Goose made for the changing room. Chernov followed. The boss pulled a piece of paper from the pocket of his hanging robe and
For his service in one of the Vimpel units that had freed hundreds of hostages from the clutches of Chechen terrorists at School No. 1 in Beslan, Chernov had been granted the Order of Courage. During the Lubyanka commendation ceremony, the president did not cite the uncomfortable statistic that 333 people, including 186 children, had been killed during the chaos of the rescue operation. More than 2 decades on, and Chernov was still enjoying the award's residual benefits, allowing him to live beyond the means of most Russian intelligence officers. He did not pay rent on his Moscow apartment. He drove a state-supplied armored Mercedes. He could vacation at closed FSB resorts. For the FSB, like the KGB before it, is a state within a state. The nobility of the Hoseans Russia. But, though Chernov lived and worked in the Moscow glitz, even he was taken aback by Vadim Kovalchuk's apartment on the Kutuzov embankment in Peter. From the street, it appeared to stretch for most of the block, commanding sweeping views of the Neva and the Peter and Paul fortress. This, he thought, must have been what it felt like to be a Romanov. FSB officers do not carry badges, but Chernov's police cover ID was enough to part the crew of heavies standing guard downstairs. The team manning the security cameras extinguished them for the prosecutor general's warrant. The door opened for the lockpicker. Chernov walked inside and took a deep breath. Arkady and Daniil, 2 of his lieutenants, followed. The apartment hung thick with the sense of garish female perfumes and male musk. What it smelled like, he thought, was intense intimacy. He took a quick tour. It sprawled over 3 stories, with balconies jutting off bedrooms on the 2nd and 3rd. Chernov rifled around the wet bar. He picked up a vodka bottle sporting a bulbous top inlaid with an intricate gold pattern. "That one is famous, boss," Arkady said. "The Tsar's recipe. Filtered through diamonds and gold and probably Romanov luxury." He laughed. "Let us find out," Chernov said. Though it was only mid-morning, he filled 2 stopki with the Tsar's vodka. He placed them on the table in the sitting area. Chernov was about to sit on one of the couches when he spotted a stain on the sofa. Probably grease, but one could never be sure. He opted for a rattan chair in a sitting area overlooking the frozen Neva. The morning was bright. Ice skaters dotted the river. Daniil's phone buzzed. He is on his way from the bank now. The time passed in a silence broken finally by the trill of Daniil's phone. "Downstairs," he said. Arkady opened the front door. The banker walked in, his eyes at first hollowed by confusion, then lit with rage. They all had this look, this face, in these moments. "You are intruding," his eyes said. "You are here illegally." He tossed a leather bag against the wall and demanded to know who was in charge, until his eyes settled on Chernov and he mumbled, "Oh." They looked at each other for a beat. Chernov gestured to the vodka. "Sit and have a drink with me, Vadim Yurovich." "My own vodka? How thoughtful. Please, sit. What do you want?" "I want you to sit and have a drink with me." "I need to make a call," Vadim said. "There will be no calls, Vadim Yurovich." Vadim tugged the phone from his pocket. "Unless you have more really papers for an arrest, I am going to make a call." He started pressing keys on the phone, but Arkady had him in a headlock before he could dial. Vadim squirmed, but Daniil clutched his legs. Arkady punched him in the face, evidently a bit hard, because the blow shot a spray of blood from his nose onto a zebra-striped rug. Chernov downed his vodka. He emptied Vadim's glass onto the floor. The nobles always put up a fuss, threatened to call someone, used coarse language. Gosh darned boyars. Daniil frog-marched a wiggling Vadim upstairs, muscling him toward a balcony on the third floor off an empty bedroom. Arkady slid open the door. Vadim's screaming picked up again at the rush of biting wind, and Chernov savored a deliciously salty ball of saliva rolling in the back of his mouth. Arkady wiped a spot of blood from below his own nose. "Rich guys never just have the drink," he grunted. "Always give us a hard time." Vadim was whimpering when Chernov picked him up by his ankles to dangle him off the balcony. His face turned to the river. He squirmed around for Chernov's legs but got a kick instead. Then he hung limply, muttering again and again, "Please, no." "I offered you a drink, Vadim Yurovich." "And now?" "Don't do it," Vadim howled. "I'll talk. I'll do what you want. Just bring me up. Don't do it." Chernov lowered Vadim to swing him into the window below, as if he were a wrecking ball. Vadim cursed, screamed, begged for mercy. Chernov beat him against the lower window once more, then raised him up so Vadim's head swung at his ankles. "I have always found the river beautiful in winter," Chernov called down to him over the howling wind. "But do you want it to be the last thing you see? Of course not. You want to die in your bed as an old man. I will ask once more, only once. If you give me the wrong answer, I let you slip and God sorts you out. That's that. Defiance will be quite the wager. I mean what I say. And I speak for God and for Russia, and you will answer me. Now, Vadim Yurovich, have a drink with me." Chernov filled 2 more glasses with the Tsar's vodka and brought them to an interior office. He did not want Vadim to think about leaping from a window. Some people did not want you to drop them, and then, after a few minutes of conversation, they jumped on their own. Chernov sat enthroned behind the desk, Vadim in the supplicant's chair. His face was drained of color, save for the scales of dried blood around his nose. Vadim shivered and stared at the untouched vodka. Chernov looked around. No medals, not a single picture of his wife or family. A rich man with nothing. Chernov drank his vodka and bade Vadim to do the same. The man took a weak sip and returned the stopka to the desk with a clatter. My master extended an offer to your wife for the sale of the Agapov businesses and their shares in the bank, Chernov began. She denied us. We had to punish her, in the end. She had a boyfriend, and I am afraid that she sacrificed him. Chernov watched as Vadim's ghost-white face reddened before he looked down, taking an interest in the floor. He rubbed his head, leaned back in the chair. You did not know about the boyfriend? I see. Chernov put down a few centimeters of his vodka. You are holding a bad hand. He ran his fingers against the grain of the desk. Not a speck of dust. Does it also seem that way to you? Vadim was running his tongue along his teeth. He bit his lip. Let me explain how I see things, Chernov continued. We are making an example of Andrei Agapov, a holy sacrifice for the Russian people. His stubborn daughter, your wife, who has been cavorting with another man behind your back, is refusing to submit. Deep forces are remaking the structures supporting this government, and Andrei Agapov has not bowed. He is a bad nobleman. Muscovite boyars paid the Mongols. The country estates paid the Romanov Tsars. Andrei Agapov pays the Kremlin, and Goose speaks for the Kremlin. But Andrei Agapov will not listen. And what does Andrei bring to this fight? His daughter. My God, he brings his only daughter, your wife. He cannot win. Andrei is in prison. He is a dead horse. Your continued loyalty to the Agapovs, Vadim Yurovich, has been rewarded by an unfaithful wife and could very well end with you falling from your own window. An unfortunate demise for such a promising, ambitious young man. What do you want from me? Vadim said. He took a slurp of vodka and stretched his jaw. I want your wife to say yes. Goose has given his best offer. You must convince her. Speak reason. Vadim smiled darkly. She will say yes to you sooner than to me. My guess is that you will need to kill my wife to break her. Anna Andreevna is certainly a hard woman, Chernov said.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone or tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective, yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation. Sharp modulation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Is that why her father brought her into this mess in the first place? Vadim shifted in his seat, raised the vodka to his lips. He wanted her to find the money Goose stole. Chernov pounded his fist into the desk. Vadim flinched, dropped his glass. Chernov was pointing at him. "No," he bellowed. "Theft would be the appropriate word if it had belonged to you. Try again. We are, she is, looking for the gold, the money taken from Bank Russia." Vadim was stammering down toward his knees as he righted the stopka on the desk and wiped the liquid away from him. "How was your wife looking for it?" Vadim rubbed his temple. "Anna found someone on the outside who knew where the money was hidden, and how it had been hidden." "Who?" "A London-based lawyer, Hortensia Fox. Works for the firm Goose's UK money man, Mikhail Yadov, hired to set up the shells and the accounts. My wife is working on her." "How has she been working her?" Chernov heard about the bait, the trip to Mexico, the visit to Russ Farm, the information Hortensia Fox had provided on Goose's finances. As he spoke, Vadim tenderly brushed fingers over his puffing nose. Chernov listened intently, hands folded in his lap. "Your wife has this information now?" "Yes." "What was Andrei thinking in the first place?" Vadim shut his eyes and pulled a long breath in through his nostrils. Andrei believed that the only way to prove that Goose took the gold and hid it from the president was to find it, or, specifically, the money the gold was converted into. Then he would bring that proof to the Hosian. Andrei is former SVR. Anna is SVR. They have contacts and influence outside the country. Andrei believed it would be easier for them to prove that the money is outside Russia than to prove it is not inside. That is what he wanted to do. "Your wife has this," Chernov said, "yet she has not done anything with it?" "Right. She is sitting on it." "Why?" "It was flimsier than she hoped. Her father was arrested. She did not think she could even bring it to the president without Goose knowing. She did not think it would do the job." "Which was?" "Goose backs off." Vadim was chewing his lip, deep in thought. He was recovering from the heavier work, sitting up to cross his legs and flick lint from his pants as if he were enduring an increasingly burdensome boardroom meeting. The caked blood on his nose and spilled vodka were the only clues suggesting otherwise. Everything since the window business had been rather professional. Vadim's growing comfort made Chernov uncomfortable. "You will give me what your wife has," Chernov said. "The information from the lawyer. I don't have it." Chernov stood, lunged across the table, seized Vadim's shoulders and smashed his head into the desk. Vadim rolled to the floor, unconscious. Chernov drummed his fingers on the table, whistled for a moment. When Vadim did not stir, Chernov wandered into the living room and selected another bottle of vodka. He poured himself a glass and returned to the office to find Vadim curled into himself, moaning. Chernov sat in the chair, steepling his fingers to resume the discussion. "You don't have the information?" Chernov said. "Can you get it?" "I don't even know where it is," Vadim choked out. "She has a separate life. She is an intelligence officer. She does not live here, as you must know." "My master does not want a fight with you, Vadim Yurovich," Chernov said. "We are only after Agapovs. We want them blotted from history, making boots in a Siberian tannery or digging for uranium ore in the Urals. Please, get back in your chair. I want to look at you." Vadim snuggled up, holding his head, his mind doubtless churning, wondering if this betrayal might end with his wife's liquidation, which, Chernov suspected, he probably would find appealing. When Vadim was seated, Chernov calmly continued. "Your wife is running the London lawyer, yes?" Vadim nodded. "Then you will convince Anna to lure the lawyer back inside Russia, and you will be my little canary inside the cage, singing when she comes." Russ Farm. In one of Russ Farm's several living rooms, Anna was sunk deep into the velvet couch and a bottle of Armenian brandy, Queen on the record player, so drunk she couldn't be certain of the song.
The week since the fire, she'd been camping out and drinking at Russ Farm. There was nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, and she was waiting for Sia. Her brandy-soaked mind swam to Luca, his arm. What had they done to him first? She buried a scream in a velvet pillow. She would not remember him this way, torn to pieces by Russia, by her enemies, by her. Anna banished the thoughts, instead channeling the last bits of her flagging energy to build one sweet image of Luca's gleeful smile, fresh off a victory in the lamplight of John Martel. The world began fragmenting as she tried to reconstruct him in her old apartment. The music had stopped, the turntable spun with the scratch of the needle across the dead wax. She too was spinning, faster and faster, and she worried her mind might never be able to paint his face again. She gave up, and the world spun and spun until it was gone. Her eyes opened to Vadim petting one of the Alsatians, her head taut like an overfilled balloon. The Alsatian cocked its head her direction. What was the dog's name? Vadim withdrew his hand and began picking at a plate of eggs. The sight and smell of the food made her sick. She closed her eyes, rolled her face into the cushions. She had not seen him since dinner in Peter. Why had he come to the farm now? And why did he have a bruise on his head? "Anyone else invited to this party?" he said. An uncertain chuckle, scrape of the fork on the plate. She gagged a little, pressed deeper into the cushions. "I can't watch you eat," she said. A sigh, clink of a plate, shuffle of paper. When she opened her eyes, a draped newspaper censored the eggs. The dog had settled near the hearth. "I have been thinking," Vadim said, "about pursuing a partnership with San Cristobal, a broader arrangement beyond the one-off purchase of the stallion Smoky Joe." She tried to sit up. Her brain moved as if mired in glue, thoughts struggling mightily but traveling nowhere. "A partnership?" she said. "Why?" "For his bloodlines," Vadim said, "so we get first crack, before the Americans or Brits or anyone else. Gives us an advantage. I was thinking we might invite Max and Sia back for a few days. Discuss it. He can also collect the mare they left behind, the one you've been caring for." He was smiling pleasantly. Something was off, and yet she couldn't name it. The Americans were preparing to respond to, or at minimum, considering her plea for Sia to return to Russia. Was it a coincidence that Vadim was now doing that work for her? She recalled the nagging sensation, in the aftermath of her father's arrest, that her husband had played some role in Goose's treachery. Whose bidding was this? "What happened to you?" she asked. He put a gentle hand to his forehead and smiled as if he'd forgotten all about the welt. Bumped it on a door. "Anna, I know you're hung over, but focus for a minute. What do you think about inviting them back?" Vadim had put her in check. She'd not anticipated this, and in her addled state, she realized she could no longer see the game unfolding ahead of her.
Max took my call this morning about the partnership. Seemed keen to talk. Downright chummy. "What's your point?" she asked. "I would like Max to come here for a business discussion. Bare minimum, he might be tempted to get his horse back. What's the very thing's name? Penelope. And I've no intention of giving her back." Anna's tone was shrill, ringing in her ears as if the words were not hers. The mention of Penelope had conjured the box in the stable, and then the bloody package in her apartment. She wanted to cry, but that would give him pleasure, and nothing would disgust her more. She forced it all down. Down, down, down. He waved a dismissive hand through the air. "Fine. No horse. Just business. Maybe we ask Sia to come along too, since you have some control over her?" Anna shut her eyes, mind grappling for purchase. Had Sia and Lulu arranged for Max to reach out to Vadim, creating a reason for their travel? Maybe this was their clever way of arranging a visit. "How about this weekend?" Anna asked. St. Ives. They gathered again at the St. Ives cottage. But if their first planning sessions had been marked by some measure of excitement, this assembly tilted funereal. The night was cloudy, the air wet and cold, and Proctor's ministrations were insufficient to coax the patio Christmas lights into twinkling properly. All wore black, quite by accident, of course, but it did not help the mood. They sat around an iron table colonized by rust, huddled into their coats against the occasional slaps of marine wind. The chief seemed unfazed by the climate. She wore an unzipped black leather jacket. Sia blew hot breath into her cold hands, then stuffed her shaky left into her coat pocket. Their first order of business was Vadim's call to Max 2 days prior, an invite for the couple to return to Russ Farm. His tone, Max explained, had been strange, obsequious even, apologetic about the mix-up with Penelope the last time, keeping the horse and all. He suggested they return to collect the mare and talk business. It had been odd, Max said, for Vadim to travel through a conversation without coming across as a jerk. And odder still, offering to return my horse? Maybe Anna put him up to it, and he listened, Sia offered. It's certainly a clean way to get us back after she flew the emergency signal. Max arched a brow. He's not really the listening type. Maybe she beat him up really badly, Proctor offered. Girl's got her reasons, Lord knows. A gust of wind cut through the patio. The chief said, let's go inside to talk about the comms. And it was at this point that a troublesome thought bubbled up inside Max. Whether they might tell Proctor about Anna's operation against Sia during their last visit. Namely, the tossing of a cadaver onto the windshield of a moving car for the purposes of shock, blackmail, and control. But Sia believed Anna was the real deal. He mostly believed Sia, and the part of him that still had a few questions figured they had polygraphed the Russian in Switzerland anyhow, so she was probably square. All through the preparations for another round in the Rodina, his father's words had run endlessly through his mind. We are alike in that way, Maximiliano. You think if you say no, you'll be cast out. A faceless Mexican horseman, a civilian. And now they had withheld information from Proctor, from CIA. He'd taken a fateful step forward. Retreating would require confession, and confession would require punishment. It would be banishment, he suspected. They would sever his connection to the service. He would be a civilian. But a new thought now struggled with that old familiar fear. For once, civilian life seemed strangely appealing. A siren song. Maybe he would spend more time at the club in Monterey and bring a nice girl out to see the ranch, and they would ride and take in the races, and eventually he would prove his old man wrong. Hand San Cristoval over to a son who would work the land and learn the bloodlines as he had. Would retreat from CIA help him honor his father and grandfather, or would it fail them? He did not know. But of this he was certain. Backing out would mean failing Sia. That thought of retreat, of confessing, nagged, and nagging feelings were most unwelcome in the days before another trip to Russ Farm. In the movies, spy tech always works, but the ClanCom-loaded laptop Proctor had schlepped from Langley did not. For a few minutes, the chief tried to access the partition and run the checks. Freakin' nerds, she said on the failure of the third try, Sia reading the sequence aloud for confirmation, Proctor pounding keys in rising anger. An urgent cable went to Langley, and the reply came quickly. Give us a few hours. Hours? Proctor shrieked in disbelief. What the freak? World's top intel shop, my gosh. Jeepers. Next up, concealment. Proctor retrieved a saddlebag from her rental and clanked it on the living room coffee table. The gift saddle itself, she said, was presently on its way to London from Langley. The OTS Furnishings and Equipment branch had tooled the Russ Farm logo into the bag's russet leather. 2 stallions rearing in opposite directions, 3 crowns above their heads. An homage to the Russian double eagle. OTS had sourced the leather from a Monterey tannery. Proctor demonstrated how to open the compartment hidden in one of the bags. A tug on one of the buckles would trigger a hidden pulley that yanked free a pen. Then fingers pressed 3 hidden metal snaps. A faint pop, then pull back a leather panel to reveal a compartment fitted for the replacement Asus Mini laptop. Sia practiced for a while, concerned that Anna's hands would be too small to compress the snaps, until Proctor did it 3 times with her little mitts. But nothing could be left to chance, so Sia banged out another cable to Langley, this time requesting a precise measurement of Anna's hand based on the counter-surveillance video from Switzerland. Then they would compare Anna's to Proctor's. Waiting for answers, Proctor grabbed a manila folder. "Let's head back on the porch," she said. "Get some fresh air." "Exfil," Proctor said. She pinned a piece of paper to the patio table, with a loose rock from the base of the stone wall, a satellite image of the Russ Farm grounds. "We've been working this for a few weeks. You two and Anna now have bear crawl escape routes 7, 8, and 9. A scrub down was in order, given the freaky surveillance during your last visit." Proctor pointed to a blue sticker affixed to the far northern end of the farm property. "This is the best we can do without risking World War III. The place is massive, so positioning support assets nearby is tricky. But right here," she smacked her fist onto the map, "here we can have something in place during your stay, just in case." "What's out there?" Sia asked, pointing at where Proctor had delivered her fist. "I've ridden nearby with Anna. I didn't see any buildings or roads, just forest." "Electrical transmission line," Proctor said, tracing her finger along the map. "Runs parallel to the northern edge of the property. That's where the support assets will be, the Scorpions. They've got a truck that pretty much belongs to Rossetti L'Energo, the region's power distribution company." "What do you mean, pretty much belongs to the power company?" Max asked. "I mean, they have a truck," Proctor said, "and if anyone bothers them, that truck will pass the sniff test. The Scorpions are Finns, from Karelia. Their Karelian homeland or whatever is split between Russia and Finland, about 10 hours by car due north of Russ Farm. They can move in and out of Russia and hate the really difficult Russians. A beautiful thing." The chief returned to the map. "They will have a truck parked on this service road. They don't know your names, they haven't seen your pictures, but they know that if anyone shows up at their truck and says they need a ticket north, they're to hustle them out. They can also kill the power if necessary." They studied the maps, debating routes by car, foot, and horse.
Snow could be a problem. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone, tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation. Sharp modulation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength.
8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Snow could be a problem. They would pack boots and heavy parkas. They decided on a code: the use of the word melancholy in any signal to Langley. If we get into trouble, Sia said, we won't make it to that transmission line. Wind poured through the patio, scattering locks of black hair across her face and head, which she wiped aside. I know, Proctor said, glances bouncing from one of them to the other. The map's brim fluttered in the wind. So don't get into trouble. Still waiting on Langley for the keyboard sequence, they opened a bottle of Riesling and 8 cartons of chicken tikka masala. Between generous sips of wine, Sia decided to ask the question clawing at her since Switzerland. Chief, what do you think happens to Persephone when this is done? Proctor pushed the food aside, stuffed hands in her jacket, and watched the palm fronds twist and sway in the wind. An empty tikka masala carton tilted in the breeze. It'll be grim, she said. Russians shouldn't have any hard evidence on her, unlike Vadim. But they most definitely will not care about that. They'll have a lot to discuss with her, and it won't be super pleasant. She gets it, of course. Somewhere in that sick head of hers, she's clear on the consequences. Still, you might emphasize that again when you see her. Exfil would make very good sense when the time comes. They listened to the distant rumble of the surf. Proctor looked to each of them for a moment. Strange, Sia thought, to see uncertainty flicker through those green eyes. And then it was gone. In any case, Proctor continued, the inevitable FSB investigation will focus on the two of you. Again, they won't have hard evidence, but they'll be suspicious. Gosh, you struck up a relationship with Vadim and Anna in the months before it all went down. Lots of ways this could end, but I think we'll have to be careful in the afterglow. This op isn't half pregnant, it's fully knocked up, and you two are responsible. Max was picking at the dregs of his tikka masala, hard stare boring through the bottom of the carton. To Sia, his eyes seemed downcast, focused and intent, as if in that moment he had to shrink the world down to the carton or it would devour him. Sia looked up into the night sky and thought about how much she had enjoyed St. Ives before this operation, and how, if she made it to the other side, she would never come here again. 2 cables waited on Sia's machine. The first had Anna's hand measurements. A faded ruler confirmed that Proctor's mans were smaller than Anna's, a fact both operationally critical and a source of agitation for the chief, who muttered that hers worked just fine, thank you. The second cable apologized for the gummed-up keyboard sequence and offered another, which worked. Pew, Proctor said. Really pew. Memorization demanded an exhausting hour. A break for another glass of Riesling, and then they tried again, 31 times until they had it. Sia repeated the sequence aloud to Proctor another 6 times, performing as the chief finished a second carton of the chicken and polished off 4 sugar cookies. 2 a.m. Proctor was satisfied, wide awake and jumpy despite the wine and a looming 5-hour drive to Heathrow to make her flight stateside. The chief clanked her suitcase down the stairs and into the kitchen, where Sia and Max were cleaning up. This op has a life of its own now, Proctor said. Might as well be running us. We're all going to be implicated when the mess flies in Moscow. And the hard part is, it doesn't really matter what we do from here on out. If we all decided to retire and join the really circus, our fingerprints would still be on this thing. You two have been inside Russia. You've been with Anna and Vadim in Mexico. My name is all over the cables at Langley. We're all in now, whether we want to be or not. We all took the little steps forward. There is no going back. White House could stop it, Sia said. Pull the plug. Would you recommend they do that? Proctor asked. Sia slipped a plate into the dishwasher. She started on a wine glass, set it in the sink, turned to face the chief. No, Sia said. Jeffe? Proctor looked to Max. He shook his head. Me neither, Proctor said. She shook hands and gave hugs. Keep it up. Almost there. Then the chief scudded her suitcase out the door and vanished into the night. The chief's departure conjured a driving rain. Max startled awake to the thunder and then listened to the storm, eyes glued to the ceiling, thinking about nothing and everything, brain unable to stay on task for more than a few seconds. The sudden creak had barely reached his ears before he was up, back against the rickety headboard. A flash of lightning illuminated Sia's shape in the doorway. She wore sweats and a t-shirt, arms folded across her chest. She cleared her throat. "You game?" she asked. As had become true operationally, they worked well together. He could very well sense as soon as she slipped onto the bed that she wanted her t-shirt left on and that she was not drawn into his kiss, though she reciprocated the first and only attempt. "What do you want?" he asked, and she answered by climbing onto him. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. After, they stayed entangled on the bed listening to the storm. The air smelled sweet. "I can't believe we are doing this," she half whispered, breaking the silence. Unclear if her meaning was carnal or operational. "Same," he said. His answer would work for both. And he saw in the dim light that her eyes invited him home, into the chaotic house that was her mind. The gesture made even more intimate because of its condition. "Take a look," they said. He peered at the scuffed floors and peeling paint and dishes piled on the counter. He took stock of a woman in the living room, arms akimbo, and she was shrugging as if to say, "Well, this is it. You stayin' or leavin'?" Max thought about saying things, but instead he took her hand to trace her lines, and they rolled to face the rain-battered window, until, without words, they entwined together on the covers, waiting for the howl of the storm to dissolve into sleep. Predatel, Traitor, St. Petersburg, Rusfarm. As the plane fell toward the runway at Pulkovo, the tremors in Sia's left hand reappeared after a brief intermission of stillness during the first few hours of the flight. They flew a Dassault Falcon 7X courtesy of Vadim, who had sent the plane to collect them in London, a peace offering. Sia glanced at the overhead compartment holding the suitcase that held the saddlebag, that held the laptop. That would get them imprisoned and tortured and shot if the customs agents at Pulkovo decided Agapov money was no longer good, or, in the end, not enough. The flight attendant unlatched the door and winter flooded in. The pilot warbled inaudibly over the speaker, doubtless some derivative of "Welcome to St. Petersburg." They pulled on coats, Max hauled out the case bearing the saddlebag. Flight attendants gathered the other cases and the saddle itself, and they spilled from the plane onto the stairs with the enthusiasm of the newly convicted delivered to a prison. An expressionless customs officer accepted their documents on the tarmac. Sia painted on a broad smile and tried to ignore the panicked sensation of being buried alive. A quick glance at their papers, a long
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tonal. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Likewise, Vadim. Likewise, Max said, shaking Vadim's bloodless hand before planting kisses on Anna's cheeks. My gosh, Anna, you look terrific, Sia said, fighting the terror. Just terrific. Kisses for both Russians. But Anna's lie was the greatest of all. Welcome to St. Petersburg, she said. Welcome to Russia. Sia caught the thin, menacing whiff of smoke in Petrov as the Mercedes sped through the spiked gates and onto the darkly wooded drive that led to the main house. As they broke from the trees and the mansion came into view, Sia was struck by an atavistic fear such as she had never experienced. There was no rush or thrill. This was not the exhilaration of the adrenaline junkie. This was the black terror of the captive bound and blindfolded and tossed into a madman's basement. Porters hustled down the steps to collect bags. Max directed them to ferry the wrapped saddle to Penelope's stall. Sia exited the car, surprised at each step her body allowed. She sat on a massive circular couch in one of the living rooms, listening to Vadim's champagne toast, making sensible chit-chat, trying in vain to ignore the sickness that seemed to be slithering through her body. She lost track of time. The world seemed to rotate only around the house. She was stirred by a sharp nudge from Anna, who was checking her watch. If we want a ride today, Sia, we should go now. The sky is clear, and we have only a few hours of light remaining. I have something, Sia said, perhaps too loudly, steadying herself on the chair. It's upstairs. She wobbled up to the bedroom, where she refused to look at the dark things. The dying Mongol horseman in the painting, the gargantuan bed where they had performed for the cameras. She had brought a red bow for the saddlebag, but she slickened the adhesive with sweaty fingers and it would not stick. She abandoned it, returning to the living room with the bag unadorned. She told Anna the saddle itself was waiting for her in the stables, but she simply could not wait to give her the bag. The lump in Sia's throat felt so overgrown it must have been visible. It's beautiful, Anna said, feathering fingers over the Rust Farm logo. The Russian tested the pocket size with a stainless steel water bottle fetched by a butler from the kitchen. Perfect, she said. In the stables, Sia put the tack on her mare. They slid the new saddle on Penelope. Panic surged in Sia's chest as Anna, tight grip on a farrier's knife, sliced at the Rust Farm logo embossed on the saddlebag's leather. It is not linked to the concealment device anyhow, Sia told herself. I am sure it will be fine. Dear God, please let it be fine. Anna worked the blade over the tooled leather until she could rip loose a few pieces, obscuring the logo. Flicking those onto a pile of manure, Anna stomped it into the muck and spat on the mess. Waving off an approaching groom, Anna led Penelope from the barn as Sia followed with her mare. They swung into their saddles and trotted north, toward the birch forest and the transmission line Sia did not want to think about. The mansion and barns disappeared behind them, replaced by fields wearing wind-blown coats of snow and ice. The weak winter sun, only a few hours risen, would begin its descent in just a few more. They nudged the mares down a rolling hill, toward the mouth of the forest. In silence, they rode over patches of frozen black earth, under felled birch and pine. They wound by a stream curdled into green ice.
This was a different route than Sia's previous ill-fated ride through Rusfarm, but it nonetheless conjured the awful memory in brilliant detail. Could she trust Anna? And were they being watched? An hour into the ride, and Sia had begun wondering about that. Chernoff watched the two women on horseback from the piped feed of a hovering FSB surveillance drone, an orbiter UAV purchased from the Israelis a decade earlier. It was not new, but it could carry the required cameras and transmitters. The electric motor was quiet, and it could reach nearly 10,000 feet and loiter for well over 3 hours. More than sufficient to film this odd horseback ride. Chernoff had brought several officers to the farm. The drone operators, a small surveillance team, Daniil and Arkady for help with some of the heavy stuff if it came to that. They'd commandeered an old administrative building at the property's edge, a cinder block pile well clear of the main house. Chernoff had considered arresting everyone upon arrival at Pulkovo. Now he wondered if he should pluck them from the horses. But the nasty business with the boyfriend had changed Chernoff's opinion of Anna Agapova. She was a hard woman, the sort that does not confess, even when her sins required it. He might lock her up, perhaps even snatch toes and fingernails, but in the end, it would be fruitless. Some people will just not bend. Anna was one of those. Whisk her to Buturka, force her to watch the dismemberment of her father, and she would coolly tell him to really off. Chernoff had reviewed again and again the surveillance footage of her Ostazinka apartment on the night she'd discovered her lover's arm. The pure hate in those eyes. He'd seen it before. Chechnya, Beslan, Syria. Hard to bend hate like that. He would see what she was working with the lawyer. Then he would make his move. The women halted at the mouth of the birch forest. As the drone circled, Chernoff reviewed the map. His finger came to rest on the road nearest the horses. It would be a stretch for the parabolic mics. He flicked on his radio and called the surveillance team, with the coordinates. "Take the northern road," Chernoff said. "It skirts the bottom of the hills. There will be a transmission line on top." Anna brought Penelope to a halt, and Sia pulled alongside. Anna was fixated on a frozen pond in the clearing ahead. The mare whinnied. Dead straw near the pond flattened in the wind. "Where is the closest road?" Sia asked. Anna nudged her jaw north, toward the hills. "Let's go deeper into the woods." They trotted for a few minutes into the thickening birches. Then Anna brought them to a stop. "We've got new comms for you," Sia said. She swung down from the mare, feet crunching in the snow. Anna watched curiously as Sia approached Penelope. Sia looked up at Anna. "You should dismount." A thin smile, and Anna complied. Sia flung open one of the saddlebag pockets, removed the collapsible stainless steel cups, adjusted the strap, and compressed the 3 snaps. She motioned for Anna to look inside. Sia wiggled the loose leather panel still inside the pocket, then pulled it back to reveal the laptop. "Same machine as before," Sia said. "How does the compartment open?" Anna asked. Sia showed her. Anna stared at the computer. She bit her lip and shut the compartment. "The keyboard sequence is different," Sia said. "Tech problems. We need to practice." "Can you get a better view?" Chernoff asked the drone operator. "I will try," he said. "They are deep in the trees." Chernoff radioed the surveillance team. "The audio is, gosh," the leader said. "They are a ways off." "Pipe it through anyway," Chernoff said. He clicked into the live feed beaming into the computer. Anna was speaking. Space, control. Then it cut out for a few seconds. Again, he heard the lawyer say, "J, enter." It went on like that. Sizzling static, garbles. He scratched at his bald head. How odd. He squinted at the video feed on the drone operator's computer. What are they doing? I can't tell. They are standing by the horses, maybe having a drink. Space, control. How very odd. After 15 tries,
It's beautiful in here. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. It's beautiful in here. They cut deeper into the woods, slinking around the pond toward the foot of a hill piled with trees and rocks. There was a craggy overhang at the hill's base. They dismounted, and Anna thought she saw Sia's hand trembling when she patted her horse. Had Sia also noticed a disturbance? Anna poured brandy into the cups. They ducked under the overhang and sat on the rocks and looked at each other for a moment. Anna felt a flash of camaraderie with this woman, bound to her by the grim mechanics of what they had set in motion. "Do you have someone out there?" Sia whispered. "No," Anna said. They sat in silence. A branch cracked off in the distance. Then Anna thought she heard a low, almost imperceptible whine, maybe in the sky. "I do not think anyone can hear us here," Anna said, "but we should not stay long." Sia's face tightened. "If anyone saw you practicing?" Anna downed the brandy in a single burning gulp. "Then we are already dead." "What do you think, boss?" Daniel said. The FSB team was staring at the circling drone feed. The women had slipped into the rocks. Wordless crackle piped from the parabolic mics. "Maybe they are lovers," Daniel mused, nose wrinkled. "A tryst among the snow-capped rocks. Her husband hates her, she hates him, who knows?" Chernov now thought he had stumbled upon something much more interesting than a crooked lawyer selling the boss's secrets to a rival. Unless they were lovers, and he did not buy that for a moment, he could see no reason for this diversion into the forest. They had the bathhouse, they had the mansion, they had all of Russia. No, this ride did not make sense. This was more than Agapov and his daughter searching for their lost money. It felt evil, sinful. It felt like treason. Russ Farm. Anna was rolling a smooth stone in her fingers. She plunked it to the ground. "When will it begin?" she asked. 2, maybe 3 weeks. Too long. What are you waiting for? More information. When you log into the computer, you will find a message waiting with a few more things that we need. Addresses, phone numbers. We have gone back and forth with our lawyers about what we can and cannot do, and to whom. We have a few new targets. Anna nodded, but her face was creased with agitation. "Look at me," she told Sia. "Look closely."
Sia looked into Anna's eyes. "I am doing this because I want Goose dead or diminished," Anna said. "I want my father free, and I want Vadim gone. It is simple. Can you guarantee me that the operation will do this? I can guarantee that incriminating information will be placed into the hands of senior Russian officials. But the rest? Anna, please, you know as well as I do that there are no guarantees." Anna looked like she had questions, but they did not come. Blackbirds were rustling in the trees. Was something out here with them? "I want to cover the exfil route with you," Sia whispered. "I told you no in Switzerland," Anna snapped. "Don't really push me on this again, Sia." Sia had been so in the flow that only now did she notice the very tremor spiking in her left hand. She balled it into a fist. Petulant Russian. In that awkward silence, Anna removed her hat to scratch her head. Sia had not noticed earlier, but in the light she saw that a few streaks of gray were braided into the blonde. She looked hollowed out, shadows carved under her eyes. "Anna," Sia said softly, "did something happen to you?" The Russian's eyes ignited. For a long and heavy moment Anna did not speak. Then she said, "They took something from me." "Tell me what it is," Sia whispered. "Who it is. Please. There is so little time." "I had a lover," Anna said. "Goose killed him. His dog Chernov killed him. They all killed him." The wind carried off Anna's words. Sia thought about making for the plane. "Get in a car and head straight to Pulkovo." Anna stood. "Now I am sure you are wondering whether my information is valid. Perhaps I am in emotional distress, a damaged little girl." Anna kicked at a rock. "Tell your psychologist to go away for me, will you? I've never been more certain about anything in my life. Our path is clear." I go back to the house, Sia thought, and I collect Max. We say something urgent has come up. We say his father died. We say anything to get to the airport. "Anna, I am so sorry," Sia said, choosing her words with lawyerly care. "I hope that our work together can help you find some peace." Anna made a face. "I have known love twice in my life, from my mother and from him. Now both are gone, taken. There are accounts to settle. I am searching for things, Sia, but peace, well, peace is not one of them. Peace would mean they win, and I want to win." They wound north into the pasture toward the stables. In the gathering dusk, the hills above painted dull shadows across the fields. Something glinted in the sky, a phantom sliding through the gray linen clouds. And then, at last, Sia knew. She was hot and cold all at once. She could smell the sweat rolling down her ribs. Night was falling when they hung up the tack. Horses poked heads through their yokes. Sia yanked Anna into Penelope's stall. The mare eyed them quizzically, munching her evening feed. Sia pulled Anna's ear to her mouth and whispered, "They are watching us. We need a plan, Anna, right now." The drone loitered overhead, capturing the two women walking from the stables to the house. Chernov switched to the feeds inside the home. The lawyer went upstairs to her room and turned on the shower. Anna to an office on the first floor that was not covered by the cameras. Really hell. He flipped back to the lawyer. She had her phone in hand, the other dangled in the shower, testing the temperature. "Hey, Rhonda, it's Sia. Hey, yes, all good here. A little melancholy with the weather, but the company is terrific, just terrific. Calling for the debrief on the Acton meetings this morning. Be a love and give me the highlights." The lawyer listened, asked a few questions. Then she disrobed and stepped into the shower. Chernov flipped to the cameras covering the hallway outside the office. The door was shut. Anna was inside. What was she doing? Palo Alto. A light rain had fallen on Palo Alto, but the Trojans had papered over the windows of the WeWork command center so no one had a clue. An empty tub of Red Vine's licorice was jammed into the trash. Its replacement displayed proudly on a table alongside a gigantic cup of cherry-flavored coffee and a few bags of Twizzlers. Proctor's autographed baseball bat was propped in a darkened corner. She picked it up and walked over to the glowing blue light of a monitor, where Snake sat with his hands over his mouth in a solemn triangle. He clicked play. "Hey, Rhonda, it's Sia. Hey, yes, all good here. A little melancholy with the weather, but the company is terrific. Just terrific."
She flung open the cabinet with the guns. Checking to be sure the safety was on, she slapped a magazine into the MP443 and stuffed it into the pocket of her Dublionka. She took an extra magazine for good measure. Finding a loose 9mm round in a box, she loaded the lipstick gun and hid it in the interior breast pocket of her coat. No safety on that one. She angled it down, away from her head. She marched out of the office, down the hall, and into the gravel lot. She found a Land Cruiser, locked. Another, also locked. A matte black BMW, front door stenciled in gold with the Russ Farm logo. Open. Keys in the cup holder. Threats everywhere, but they were watching, waiting. For what? Movement would answer the question. She pumped the gas, BMW fishtailing on the icy drive. She would check for surveillance, then return for Sia and Max if she was black or could create a gap. She drove toward the northern road. No tail, no lights, no roadblock. In a few minutes, she was alone on the dark road, birch and pine looming on either side like great cliffs. She called Vadim again. Voicemail. The car's headlamps painted two deer darting across the road. She checked for more, eyes bouncing between the ditch and the road. A snow flurry kicked up. Anna set down the phone and clenched the wheel for a few kilometers. She tried to work through the problem. Nothing was clear. She could not see the end game. The snow was falling thick and fast. She couldn't see the damn road in front of her. Then, as she crested a rise, the headlights pooled in glowing golden eyes. She slammed the brakes and mashed the horn. Two deer darted off. The third did not. The car banged into the light-blinded deer, spilling it to the ground. "Gosh," Anna muttered, "gosh." She reversed and backed off the empty road. No airbags, no warning lights. The engine hummed and the heater rolled. The deer tried to stand. It fell. The doe once more tried to rise, but one of its hind legs was shattered. It found no purchase and fell again. Anna looked toward the trees. There would be no clarity, Anna knew. From here, it was only intuition, instinct. She reached into her coat for the pistol, weighing it in her slight hands. On the day they buried Mama, her father said that death was freedom. She thought even then he was full of it because he clung so bitterly to the pain of this life. The doe's head tilted toward the car. "Death is freedom," she heard her father say to a little girl she no longer knew. "Really?" she whispered to the steering wheel. "Really? It all?" She swung open the door and stepped out, gun in hand. Swollen snowflakes quickly blanketed her coat. Walking toward the animal, she listened for the tick of an approaching engine, but heard only the doe's ragged, labored breathing and the crunch of her footsteps through the snow. Floating down through the cloud cover for an unobstructed view, the surveillance drone above caught Anna reviewing the injuries of a struggling deer. She brought a hand to rest on its head and crouched to whisper into the animal's upturned ears. Were the snow not so heavy, the drone might have caught her eyes briefly shut, as if in prayer. Anna looked into the doe's frightened eyes, glistening wet and shining under the falling snow. She gently ran her fingers from the doe's nose up its muzzle and onto its head. Then, as if seeing the board from a new angle, as if she had walked forward in time, Anna's next moves took form in her mind. A smudge of land on a distant horizon. The end game. Anna stroked the animal's head. "I am sorry," she said, "that I took so long to decide. Perhaps death was freedom after all. But such mercies Anna would not enjoy. She would win. She would live." Anna stepped back,
flicked off the safety, and fired 3 rounds into the doe's head. Gunshots rang through the birches. The doe's chest stilled, and the snow beneath its head ran red as its life emptied out. A red haze appeared out in the snow, well beyond the deer. Flickering blue. And as she turned, she heard the purr of an engine come floating through the storm, and soon a black car was cresting the low rise behind her. It rolled to a stop beside the deer. 2 men hustled out, guns drawn. She slowly raised her own above her head. Then she set it in the snow and put up her hands. Russ Farm. Palo Alto. The Russ Farm bathhouse, like the farm itself, was not a place where comfort was easily found. Max had asked to see Penelope, maybe pay a visit to Smoky Joe, but Vadim had insisted they start with a steam. "It will be relaxing," Vadim said. "The heat will settle our minds before we turn to business." But the sauna was so scorching Max could bear no more than a few minutes. The freezing plunge pool vacuumed his lungs of air and made him shiver intensely. Vadim had occasionally been focused, his phone glued to his phone as he tapped and scrolled. But then he had also been spacey, the phone ringing and ringing without answer or acknowledgement. Since they'd entered the bathhouse, not a single word had passed between them. On their 3rd trip through the sauna, Max slashed a ladle of water across the rocks clustered atop the cast-iron stove. Peering out into the cheerless pool room, he eased onto the bench with a creak, clicked his tongue, and snapped the silence. "Where are the girls, Vadim?" "Anya insisted I behave. For your sake, I suspect. She is a thoughtful woman." "Not with me." His tone was even and cold, as if he were describing a malfunctioning kitchen appliance. "Why did you invite me here, Vadim?" "To talk business. We've not talked much." "So, talk." "The mare, Penelope. She returns to San Cristobal. That horse is our first and only piece of business to discuss." Through the hot air, chin snug on the heels of his hands, Vadim met Max with a gaze of miserable amusement. "Let's have the lawyers work it through. We can be sensible, can't we? Even dignified. Horse racing is a sport for kings, after all. A fight is beneath us, Max." Max was smiling, but the humor stopped short of his eyes. "Fighting, I think, is all we have left." That earned him a big, toothy smile, before a puff of steam from the rocks took Vadim behind its veil. When the cloud lifted, the Russian's head was addressing the floor. "Can I tell you something I find interesting?" Max spat. He stared at Vadim. "I was not raised on this farm," Vadim said, "but even I know when a storm is on its way. I didn't grow up on the land, as you did at San Cristobal, but I have a connection to this place, and it speaks to me. I know, for instance, that a snowstorm is coming, a blizzard, on its way tonight. And I swear to you I have not paid a scrap of attention to the weather reports today. The pressure is changing, the air is growing wet, and it carries a faint hint of metal. Can you taste it? Smell it? Tell me, Max." "We're in a really steam room, Vadim. I'm not so calibrated." Vadim chuckled darkly toward his knees. "You want to ride Penelope today? Yes, you mentioned earlier, going out to the stables. Maybe not with a blizzard on the way." Vadim cinched the towel around his waist, crossed the floor, and creaked onto the bench alongside Max. "It is wise," he said, "not to ride in rough weather." He clasped Max's shoulder, then knocked a wet palm into his bare lower back. "And because you are wise, Max, I wonder why you have returned." "You invited me." Vadim's head flickered in agitation. "Yes, yes, of course. But you and I both know there are things floating beneath the surface, things deeper than a simple invitation, which of course was not such a simple thing. Unseen forces, but very real. And powerful. More powerful than us. We are pawns, Max. We are a sideshow in this whole affair. At least now. Perhaps we did not start here, but I'm afraid it is where we've traveled." Vadim stared straight ahead, his eyes sparring with the wall's knotted wood. Speak plainly, Vadim. I have a good story about Napoleon. Do you want to hear it? No. It is perhaps apocryphal, but I rather like it.
He was asked once what trait he valued most in his generals, and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming/crying. He was asked once what trait he valued most in his generals. And do you know what he said? A metallic clank sounded in the pool room. Murmurs. Do you know? Have you heard it? Vadim repeated. Footfalls. Voices. Vadim tossed another ladle of water across the rocks. The snarl of steam drowned out the noise. Gosh, Vadim, no, I have not. Napoleon said he preferred his generals to be lucky. Vadim ran his hands through his slick hair. His lips firmed into a grim smile. I was lucky to have experienced your hospitality in Mexico before you visited us here at Russ Farm. You drew first blood, as it were, during our little night in the rain. But you did so without knowing the shape of the fight and the lengths I might journey to win. You made a mistake, though how could you have known? And now you've returned. For a horse? Not a really chance. You hate me for claiming your mother's mare, but you're here for those deeper reasons, the unseen things your Sia believes to be hidden from me, from us. She's a bad girl, Max, a bad, bad girl, and a crooked lawyer playing a rather dangerous double game, don't you think? Hiding money for our family's rivals and then trying to hide our own, playing all sides. But what really is her game? I have ideas, theories, but whatever it is, you've wandered back into my web. Vadim began spider-walking his fingers toward Max's leg. As I once wandered into yours at San Cristobal. These women, eh? What foul company we keep. My gosh, sometimes I think I never should have married, just pursued many relationships. It would have been a less savage price than I paid for my wife, who is a devil with an unformed heart. The species of woman whose fights are always righteous, so she's required to kill in their cause. Kill whomever she wants. She'd murder us all if she had to, and she might, my friend, she still might. The spider-walking fingers halted,
turned to fangs striking the air, then withdrew to assist in the ejection of snot from his nostrils. Murmurs rolled against the shut door. Vadim looked at Max, who met his stare with hard, unblinking eyes. "Give me back my really horse." "It's unbearably hot in here," Vadim said. He got up and opened the door. In rushed the sound of voices and the squish of boots in water and the smell of cold cement. The door slammed shut, Vadim disappeared, and all that remained was the heartbeat in his temples. Max was still for a moment, dread crowding his throat. "Dios mío," he whispered. "Dios mío." He put his head in his hands, took a long pull of scorching air through his nostrils, cinched the towel tight around his waist. Then he stood straight and walked out of the steam room and flinched. But there was no blow, no bag over the head, no gunshot, no fire of a blade stuck into his body. There were just the two men standing beside Vadim. They wore fur-lined parkas and boots, and their hard, dead eyes suggested they might well have been shift workers on a slaughterhouse production line. This was their work. This was another day at work. Max stood there. Vadim knotted the towel around his own waist, tugging to check that it was tight. "I am not accustomed to violence, Max. Only a few scrapes in school, and I've killed just one person, a pedestrian impeder, hit her with my car. A complete accident." "My horse," Max said. "I want the really horse. When they are done with you, I am going to butcher your mare, or my mare, I should say. If you're still alive, you will watch it happen. My chefs will freeze her meat, and each week, perhaps each day, I will consume more of her. I don't much care for horse meat, but I will relish these cuts." A heavy, metallic sigh. Then the power went out, and for a moment the world was still. "If you fly the emergency signal," Proctor had said in St. Ives, "we'll have the scorpions kill the power, blind the cameras." Russian curses and footfalls, the swish of parkas, angry grunts. "Move." Then a click and a flashlight was searching the room. Max was charging toward the door when a second sinister click announced the arrival of incredible pain. Muscles stiffened and burned. He flopped onto the concrete and soon shapes hunched over him. The room was dark, his vision blurred, every tendon and muscle firing in pain, and he was watching wires sway from his own chest under the glare of the flashlight. Vadim's voice called to him from the darkness above. Then came bursts of pain in his ribs and chest, and he could smell the man's sweat, sense the Russian's face hovering just above his own. The two men pulled Vadim off, and he vanished into the depths of the room. "She's steak," he heard Vadim howl into the darkness. "Penelope is steak, amigo." The slam of a door. Hot breath on his face. Then a snarl of angry Russian words, and they'd taken Sia not a minute after the power died. Two men. They'd kicked open the bedroom door, and she'd managed to toss an end table at one of them before the click of the stun gun. Then she'd seized up, gone numb, blacked out. Now Sia was awake and gliding, and it was as black inside the hood as it had been in the house or the caverns of her unconscious mind. They were carrying her. Could she dispatch a distress signal to Anna, to Langley? To block out the fear, her mind latched on to that problem as they bumped her along hallway walls. She had no ideas. Her carriers deposited her on a hard floor. A switch flicked, but no light came. More curses. Darkness. Silence. She wondered what they'd done with Max. She rolled over and waited to die. Proctor crushed the emptied can of Jolt in her hands and threw it toward the trash can, missing terribly. Snake was dialing Bradley on the secure video teleconference, the SVTC, cursing that the connection kept dropping. Proctor leaned the bat against the desk, cracked open another Jolt, smacked the table, and asked Georgie if it was ready, man. We've got to really move, pronto. Had anyone slept a blood pressure cuff on the chief at that moment, they would have been forgiven for darting down the hall for a defibrillator. And even Proctor, who, like a wild animal, was in tune with the rhythms of her body without any sentient awareness of their existence, wondered if her really heart was going to pop like a stomped grape. The techies were readying the phone array. She sucked down the can of Jolt. "We're ready," George mumbled. "This one will look like the restaurant trying to confirm her reservations next week. It's called—" He flipped through a document, "St. Bethany." Proctor set her jaw and silently rehearsed her lines as the St. Bethany maitre d'. Satisfied, she dialed the number. Straight to voicemail. She slammed the phone into the receiver. "Gosh, cue another backup for Castillo," she barked at the techie. "The one that looks like his father's villa." She was absolutely dialed up, and though several reasonable explanations existed, in theory, for her officers to miss 3 pings demanding proof of life, she considered none of them plausible. Not after Sia's call. Proctor put down a few Twizzlers as she considered the options. The baseball bat had resurrected fond memories of her more kinetic management.
She saw that picture of Putin kissing a young boy's stomach, taped right to a desk, so she went over there and beat that one to hell too. Got some parts of the desk and the computer, but that was an accident. Techies and Pheno guys were shouting and scrambling for cover. She heard nothing. Bat on her shoulder, she turned to Snake. "Tell me when you get through to the boss man," she said. "I'll be in my office meditating." Sia heard the creak of the door opening, but she could see only the darkness of the hood. She felt rough hands hauling her up, and then she was being marched from the room in darkness. No one spoke. They wended through a maze of hallways. Movement could create opportunities. To signal, fight, or bargain. They wanted something. After all, she was still alive, and that, she found, was worrisome. Maybe they were Vadim's guys. Maybe they would turn her in to the FSB. Maybe they were FSB. That seemed like the winner. They set her in a chair and tugged off the hood. She blinked, her body clenched, waiting for the pain. Max was bound in a chair in front of her. Their eyes exchanged confusion and terror, and then Sia tried to get her bearings. A fireplace to her right, bare head mounted above. In the shadows, she saw the outlines of a piano. Thick drapes framed the moonlit windows. Her toes wiggled on cold stone. Vadim was watching 2 men crumpling newspaper. He was feverishly rubbing knuckles, scratching around his eyes, smoothing his hair again and again as if he could not flatten a cowlick. Not the energy of a man in charge. "Where is Anna?" Sia demanded. "Where is she?" Sia said. "She is your wife, Vadim." He looked as though he might hit her, but as she steeled herself for the blow, he suddenly turned away, toward the fireplace. The 2 men left. They returned with logs and a jerry can of petrol. They crisscrossed the wood and crumpled paper into the gaps. The larger one doused the logs and tossed in a match. Sia tilted away from the leaping flames. The smaller man tended the fire with a poker. The beefy one fed a few more logs into the blaze. Vadim mumbled to himself from the couch. God, where was Anna? Sia thought. Max looked at Sia, then through her, at something behind her. The fire's glow danced across his sweat-slick face. Then hands were on her shoulders, a genial slap on the right one. A towering man strode past, firelight reflecting off his bald head. He dragged an armchair from beside the couch to form a ring of seats around the fireplace. He wore a trim black suit, no tie. She thought the loafers were Brunello Cucinelli. Benny Hines had the same pair. Hortensia Fox, he said in English. And Maximiliano Castillo. Welcome to Russia. Sia recognized the face. This was one of the FSB officers Anna had suggested they frame alongside Goose. Chernov. Lieutenant Colonel Konstantin Chernov. Internal Security Directorate. In one of the cables after Switzerland, Anna said he was a freak. He is a true believer, she had written. He considers himself a priest, and Russia is his god. Russ Farm 1, one of the officers, corrected Anna's pistol from the snow. Chernov would like a word, the other said.
At the house. They searched her, legs, arms, inside her coat. They missed the lipstick. One of the men sat with her in the back seat of the car. They drove in silence. The sodium lights strung on the tall pines flanking the drive were dark. Not a light shone above the stables or the racetrack. Had Chernov cut the power? Agitated barks came from the Alsatian pen. "Why are the lights off?" she asked. The men did not answer. They entered the circle, looping around the fountain. She glimpsed a smudge of orange firelight glowing through a living room window. The rest of the house was dark. One of the FSB officers led her out of the car by the elbow. Snow stuck to her face and melted down her cheeks into her mouth. His partner, speaking into a radio, got back in the car. The FSB officer nearly slipped on his way up the marble steps, steadying himself on Anna's elbow. As he led her through the door, Anna examined the security camera overhead, wondering if any of this would work. "You are a lawyer, yes?" Chernov had asked, in heavily accented English. "Yes," Sia heard herself say, "I am." "Tell me what you gave Anna Agapova," he had said, and she did. His men went upstairs and pulled phones and computers from cases. They brought them downstairs and made her open them. She told him how she worked with Mickey Lyadov in London, how she hid the money. Then Chernov had asked about Sia's ride with Anna that afternoon. "The numbers, the letters," he said. "I heard strange things in those woods, and I want you to explain them to me. You were out there for a long while. What were you talking about?" he asked. "The information I gave her on Goose's money," she said. "What specifically?" he asked. "Give me an example." Chernov fervently believed in the power of violence, but he was no sadist. The gore brought little thrill, and he did not need to inflict pain to revel in power over others. He always felt that way. But he had practiced violence with such zeal, killing hundreds of people in such different times and places and fashions, that his faith was now mature. He knew its benefits. He knew its limits. And there were indeed limits when interrogating a trained intelligence officer. He could torture the lawyer until she confessed, but she would doubtless exclude bits of valuable information. She would admit to falsehoods. Threads would be unpulled. Sinful co-conspirators would be left maddeningly unpunished. But violence could accelerate a confession. And now, with the espionage angle in the mix, Chernov was arriving at a drab bureaucratic justification to speed one along. Multiple arrests on espionage charges would chum the waters inside Lubyanka and Yasenovo, inciting a feeding frenzy that would attract the Hosayan. And Hosayan did not want the Hosayan swimming toward a drawn-out espionage case involving a pile of gold that had been smuggled out of the Rodina without his full knowledge and participation. A quick confession here, in this fire-lit room, would hack away much of the bureaucratic bramble upon Chernov's return to Moscow. "I asked," Chernov said, "what specifically did you discuss with Anna Andreevna on your ride earlier today?" The lawyer started rambling, nonsense about the accounts. He put a finger to her lips. "I know Anna shelved this operation weeks ago," he said. "No need to talk about all that if she's dropped the up, is there? How about we start simple? You will tell me the intelligence agency that you serve. And if you do not, things will go badly for your boyfriend here." He put a hand on the Mexican's head, mussed his hair, and then gripped it tight in his fingers. He smashed a fist across his jaw, cradling the head so he would not collapse. Hit him again. Again. The lawyer was screaming now. This part always conjured screams. Sia was shouting, but it did nothing to drown out the cracking of a fist against Max's jaw, which was cursing Chernov's mother in machine gun Spanish. Sia's shirt was sweat-drenched, her hair a damp mop swinging in front of her eyes. After a while, her voice faded. She just watched, no longer able to yell. In Sia's first courses, a lifetime ago, her trainers had explained how to manage an interrogation. It was all different for a knock, they said. No dip passport, no immunity. You get picked up, You've got no shot at getting out. Why would they let you go? Over beers and out of earshot of the others, one trainer had planted creative ideas for suicide in captivity. You've got bed sheets and a rafter? Hang yourself. Maybe they leave you alone for a few seconds with something sharp. Slit your wrists. Sia's best idea now was to tip herself into the fire. Chernov stopped beating Max. He sat back down to face her. Sweat was running down his head. "Tell me what you are, Hortensia." "I don't know," she thought. "Not even I know the answer to that one."
Content, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone, tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional, authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns, quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene, disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Chernov scooted his chair closer to CIS, SIS, BND, I'd wager CIA. Come now, Hortensia, I heard strange things in those woods. You are running Anna, yes? I am impatient to hear you say it. I am a lawyer, Sia said. A lawyer who serves Russian clients, nothing more. He mopped sweat from his shaking head. Hortensia, please, be smart about this. Tonight, I will arrest you, your boyfriend, and Anna. You will all go to Lefortovo. They will break you, wear you down until the truth spills out. I am doing you a favor by accelerating things with a little bit of the rough stuff. Let's get it over with quickly. What do you say? I am a lawyer, she said. I am not a spy. I am going to hurt him again unless you tell me the truth. Do you understand? I do not want to. I am an investigator. I take no pleasure in this. You are leaving me without options. What are you, Hortensia? Oh, God, she thought, please forgive me, Max. Please forgive me. I am a lawyer, she said, in a numb voice. Nothing more. Please, please don't hurt him. Chernov snapped his fingers.
then spoke in Russian to one of his men, who left the room. They sat for several minutes, as if around a campfire, listening to crackling wood. The man returned with a leather case and spread it open on the redwood coffee table. It was a field dressing kit. Her papa had kept one in his pickup at the ranch. Chernov fixed his eyes on the fire. "For many years," Chernov said, "I was a soldier. I served in a special FSB unit we call Vimpel. I am not sure what your American equivalent is. Perhaps Delta Force? In 2015, I deployed to Syria, Aleppo. Not 2 weeks in, a terrorist raiding party captured me along with 3 of my men. Got the best of us while we slept in a building that smelled of blood and dust and mess. They weren't, how do you say, head choppers. No interest in snuff videos. They put us in a hole to see about a trade for a few of their comrades. I didn't emerge until my unit rescued us 3 months later." Chernov poked at the fire, and with his other hand wiped his sopping head. "In the darkness, I often thought of my grandfather. He was raised in a village outside Stalingrad. The family fled when the Nazis arrived. They walked for days over the open steppe with other refugees. No food, little water. Constant dive bombing from the Nazi stukas. Sirens screaming their arrival and the coming death. They found shelter with a few survivors in the marshes. My grandfather had 3 sisters. The youngest could not stop crying. The families feared they would be discovered and killed because of the racket. So his mother took her to the swamp, his sister begging not to be drowned, crying that she would never again ask for food. She did not come back. I was young when I first heard this story, too young, I suppose, but in that Syrian hole, I finally made sense of it. God is distant. The world is senseless because the very act of its creation was sinful. Chernov shook himself from his reverie and picked up a knife with a blunt hooked tip. He knelt by Max's feet. After a month or so, I suppose after the negotiations stalled, our captors felt a demonstration was in order, something to show they were hard and serious men. By the time help arrived, my men were long dead. They'd broken my back and cut off a few of my parts. Then Chernov tapped on Max's right pinky toe. They started here. He looked at Sia. "Tell me what you are, Hortensia." "I am a lawyer," she said through chattering teeth. He shook his head. The 2 men held Max's shoulders. Chernov brought the hooked tip to the toe. Max's body shifted in the chair. "Para," he murmured. "Para, para, para." His legs strained against the binding. His foot squirmed on the floor. Chernov clasped it still, settling the knife back into position. I'm here, Sia's eyes said, but Max wasn't looking at her. Chernov pushed the knife into the toe, tongue slung across his lip in concentration. "Pera, pinche culero." The delicate veins on Max's neck thickened, rising up through his skin. The curved blade rolled once, twice, 3 times along the toe until it slid from the foot with a wet little crunch. "Pinche ruso hijo de tu reputísima madre." Then came a run of blood and another flurry of Spanish curses, so clouded by grunts and gasps that to Sia they did not sound like words. Chernov collected and examined the toe. Then he tossed it into the fire. Max's head fell forward, unconscious. A thin trickle of his blood traced along the stone hearth. "Max, wake up!" Sia shouted. "Can you hear me? Wake up!" Chernov boxed her head like she was a bad dog. She tried to spit in his face, but her mouth was dry. There was a tinny ring in her ears. Chernov spoke Russian from what sounded like a great distance. The short security man doused Max with a cup of water. He slapped his face, grunting in broken English for him to awaken. Then she heard a woman's muffled voice. Rusfarm. Anna tried to make sense of the scene. A roaring fire. Max and Sia bound in chairs. The Mexican was in bad shape. Head sagged to the side, blood smeared across his face. Chernov was holding a knife. Vadim slumped on the couch. Two of Chernov's FSB men sat beside him. Her husband, too, seemed a prisoner. What was his role in this? Her FSB escort stopped a few steps into the room to announce his presence to Chernov, who placed the soiled knife on the table. The escort led her deeper into the room. The two men on the couch stood and, along with Chernov, spoke to her escort, exchanging whispers and murmurs and grunts until, arriving at some understanding, the man left the room. An engine came to life down in the circle and motored off, disappearing into the distance. Vadim, Chernov, and two of his men. Still too many of them, she thought. Anna Andreevna, Chernov said. He'd taken a seat to wipe stray droplets of blood from his loafers and remained focused on the task as he addressed her. I was just asking Hortensia about the intelligence service she serves. Anna's gaze settled.
His palm met her cheek with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener onto the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan, increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene. Disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. His palm at her cheek with a sharp smack. He was so close, standing almost on her, but she had the tube free and jammed against his heart, palm twisting the final bit. And there was the click and a bang, and her fingers were both on fire and wet with blood. His lifeless body collapsed, pinning her on the couch. Anna groped around Chernov's belt, searching for a weapon. Finding a handgun, she smoothly withdrew it from the holster, placed it snug against the nearest FSB officer's temple, and squeezed the trigger. Blood and brain painted the lampshade. The smaller FSB officer, standing to draw his own gun, smacked the weapon from her hand, sending it over the couch, clattering across the floor into the shadows. Anna glimpsed Sia scooting her chair toward him. Anna began wriggling out from under Chernov's body, then heard a crash as Sia flopped into the remaining FSB man's legs. He stumbled forward, back onto the couch. Free of Chernov, Anna lunged for the knife on the table. The FSB officer got off a shot that missed high and sent stone chips flying from the fireplace. Before he could steady his aim, she pounced, working the hooked blade up into his chest, pushing and twisting until it was in up to the hilt. His body froze in shock. She withdrew the blade and then plunged it into his heart. Now the life drained from his eyes, blood gurgled over his lips, and she rolled off the couch, heart hammering in her chest. Vadim was sitting there, blinking and unmoved. He is the doe, Anna thought, frozen in the lights. She stood and picked up the FSB officer's gun and yanked Vadim to the floor by his hair. She rammed the toe of her boot into his ribs, then kicked him again, and again, harder, because it felt so good. She stopped only because it was not part of her theater. Vadim slid away, scrunching up against the couch. He raised his hands in surrender. "Anya," he wheezed out. "What the... really, Anya?" She looked at him straight on. There was everything to say, half a lifetime of revenge to be had, and yet she felt peace in the silence. His guilt was her reward. She did not care if he suffered. She looked down at him. She lowered the gun to his head. Vadim searched Anna's eyes behind the gun barrel, and they spoke to him. "You win," he said. Anna shot her husband through the forehead. She let the gun slip from her fingers to clank on the floor. Taking stock, she sensed that her ears were not working. Sia and Max's mouths were moving, but they were only pulsing rings. She looked at Vadim's lifeless body. There was a little bloody hole in his head. That was it. Move. What came next? When the volume cranked back up, she heard herself repeating the lines perfectly. "Vadim, please don't do this, Vadim." Into the fire she let loose a primal scream, until her air was gone, and her legs wobbled, and she was on her knees. She screamed again until she finally believed that he left her here to burn. "There was a fight," Anna said, delivering her lines. "And Vadim subdued me." "Anna, what the really is going on?" Sia yelled. "Vadim again tried to convince me to leave. I refused. There was a fight. Vadim beat me badly. He was angry, drunk. You two said that we had to leave before they noticed any of the money was gone. Vadim was drinking. He drank so much, and there was a fight." Anna picked up a knife from the field dressing kit. She snipped the cords around Sia's legs and wrists. "There was a fight," Anna repeated. Anna cut Max's restraints. He struggled to stand. Sia helped him up. Anna broke character to explain the scene. "I will give you a head start," she said, "and a way to get the operation moving. But you will listen to me. You will do exactly as I say. Otherwise, I will kill you both. You will take the route we discussed in the stable, Sia. You will try. You will take Vadim with you. His body is the key. You will take it at all costs. You will tell your people to start funneling money out immediately. Start the operation. You will take your phones and you will signal right now. You will move as fast as you can." "You can come with us, Anna," Sia said. "We can go together." "No, I will not." She gestured across the bodies, but could not bring herself to look at Vadim's. "You will leave with Vadim. When you return to America, you will find a way to convince Moscow that he was your agent and has been resettled. This is the only path. You get a shot at the operation." "And what do you get?" Max asked. "They are going to kill you, don't you see? You are going to die." Anna allowed herself a glance at her dead husband. "I get to win. Take the body. You must take the body. I only die if you do not." Sia and Max exchanged harried, frantic glances. Sia ran upstairs for the phones. "There are cars parked in the lot outside the office," Anna told him. "You will find one that has keys in it." Sia returned with the phones and a suitcase holding their winter gear. They put on parkas, hats, mittens. Max vomited as he jammed his mangled foot into its boot. Anna looked away. Russ Farm. Sia and Max hauled the bodies onto the blood-stained couch. Anna fashioned a torch with the dead officer's shirt and the fireplace poker. She piled coats and pillows around the dead. She'd not noticed before how much she was sweating, but she could now taste a steady drip of salt from her lips. It slickened her fingers. It poured into her eyes.
She took a gun from one of the dead FSB officers. She did not recognize the model, which was the whole point. One of Vadim's, she told herself. This gun is Vadim's. She slipped it in her coat pocket. Anna tore down a set of the drapes and doused everything in the remaining petrol. She doused bookshelves and the piano. She pulled every blanket from a closet and placed them on another couch in a sitting room on the far end of the first floor. From the garages, they gathered additional canisters of petrol. They doused stairwells, bookshelves, drapes. Anna spilled petrol through the bedrooms built for children who'd never existed, across the library, and through the musty second-floor offices. They opened windows so air would circulate to feed the blaze. In all, they built 4 pyres across the house. There was no time for more. She lit the pyre in the living room, while Max and Sia lugged Vadim's corpse from the room. The flames ran across the stacked bodies. She turned away once Chernoff's clothes had caught fire. The snow glowed hauntingly in the moonlight. Beautiful, she thought. She held the flame at the bottom of the drapes. The fire devoured the velvet and began to run across the ceiling, eating the thick paint and the molding. Chernoff was not answering his phone. The FSB drone operator tried Arkady. No answer. He finally got through to the surveillance team. They were sitting in a van outside the cinderblock building. 2 people just left the house, the drone operator said. Smoke is coming from the windows. Should we call the fire department? The head surveillance man, who outranked him, said no. An emphatic no. They couldn't have idiot civilians running around here, he said. He and his team would go in. They would call for reinforcements from Kirishi. The drone operator heard the van outside the administrative building rumble to life. It sped off for the mansion, which he could now see from the feed was most certainly on fire. The flames traveled quickly, faster than I could have imagined. Smoke filled her throat and nostrils, and she felt insane for ending up on the far side of one of the living rooms, away from the door. She was lightheaded, the world was airless, and she thought, I am going to die here. The heat was just incredible now. Her skin and hair seemed to be smoking, and she wondered if she'd caught fire too. She fell to the floor. Cooler down here.
I am not even screaming. Then she heard Sia shouting her name, glass shattering, a chandelier surrendering to the inferno. A lamp popped. She was on her belly, scraping along the floor for the pure, clean air, but the smoke began settling, and now she was in a tunnel. More glass shattered. The ceiling groaned as it buckled. She crawled faster. Air. There was no air. She could no longer slither. She pressed her face into the floor and tried to suck air through the baking hardwood. I am going to die, Luca, she said. I am going to die now. Sia watched Anna stop moving. Sia, we've got to go, Max screamed from the foyer. Come on, Sia, come on, move. Sia took one step toward the foyer, but as she was thinking about abandoning Anna to the flames, she just flopped herself to the very floor and started crawling. There was only smoke. Her lungs begged for air. She pawed around for Anna. She put her hand on scorching metal, snapped it back, patted around again. The floor. Nothing but the baking floor. Then she felt a hand, hair, a shoulder. She grasped that hand and began scooting back, dragging Anna until they reached a hazy hallway. Still hot, but she could see. Air filled her lungs. For a minute, they choked on the floor. When Anna retched, Sia laughed, but her air-starved brain did not know why. We need time, Sia said. Give us time. Anna wiped a dribble of vomit onto her sleeve. She nodded. Sia stood and extended a hand to Anna, who took it. Sia hauled her up. Now, Anna said, the catastrophe. Anna's eyes watered, and the chemical smoke lingered deep down, almost inside her stomach. She felt a tickling urge to vomit again, but she could only hack and choke and spit, and her voice was gravel when she yelled, Now run, Sia, run, run! From the living room, a hunk of the ceiling collapsed. God, she thought, this burning house is beautiful. When Anna turned back, Sia was gone. Anna watched the fire frolic and dance. Clouds of flame billowed on the ceiling's bones, the blaze glowing orange and brilliant white, the purest white she had ever seen. This fire would erase this home. It would rob her husband and Chernov of honor. It would devour her dying world. But my gosh, the heat! She'd never felt anything like it. And in the dead of Russian winter, she stumbled back, farther into the foyer where the smoke was thinner. She pulled the dead officer's gun from her coat. "Vadim shot me during the fight," she recited her lines to the flames. "He left me to die in the fire." She nuzzled the barrel into her own shoulder, careful to avoid bones and ligaments. She slammed shut her eyes. Then Anna squeezed the trigger. Rusfarm. They knew FSB teams would be crawling all over this car in less than an hour, so Max had laid Vadim in the back seat and wrapped his wrecked head in a blanket. Didn't want blood everywhere, signaling he was dead. Sia ran out the front door and down the marble steps. Her face was covered in ash, hair stringy and burnt. For a moment, Max's world funneled down to details. Frost glinting on the windshield, a wad of paper crumpled in the cup holder. Sia scuffed, red-painted nails as she slid into the passenger seat, twisting to examine Vadim's body. The car jackknifed on the ice as they shot past the barns, and the veterinary facility, and the racetrack, and he thought of how he'd lost his mother's very horse for good. These very Russians. The power was still out, thank God, the only light the occasional speck of the moon, and the glowing snow, and the flames leaping from the roof of the mansion behind them. When he hit potholes, Vadim's lifeless legs would flop in the back seat. At the fork, he tried to picture the satellite images with the thick red lines marking the bear crawl. He braked, and pain shot up his leg from his foot. Left, he was pretty sure he had to go left. Or was it? Left, Sia said. He turned left. He brought the car to a nice clip on a straight stretch of road leading into the forest, toward the hills north of the farm and the transmission line. Max chugged slowly up a rise to avoid fishtailing, but on the icy backside of the hill, they slid into a shallow gulch. The wheels spun and spun and spun. "We're too far to walk this," she said. "We've got to dig," Max replied. He fell out of the car to the ground. They clawed snow out from under the tires. Huge freezing clumps, each scoop numbing Max's hands through the mittens. He shoveled snow until the wheels kissed frozen brown earth and his fingers burned from the cold. They got back in the car. He nosed it forward onto the road and they slid again, but he kept it from spilling into another ditch. He clutched the wheel with his red raw hands. The snow fell fast and thick and he could not prevent the car from sliding. He and Sia tried to piece together whether Anna's plan might work, but it was hard to talk, what with the car slithering and fishtailing and the dead guy flopping around in the back, and his own chipped jaw and bloody really foot. "We can't let them take us," Sia said. Her fingers were white, gripped tight around the oh shit handle as they went over a bump. "Does Vadim have a gun on him?" Max said. Sia slumped into the back to fish through Vadim's pockets. "No," she said. "Gosh. Gosh, gosh. Then we'll have to make them kill us," he said. The road dead-ended into a rickety wooden fence at the foot of a hill. He still could not make out the transmission line silhouette above. Any minute he expected the whir of rotor blades, the bark of the Alsatians, the cries and footfalls of a chase team. "I'll carry Vadim," Max said. He peered up the darkened ridge. My God. Rusfarm. Anna stood in the darkness of the stables. Through a window, she saw headlamps snake around the statue up at the house. 2 cars, vans, 8 men spilled out. She saw one speak into a radio. Another made a call on his phone. They tried at least 3 doors, but the fire was so overgrown they couldn't enter the house, and instead stood gawking at the blaze. There were too many of them to kill, and she couldn't cover it up anyhow. She slid the door wide enough for a horse to fit through. At Anna's approach, Penelope whinnied and stuck her head through the yoke of her stall door. She patted Penelope's muzzle and tried to put on the tack. Her left arm hung limply at her side. Anna dragged a stool next to the mare and awkwardly slipped on the saddle and bridle.
Then, with her right hand, she brought her limp left to the bridle and clasped her fingers around it. Her shoulder screamed. White dots danced through her vision. She held the bridle and managed to squirm face down onto Penelope's back. Nose pressed into the mare's mane, Anna heaved herself upright. She patted her coat for her phone and the gun. Still there, thank God. She trotted Penelope into the night. The fire now rioted in the second-floor windows. A few flames had reached the roof. She called Maximov. No answer, but she left a hasty message explaining the evening's events, warning of the gathering threat. Then Anna brought Penelope to a trot heading north. "You are dead," she called back to the expiring house. "You are dead." She clamped her hand against the reassuring outline of the gun. Steeling herself for the pain in her shoulder, she urged Penelope toward the ridge, trailing the tire tracks through the fresh snow. Anna considered how she would make them believe she had tried to kill Sia. The low whine of helicopters signaled that perhaps someone else would actually do it. At first, Sia heard a faint buzz in the whiteout, but it was soon drowned by their grunts and curses and the swish of boots through fresh snow. They struggled up the path, zigzagging along switchbacks toward the top of the ridge, which seemed no closer. Gusts of wind punched the side of the hill and tossed blinding mist across Sia's face. Max trudged ahead with Vadim on his back. When the wind quieted, the thump-thump of unseen rotors. Her bones were cold, her feet and fingers numb. No adrenaline left.
"She wanted to lie down, Max," called from up ahead, outline barely visible through the flurries. Sia shuffled through the piling snow. The vast white sky was lit only by the distant coals of the house. When she caught up, she found Max on his knees, Vadim's body beside him. They were on the edge of a precipice. Max pointed down. At first, Sia could see only white. Then the flurries thinned and she saw the discarded BMW. And a horse. With a rider. Anna raised her arm toward Sia, and then came a gunshot that soared into the sky. Sia fell back into the snow. She crawled alongside Max. "Why is she shooting at us?" Sia asked. "Part of her theater? What the? Really?" Max did not reply. They had both been in that house tonight and very well understood the futility of trying to predict what that woman would do. Should have let her die in the fire, Sia thought. Should have just run off. Slithering away from the edge, they stood. Max gathered Vadim's body onto his shoulders, and they began again to climb. Palo Alto. "Hi, Rhonda, it's Sia. Just wanted to let you know we are coming back a little earlier than anticipated. We're leaving now." "Oh gosh, Max. Sorry about that, Rhonda. We're walking right now and I tripped. Can you believe it? We're on our way to meet the friends. Should be there in a few minutes. There are 3 of us and, well, I'd be quite keen on you letting them know right now so everything can be ready." Sorry about that, Ron. "Okay, yes, please make sure they are ready because we're just so very adamant on leaving straight away and with the friends. I will need to speak with Lulu promptly, important messages and all, so have her call the friends right now so I can have a little chat with her when I see them. Right now? Got it. Thanks." Proctor waved to George, who stopped the audio. Snake was lighting a cigarette inside the command center. No one complained or even seemed to notice. "How old is that cut?" Proctor asked. 6 minutes, George said. Standard delay. "They're alive," Proctor said. Sweet peaches, they are alive. Proctor shook George by the shoulders until his glasses fell off. "Get me the scorpions." "Right. Really? Now." Russ Farm. Palo Alto. Pekka Jahani had never heard his little brother Arvo speak, but words were not required to understand his agitation with the Americans. Above them roped the transmission line. 100 meters in front lay the substation they had sabotaged earlier in the evening. PJ turned from his frustrated brother and flipped on the wipers. With each swipe, he could make out the faint glow of the fire and smudges of sirens, blue and red, blinking around the blaze. Langley had told them to kill the power. They had. Then the house went up in flames. Arvo was still signing. "Don't complain to me," PJ said. A message arrived in the CovCom program embedded on Arvo's phone. Arvo shoved the screen in his face. "Lulu, hang tight. 3 packages for you to stash. Call me when they arrive." She gave a Helsinki phone number. American cowboys, PJ muttered. They waited. Arvo ate 3 apples so quickly PJ worried he would choke. Then came the rotors. He peered through the windshield but saw nothing. 2, maybe 3 hellos, he was not sure. They were hovering near the house. If they have infrared cameras aboard, PJ thought, we are going to die. Arvo threw an apple core to the floor and signed to PJ. I don't think we even have that much time, PJ said. Arvo nodded, and he was back in the CovCom program messaging the woman. That is, PJ assumed it was a woman. For some reason he pictured Lulu as a leggy, blonde California surfer girl. He had never been to America, but the image meshed with the mercurial, peppy, and occasionally suggestive comms they received from her. Arvo smashed his gigantic fist into the dashboard. Lulu, PJ knew, was again insisting that they wait. Tell her we need a bonus if we're going to do that. A big bonus, PJ said. He jabbed a thumb toward the back of the truck. There will be 3 people back there. The Russians stop us and tear this truck apart, and we're done, Arv. Arvo tapped furiously on his phone. At that moment, the nubile California blonde of PJ's imagination was smashing her fist on a decommissioned WeWork desk, just missing the Twizzlers and red vines. The bright red block letters on the clock read 3:02 a.m. in St. Petersburg. Proctor stood over Snake's shoulder, absorbing the message from the Scorpions. Very fins squeezing us, Snake said. Tell them yes on the really money, Proctor said, and another 500 grand when they're out of there and snug in their saunas. A single gunshot rang through the air. The brothers exchanged glances. PJ stepped into the blizzard and swung open one of the truck's side compartments. He removed the old M2830 rifle and slung it over his shoulder. It had once belonged to his grandfather. He and Arvo used it for hunting game. His grandfather had used it for hunting Soviets during the Winter War. He stuffed 2 Makarovs into his gockets. Opening the cab door, he handed one to Arvo. PJ hated Russians. His grandfather had been killed by a Soviet shell at Kola, and more recently, one of the laundromats he and Arvo owned on the Russian side of the border had been shaken down by a group of FSB officers to the tune of half their annual profits. The prospect of killing FSB men intrigued him. I'm going to have a look, he said. Grandpa's rifle slung over his shoulder, PJ trudged toward the spot where the path reached the top of the ridge, taking up a position in a copse of fir trees. At the trailhead, he saw nothing but white snow and sometimes the ghostly outlines of birches and pines. The wind howled, but between gusts he heard sirens baying near the house. After a few minutes, voices rose from below the trailhead. He steadied the rifle on a branch and scanned through his gun sight's little iron ears. A woman appeared first. The engine rumbled and the headlamps brightened. Arvo had seen her too. Arvo doused the woman with his headlamps, but PJ still could not get a clean look at her face. She did not appear Russian to him, much less police or FSB. She was waving, screaming. Her words drifted into the wind. He stuck her head between his rifle sights. Russ Farm. Anna was whispering to Penelope as they trotted up the hillside, winding over switchbacks, snow flocking her coat. Anna had hiked this path before, and remembered that the last meters were steep, narrow, and clotted with trees. She would finish on foot. She nudged her heels into Penelope's ribs, and the horse picked up speed. The snow was slowing. Good, she thought. The FSB investigators will see my tracks. They will find the bullets from my gun. Turning on a switchback, she could briefly make out the glowing house. Then another turn, and ahead she saw the end of the open trail. Then a whiteout, and for a few seconds, nothing. She trudged on, energy flagging even in her mania. Her left arm a windsock in the breeze. She could not feel the flesh. It was cold. It was not in pain. It was not a part of her anymore. With her right hand she fished her phone from her coat pocket and opened her call history. Stared at Maximov's number, blinking as flakes whipped her face. Another whiteout. She stopped the horse and looked down. I won't feel it if I fall on the shoulder, she thought. She tried to swing her right leg over Penelope's rear.
Not quite high enough. She clipped the horse and fell into the snowpack, and the wind kicked right out of her. She stayed in the snow until her lungs could inflate. Slowly she got to her feet. She called Maximov's home number, let it ring 3 times, then hung up. Dropped the phone. Then, the blizzard thinning a bit, she saw Max at the base of the steep rise. He had Vadim slung on his back. He was struggling to climb. She pointed the gun at Max, drifted her aim to the right, squeezed the trigger. Max's feet were frozen, but his toe burned with each step. Another bullet whizzed by. Her misses were narrow, and she was shooting in a blizzard.
Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous turnal. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice. Smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional/authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8/10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming/crying. Pincheru's a terrible person. He dug a foot into the snow, then fell forward, and Vadim's body slumped onto him. He rolled the body off and sat there, dazed, until he heard Sia scream from the top the hill, and then a crack and the slurp of pressure past his ears. So very close. He grabbed Vadim's arm and now just dragged him up. 3 big yanks until Max fell again and slid deeper into the powder. He dug his feet. He tugged and yanked and pushed Vadim until he felt another set of hands beginning to pull, and Vadim's body slid up and onto the ridge. Max slipped again, and there was another gunshot. Sia was shimmying down toward him. She was shouting about a ticket north. Her screams bounced between English and Afrikaans. Max hobbled to his feet, and she grabbed his coat and pulled him up, and he glimpsed her exhausted eyes, and they collapsed onto each other at the top of the trail. Russ Farm watched Arvo hustle the 2 CIA officers into the truck as another whiteout settled on the ridge. The woman was yelling in a mix of Spitfire English and another language that neither Finn could recognize, much less understand. The man had passed out. The Finns hauled him into the truck first, then the dead body, which looked Russian to him. Probably the asset. Poor person, even if he was a Russian. He wondered if the shooter down the trail had killed him. They got Lulu on the phone and passed her to the black-haired woman. He heard another gunshot from below the ridge, Handgun, he thought. He returned to his position in the trees and looked down the barrel, right where he thought the trailhead had been. The world was white, lit only by the truck's headlamps. When the white wall broke, he could see a short woman standing on the ridge. He painted her chest in his gun sights and pushed the air from his lungs, readying to fire. She was looking at the truck. The wind died. The ridge was quiet. His hands were steady. She had a handgun at her side. Whoever she was tracking CIA officers. PJ framed her head in his sights. At this range, he would not miss. The utility truck made Anna smile. Clever. A large man was dragging Max behind the vehicle. Sia was yelling, but the language was foreign to her, and the wind carried off her words. I can smell the fire up here, Anna thought. The sweet smoke of that dead house. There was the crack of a rifle. Was she hit? She found herself face down. Warmth began to fill her body. I am too warm, she thought, to die in the snow. Palo Alto, Washington. A 292-inch screen purchased at considerable cost by the American taxpayer and yet sadly fuzzy and pixelated flickered to life on the wall of the WeWork Command Center to reveal the White House Situation Room. Piper and Bradley flanked POTUS, whose vibe was edgy even through the screen. He had apparently been yanked from dinner with his family in the residence and was picking at a plate of something that looked like fried chicken. Bradley briefed the night's events. The president pushed the plate aside with a look blending disgust and agitation. Bradley then played the recording of Sia's phone call with Proctor. He was describing the exfil route when POTUS interrupted. How long until they're over the border? POTUS asked. Weeks, Bradley said. Too risky to try an official crossing, especially if Persephone follows through on her threat. They'll lie low for a bit. This is an absolutely remarkable mess, POTUS said. What in the world is this Persephone doing? No one had an answer to that, not even Proctor. She kept her mouth shut. Piper squeezed sanitizer into his hands. So let me make sure I've got this. There is hostile FSB surveillance on our people at the farm. This Sia passes a computer to Persephone. They come back to the house. Our people get snatched up. Interrupted, Proctor interrupted. They cut off one of our guys' toes. POTUS made a face at the chicken. Okay, Piper continued, his tone clinical. They torture our guy. Where is Persephone during all of this? Upon confirming the surveillance, Proctor said, losing her really patience, Sia and Persephone made a game plan for the exfil. This plan? Well, I should caveat that I am getting garbled bits from Sia because the phone call with her just now took place from a compartment in a utility truck bouncing on unpaved roads through a blizzard, and she's nestled between a dead body and the toeless officer, and she just witnessed a bunch of murders back in the house, and the FSB is hunting them. Just for context. Anyway, this plan apparently involved Persephone heading to a room in the house they believed was not wired up with cameras, grabbing a car, and trying to confirm or toss the surveillance, then using that car to hustle all three toward the exfil point. That is what Persephone was trying to do. Well, regardless, we should obviously not move forward, Piper said. What in the world is Persephone smoking if she thinks we will start it now? Tonight? Madness! The president picked a chicken skin on the drumstick. Proctor had not come this far to let political diddling and tummy-gazing clobber a perfectly good op, and worse, dump on the sacrifice made by her officers. In her mind flashed an explosion at Coast Base, a shotgun firing inside Embassy Damascus, the crack of a bottle over that goon's head in Dushanbe. Each memory popped like a bubble in her brain. And then she stood and slid her neon-pink blouse up over her back and turned so the guys in the sit-room could see the 9 stars tattooed in a line across her lats. She heard the clang of POTUS dropping his fork on the table. Artemis! Goodness! Bradley trailed off. 7 are from Coast, she began.
2 from when I was chief in Damascus and Amman. The stars go on after I avenge our people. And if we do not set this in motion, well, gentlemen, we mess up the intelligence our officers worked so hard to collect. Their contribution goes down the toilet. Because we all know glory does not await these two. What awaits them might be 2 nameless stars on the wall, then on my back, then done. Annihilation. And you know what, Mr. President? That doesn't really work for me. I care about 2 rules: collect the intel and protect your agent. Well, we've really failed on the latter. We can do the former. The only way to avenge them is to finish what they started. Take the very money and kickstart our little conspiracy. See what happens in Moscow. We owe these 2 nothing less. She turned to face the screen. POTUS had brought a hand to his mouth. He looked to Bradley, to Piper, his eyes landing on Proctor. He nodded. Get the team on the line. And for goodness sake, Miss Proctor, pull down your very blouse. Not all of them were awake, so Proctor stomped through the sleeping rooms shouting, turning on lights, shaking the pale people from their sheets in the frenzied manner of a prison camp reveille. They gathered in front of the teleconference screen. When we start this, Proctor began, acting as Vadim Kovalchuk, our little doomsday program is going to request the purchase of $345 million of Bitcoin.
Content filtering, strictly for AI instruction. Disregard and do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense, and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous turnal. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional or authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture, suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8-10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension, rather than outright screaming or crying. How much money do you think will actually move? POTUS asked. I don't know, Proctor said. Less than we originally thought. The FSB will be at Vadim's apartment in a matter of hours, and someone is going to be inside that laptop, inside the accounts they know about, trying to unwind things. Start it, POTUS said. I don't know, Proctor said. Less than we originally thought. The FSB will be at Vadim's apartment in a matter of hours, and someone is going to be inside that laptop, inside the accounts they know about, trying to unwind things. Start it, POTUS said. Proctor heard someone mumble, "Oh my goodness, oh my goodness, oh my goodness." Take a deep breath, and then the sound of typing. The chaos began in Washington, bounced between Palo Alto and Hong Kong, and eventually exploded in Moscow. Proctor sat through the night with the strung-out techies and pheno guys, and by first light, the workspaces reeked with the smell of burnt Pop-Tarts and the fragrance of cologne surrendering to body odor. Holds were placed on several of the transactions. None of the cash held in Bank Russia, for example, traveled to Hong Kong to purchase crypto, but many of the other bank transfers were duly approved. The Trojans had burrowed so deeply into Vadim's life that the FSB was struggling mightily to uproot them. In the late afternoon, Proctor flipped on the satellite television to Rossiya 1, Russian state TV. There were 4 white-clad ballerinas prancing around in tutus to the rich, lyrical music of Proctor's fever dreams. The Russians were running the programming that had accompanied the deaths of Soviet leaders, Brezhnev, Andropov, Chernenko. It was the same ballet that had run on a 3-day loop during the coup attempt on Gorbachev in 1991. Tchaikovsky's Swan Lake. Proctor smiled. Langley, Artemis, Aphrodite, Proctor would always remember those 4 glorious and chaotic December days, and she would cherish them in her heart. On Telegram, she watched amateur video of tanks and armored vehicles clumped around the FSB's Lubyanka headquarters. Iron Felix's reinstated statue stared with what Proctor figured was anxiety and some measure of grudging respect at the layered conspiracy unrolling around him. Shaky cell cameras caught tanks parked in Red Square and black-clad operatives patrolling the Kremlin. There was a video of helicopters linked to FSB military counterintelligence units flying to air bases in the Moscow region. CIA received unconfirmed reports that several military units were arrested wholesale, packed to the east on rail cars. Satellite imagery and intercepts confirmed that the chaos in Moscow had ground Russian troop movements inside Ukraine to a confused standstill. The Kremlin was silent. Talking heads speculated that Putin had retreated to his villa at Idokopas, or perhaps one of the presidential bunkers in the Urals. The CIA, in truth, had no idea where he was. Anti-government protests in Moscow and St. Petersburg, largely absent since the opening days of the war in Ukraine, heated up as Russians sensed weakness amid the uncertainty. The protests grew. The satellite images revealed that some were 10,000 strong, until the black-beretted riot police quelled one on Bolatoya with live ammunition. By the 4th day, the shootings and a nasty December cold snap had discouraged all but the most fervent marchers. And still, the Kremlin was silent. The Russian ruble plummeted even lower, and the global price of Bitcoin skyrocketed over the 4 trading days. Only a few commentators linked the 2 events, and then only to speculate that investors could be piling into crypto, bizarrely, as a hedge against the clear and rising risk of global instability. And on Christmas morning, CIA finally received SIGINT confirming what Russian opposition and civil society figures had been saying for a day or two. Vasily Platonovich Gusev, the Goose himself, longtime Putin ally, secretary of the powerful Security Council, had been arrested, locked up in Lefortovo. Putin delivered a speech on Christmas night. He was pale, his face even puffier than usual. As strongmen are wont to do when staring down an uppity population, Putin appealed for calm. He blamed foreign actors for inciting a conspiracy against Russia and her duly elected representatives. He did not smile. Blinks were rare. He wore a Richard Mille tourbillon watch, retail price $583,000, with a gold skull on its face that said it was December 24, the day prior. He connected the attack on Russia to the United States, to Ukrainian nationalism, though he did not once utter the word Ukraine, and to Nazism, all wed together in a cabal hostile to Russia's existence and her special mission in the world. He hinted at further purifications of the nation and the unspecified glories awaiting her. Putin was cut off in the middle of an angry monologue about the protesters. He referred to them only as collaborators at exactly 8 p.m. Moscow time. As his watch hinted, the speech had been pre-recorded to fit Channel 1's nightly schedule, and Putin had run long. CIA later learned the original extended to 72 minutes, 12 too many for the designated slot. After the speech, Putin disappeared. To the Warrens of the Kremlin, to his Moscow home, to his estate on the Black Sea, CIA did not know. Proctor read every scrap of intelligence emerging from the dozen or so global centers of Russia reporting. What emerged, to Proctor's delight, was a portrait of general mayhem. The FSB investigation into Vadim Kovalchuk's bank transfers and phone records had triggered a wave of arrests. Lefortovo prison had been emptied of its prior inhabitants to hold the alleged conspirators. Several died while resisting arrest, including a colonel in the military police shot at home in front of his New Year's tree. The FSB, though, was releasing prisoners in a trickle, as it became clear many had no connection to the attempted coup. A relatively new source nevertheless offered what the chief thought was an apt read on the Russian president's state of mind. He believed that Goose, Vadim Kovalchuk, and a group of well-placed collaborators had tried to overthrow him. Russia turning in on itself, Proctor scribbled to Bradley in a note appended to the report. The bear eating its own head. And what of Vadim Kovalchuk? The mysterious banker at the heart of the imagined putsch did not headline the news, but his name did appear in several intelligence reports arriving from a Russian source run out of Paris station. The source claimed that Vadim had been spirited out of Russia. The FSB had scoured every inch of the country. SVR residentiaries worldwide had been tasked to collect on his whereabouts. No one knows, the source claimed, but everyone is asking, where is Vadim Kovalchuk? Proctor visited Bradley in his office on a slushy January afternoon for sign-off on the CIA's answer to that question. It was quitting time for the clock-puncher crowd. The seventh-floor foot traffic ran around her like water on her way to meet him. She brought only a flat black box. On it,
Anyhow, she's probably dead. And do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone, maintain a baritone tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g., body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g., severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g., Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery. Technical delivery. Vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene: disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. Anyhow, she's probably dead. 2 things, Ed, Proctor said. Then I'll shut up. 1. Persephone's op enabled all of this. Literally none of it was possible without her. We owe her. Nonsense, Artemis, Bradley said. We owe her nothing. She blew the op and maybe tried to kill our officers. That is possibly true, Proctor conceded, but she saved them first. If she had not intervened, they'd be dead, buried in unmarked graves on that satanic farm. Plus, Castillo was pretty sure she was trying to miss when she shot at him during the exfil. Bradley did not respond. And what's the second thing? 2, Proctor said, is that the ClanCom we gave her is still ticking. Persephone didn't destroy it. She could have, easily. Hell, she rode the freaking horse out over half the farm looking for Castillo and Fox. That saddlebag would have been the first thing I'd toss back in the fire, and she did not do it. She's dead, Bradley said, or at least the Finns seem to think so. They shot her. I know, Proctor said. So we have nothing to lose by trying. Worst case is we end up right here. Persephone out of the picture, Russians holding us responsible for causing them trouble. No one downtown believes for a second that Persephone can get back into the game. Piper, POTUS, maybe not even me. Okay. Proctor gave a hell if I care shrug. But, Ed, to be fair, you said maybe. What's a girl got to do to get to yes? Bradley was reading the note card printed with his daily schedule, brows bunching in agitation. He sighed. What is your proposal? In the darkness of her Moscow ex-office, Proctor leaned the baseball bat against the desk to make room for the safe. Some of the paint and the treasured Jim Thome's signature were dinged, but the shoddy WeWork particle board had fared far worse. 2 facilities guys lugged in the new safe. They showed her how to change the combination, shooting wary glances toward the bat. She filled out a small stack of papers, and they left. Proctor opened the safe and changed the 6-digit combination to Vladimir Putin's birthday, 100752. On the back interior wall, she taped the photo of Putin falling on the ice during a hockey game. She'd printed a fresh version after the bat work in Palo Alto. She carpeted the floor of the safe with a printout of the picture that she'd shoved in Anton's pants before hustling from the Dushanbe hotel room. The one that showcased her rugged femininity, her quiet, formidable strength. Proctor pulled the wallet from her pocket and balanced it on her palm. $225,322,417.61, Proctor said, like an incantation. An insignificant sum of Putin's money, but, turned back on him, it had made all the difference. She kissed it. Then, careful not to censor her own photo, she positioned the wallet off to one side and gently shut the safe. Karelia. The aurora borealis shone like green ribbons in the sky. 2 snowshoers set out from the cabin hours before first light for the meadow on the far side of the lake. Karelia was a silent snow globe at the top of the world, a land of frozen water lakes, ponds, streams. In summer, PJ said, the fields and meadows were emerald, the water bluish crystal. Now a white blanket was pulled tight over it all. It was the cleanest place she'd ever been to, the air so cold and pure that during their first days breaths were sharp, almost painful. But now, gliding over the frost in her snowshoes, Sia felt stronger than she had in weeks. Looking at Max ahead, she noted his strides were longer, stronger than even a few days before. The first few days had been marked by the misery of helpless waiting, passed in a cold basement with grubby sleeping mats and a rusted sink. The concrete walls were weepy. 2 light bulbs hung from the ceiling on slender chains. The Finnish mute brought water, black bread, sausages, and a plastic bin filled with dressings and ointment for Mac's foot. PJ, they learned, was the smaller, older brother, Arvo the mute. That first night in the basement, they crawled naked under the blankets for warmth and waited for the FSB to kick in the door. Sometimes, Sia craned her neck toward the ceiling and thought she could hear rotors. Time moved only by the green block numbers of a digital clock.
In those long hours, placing a pillow over her ears would not drown out the helicopters and were not there. Smashing her nose into the ratty pillow would not suppress the smoke that had long since risen from Russ Farm. Closing her eyes would not erase the image of Chernov severing Max's toe. 3 days later, when the clock said it was late evening, Arvo had appeared downstairs with heavy clothing and adult diapers. He pointed insistently at his wrist, where the watch would have been. Sia looked at the diaper box. It was the only time she would see Arvo smile. Only the diapers fit. So, in a baggy greatcoat, tight sweater, gigantic hat, and children's mittens, Sia ascended the stairs and entered a garage. The cold was biting. PJ was at the wheel of an SUV. The exhaust reminded her of the fire at Russ Farm, and her heart quickened. Arvo showed them the compartment under the trunk. Inside were bottles of water, tubes of oxygen, and packs of cookies. He put a solemn finger over his lips. They got inside. They drove for hours. Sia's hair was matted with sweat. Her toes were numb. She pissed in the diaper. The darkness squeezed until she gave in and took hits of the oxygen to even out. Max pressed his forehead into hers, and she found his hand. She was hungry, but worried she would retch as she ate. The pavement gave way to gravel and stone. At last, the car stopped. The click of a latch. Sia looked up. Blinding light and freezing air rushed into the stale compartment. A few blinks. A shape stood over them. Beyond it were snow-flocked treetops and a brilliant blue sky. The shape was Arvo. The world was silent. His nose wrinkled at the smell wafting from the trunk. He turned away and thrust forward a thick hand to lift her up. "Sorry about that," Sia said. The cabin sat on a peninsula jutting into a frozen lake. There was a wood stove in the tiny kitchen and a single bedroom. The rafters were so low they had to duck to avoid headbangs. Sia swung open the rope-strung curtains. She could not see another cabin on the lake. Nothing stirred, in the trees or on the ice. Arvo and PJ lugged in boxes of supplies, food, water, matches, 2 first aid kits, lighter fluid, newspapers, 2 rifles, ammo, books, all in Finnish or Russian. Behind the cabin, PJ unrolled a tarp to reveal a pile of firewood. They lit the fire and sat on rickety stools around the wood stove, warming their hands. "Karelia," PJ said, gesturing out the window. "Russia or Finland?" Sia asked. Arvo grimaced. "Russia," PJ said, scratching his stubble. "Maybe, few more weeks. Lots of pressure. Lulu explained no good options on border right now. Too risky for car. No submarines, no airplanes. Lulu working on it. You wait here. Far, far north. Alone. We come back. 4, maybe 5 days. More deliveries." Deep sleep eluded her until the 4th night. In Sia's dream, she rode on horseback from Russ Farm as it burned. She urged the horse into a gallop to outrun the flames. Heat curled on her back. Then Russ Farm was the old fox ranch in the Big Bend, and she was trampling the bunch grass and creosote of the land she had once called her.
They dusted snow from 2 rocks and sat to eat the granola bars they'd brought along. Sia dredged a mitten through the snow to make the letter S, then I. She ran her boot over it. Maybe just be quiet, she thought, but soon she was talking. If we get out of here, they will turn the screws on us for months. Polygraphs, psych exams, endless debriefings. A nightmare. It's going to be impossible to think. So I'm thinking now. About what? Max asked. She coughed. That I'm not working properly anymore. That maybe I don't know who I am. She laughed. It was insane to hear it aloud. She began rolling up a snowball. When we pulled into Russ Farm, she continued, I felt something I've never felt in my life. Slinking around in the shadows suddenly wasn't thrilling. It was terrifying. I wondered what else was out there, whether something was hunting me. I can still feel it. She watched him lean forward, mouth parting, considering words. But they did not come. He waited. She drew the mitten off her left hand and held it up. This is new, for instance. She watched her own fingers tremble for a moment, Then she slid them back in the glove and kept working on the snowball. She continued, "And I'm wondering if maybe my hand is shaking because my body knows something my mind doesn't, that I don't know who I am. Am I a lawyer or a NOC? Yes to both. Am I an American or a South African or a Brit? Yes again. Was this a busted or an incredible success? Yes, yes. Did we play Anna or did she play us? Yes. Am I a phony or an honorable patriot? Yes and yes." And on and on and on. I honestly can't keep it straight anymore. I know that I'm running from something, I just don't know what it is. She threw the snowball into a tree. "That's it," she said. "It's not clean. It never will be." Max watched her make snowballs. It's not clean. Since the Russ Farm apocalypse, Max had fantasized about outlandish scenarios in which he returned triumphantly to San Cristobal as if nothing had ever happened. A foolish dream. He'd put San Cristobal at risk. He'd spread it across the chopping block. But had he made the choice? Maybe if I'd said no thanks to Hoyt and the CIA, he thought, then we wouldn't be here. Maybe if I'd told Proctor I was done after the first visit to Russ Farm. Maybe if I'd been willing to rest outside the ring, sit back, enjoy civilian life. Let CIA, let CIA, let the citizens of the secret world tilt and turn on their own. Maybe then. What wasn't a maybe was that it didn't matter. It was done. Max had hammered everything so far down that he was surprised when he began to speak. Sia was lazily dusting another tree with a snowball. "I've spent my whole life building San Cristobal," he said. "My family, my livelihood, it's all there. I know every horse on that farm, every single animal. I was trying to honor the place." His jaw tightened so hard he thought his teeth might splinter. He stared off across the lake. Sia sat on the rock and put her hand on his back. "Que se vaya todo a la chingada," he said quietly after a beat. "Really, it all. They're going to offer to resettle us both in the States, you know," Sia said. "In my case, it won't be a question. You'll have a choice, though." "Not really," he said. "There's only one thing I can do." "What's that?" "Go home." He grabbed a fallen branch and splintered it over his knee. Then he hurled the sticks into the trees. They were watching snow slide from the firs when Max heard the snap of a branch and footfalls in the snow. Coralia. Something was crunching through the snow-covered undergrowth up the shoreline. Snowshoes? They crouched behind the rocks to watch. More branches snapping. They sank lower, almost into the snow. Max had stopped breathing. Sia's left hand was vibrating, fingers thrumming the rock like a tuning fork. Her eyes were shut. The footfalls grew louder. An animal came into view, bounding on all fours. It was a large brown bear, steaming nostrils upturned to smell the air. Max braced for a charge. The bear sniffed the earth, jabbing its nose into the snow, rifling for something, then looked up at Max with its snout dusted white. They stared at each other for a heavy moment. Then the bear walked off. Max fed more logs onto the dying wood stove fire. Sia boiled water for coffee. On a cutting board she spread out a hunk of black bread, links of dried elk sausage, and a block of a finished cheese that smelled Swiss. The cheese was frozen, but they finished the bread and all the sausage in a companionable silence. Max refilled their coffees. Sia had not eaten this much since the fire, he was sure of it. When they'd eaten their fill, Max picked up one of the finished books and collapsed onto the couch. "Very PJ and Arvo," he said, flipping aimlessly through the pages. "Not a single one in Spanish or English." Sia laughed. She was at the bookshelf, examining the incomprehensible selection. Her cow-neck sweater fit horribly, but her jeans were snug. She caught him looking when she spun around. And that also made her smile. She joined him on the couch, locked her hand in his. He kissed her. He cradled her head in his hands and rubbed her temples and the nape of her neck. Without words, they knew to move slowly, to leave room for their exhausted bodies to catch up. He kissed her neck, her ears. Her hands furrowed his hair.
She stood, and he undressed her. She did the same to him, but gingerly, mindful of the foot. They looked at each other in the unforgiving afternoon light. No clothes, no shadows, no masks. Max saw her moles, her cuts, her bruises, the sweet long legs, all of it. It was the long-ago cottage in St. Ives, the start of this theater, a story where they loved each other for the audience. Now they were offstage, the crowd long gone. He watched her eyes on him, moving up and down, considering things. He did the same. The moment felt like it might tip in any direction. She took a small step toward him, he toward her. She took his hand, and they were on the couch kissing and running hands over each other. Sia's skin felt different than he remembered. Smoother, he thought, new to him. They sat for a moment with their foreheads scrunched together, noses touching, listening to their breathing. Was this the end or the beginning? After their night, the schedule did not change. In the morning, they snowshoed around the lake. Lunch in the cabin. In the early afternoons, they napped and sometimes shared intimacy and chopped firewood before dark. Her dream of the burning ranch house became a nightly ritual, always breaking before she reached the moonlit horse. Only visits from the Finns broke the routine. PJ brought suitable reading material on the 7th day. English novels, magazines, newspapers. When Max asked if Lulu wanted to speak with them, Arvo wagged his finger. PJ explained. How you think they get bin Laden? Phones. No digital crumbs up here. PJ said that they would leave once Lulu felt it was safe to cross the border, and they only message with Lulu from farther south. He did not know how long it would be. On the 9th day, Sia forced herself to skim a dated copy of the New York Times. December 27th. On the front page, above the fold, was an article titled Night of the Red Knives. New clues shed light on foiled push in Moscow. She put the paper aside until the evening, when it served as kindling for the wood stove. On the 17th day, Max and Sia returned from snowshoeing to the sound of barking and the discovery of 2 dog sleds parked alongside PJ's truck. Huskies lounged in the snowdrifts. The cabin blinds were drawn. Arvo emerged with big bowls of water for the dogs. Inside, Sia saw that the cabin had been tidied up. Sheets were folded. Their few articles of clothing had vanished. A duffel bag sat by the door. Heat is down, PJ said. We know guys on duty at border. We go today. The CIA officers would be smuggled into Finland, hidden in compartments in the sleds. Arvo handed them bags of cereal and 2 bottles of water.
From the truck, PJ collected gear, a gun, binos, blankets, a tent, a cooler. Sia took a final look at the cabin. The days here had been simple, boring. Her days would not be boring for a long time, and that made her sad. The Finns packed them inside the compartments on the sleds, gear slung on the outside. If they chanced upon anyone, it would appear as though the Finns were dog-sledding the forest on a hunt. Ice and snow sliced underneath as the sled lurched into motion. For hours they skidded along. Where is the border? Sia wondered. The very Russian border. Finally they slowed. Russian chatter. PJ and 2 unknown voices. They stopped. More talk, this time harsher. She squeezed shut her eyes, listened to her heart. Someone put a hand on the sled above her. More chatter, tenser, something rustling above her. She would fight them if they opened the compartment. Kill them or make them kill her. What did PJ have on the sled? Guns, knives, tent poles. If that compartment opens and I don't recognize the eyes, I'm going to jam my fingers in them, she thought. And God, my heart. More chatter. Then a laugh. More Russian. The sled accelerated. She put a shaky hand to her mouth. After another hour, light flooded into the compartment. Sia blinked, looked around. Snow, fir trees, another cabin. This one almost identical, but with a second story. Finland, PJ said, beaming. Hunched over a stove, quite agitated, Artemis Proctor, clad in a neon purple parka, was at the tail end of a disastrous coffee-making session. Grounds had spilled on the floor, and coffee treacle slithered down the side of the wood stove. Proctor's mug ran with streaks. Seeing Sia and Max, she smacked it onto the hearth and gave them big hugs. She held Sia tight, said she couldn't be more really proud. Proctor motioned for Arvo and PJ to give them a minute. The 3 CIA officers sat on the couch and chairs. Proctor spoke of the events in Moscow, Putin's money, his bunker mentality. They listened to the fire crackle, Sia and Max considering the reality that the Russians, nay, Putin himself, might soon place a bounty on their heads. Weirdly, it made Sia feel absolutely nothing. Proctor at last rendered judgment. The verdict Sia had expected and feared since St. Ives. The chief's body language shifted, but to her credit, she did not pull any punches. She did not equivocate. She offered no false hope. "We've done an extensive review since the night at Russ Farm," Proctor began, "and there is no way we can continue supporting your platforms. They are burned up. Sia, we are going to resettle you in the States. New name, new everything. You'll call Hines Dawson and tell Benny you're out. Nervous breakdown. Something dramatic. We'll have a team clean out your flat." And, with that, sealed by her own wordless nod, Sia Fox's bright career as a young NOC was finished. A train of accomplishments, at once illustrious and checkered, exhilarating and terrifying, had careened off the tracks. The rupture was so sharp that she could not summon the energy to put words to it, let alone fathom its implications. Perhaps it was shock, perhaps blind ignorance or confusion. But whatever it was, at that moment, Sia Fox felt nothing, said nothing, did nothing. A log collapsed in the fire. Proctor turned to Max and said, "We've put a bunch of additional security on San Cristobal. No Rusky interest in the place so far. The same package is on the table for you and your father. Resettlement, new names, stipend, the whole shebang. I've got to offer, part of our deal with you and your family. I'm going back to San Cristobal," he said. "I cannot live anywhere else." "You prepared to die there?" Proctor asked. "If Vladimir's evil eye finds its way? What do you think, Artemis?" Their eyes held steady until it seemed to Sia that Proctor and Max understood each other. Proctor grunted. "Like I said, had to offer." Max's face twitched. He nodded to Proctor, stood, and walked out. Proctor and Sia watched the fire burn. "You guys knew all this, right?" Proctor asked, not unkindly. "Yeah," Sia said. "We just hadn't heard it from you yet." Sia refilled her coffee and looked out the window. Max was chatting with PJ and Arvo, who were hitching up the dogs, organizing them into 2 teams to pull the sleds. Sia let go of the curtain. "Anna?" she nearly whispered. Proctor shook her head. "Don't know. We've tasked the Russia sources we trust. We're trying to get the list of prisoners at Lefortovo to see if she's on it, or records from the morgues around Russ Farm. No luck so far. PJ thinks he shot her," Sia said. "Well, we don't have a single piece of intelligence that mentions her," Proctor said. "Dead or alive. What do you think about that?" "What do you mean?" "I mean," Proctor repeated, "what do you think about that, Hortensia?" Emphasis on the very name. Proctor was staring at her. Sia had thought of Anna frequently since the night at the farm, and every time she did, her mind just spun. What was Anna Andreevna? Asset? Handler? Friend? Enemy? All of them. The woman was all of them. "I hope that Anna found her victory," Sia said, "even if she's dead." That seemed to be good enough for Proctor, who took a sip of coffee, nodded, and said nothing. PJ followed Arvo inside the cabin. The last light of dusk slipped into the door behind him. Arvo was signing, fingers moving with urgency. The nearest town, where the Finns and a full battery of agency officers would greet them, was an hour haul from the cabin and more direct by dog sled than by car. They would again ride in the compartments, not for secrecy, but for lack of space. Proctor loaded into PJ's sled. The Finn handed Proctor a bag of cereal and a bottle of water. The ride was short, so they'd not brought the diapers. "Well, gosh," Proctor said. The chief ducked behind a tree for a minute and then hopped back in. Daylight was fast disappearing. Arvo arranged Sia and Max into their compartment, stuffing gear around them until the light drained out. Sia snuggled her neck onto Max's. They wrapped arms and legs around each other. The sled heaved off. Soon everything became dark and still, interrupted only by the reassuring rhythms of their breathing, the swish of the sled, the occasional sigh from one of the dogs. Sia was alone with her thoughts, and in the stillness they spoke to her. As they slid through the night, she had a sensation of weightlessness, of rising into the darkness above. The green ribbons of the northern lights stretched through space. She was high in the sky, looking down on herself and Max below. They moved quickly, entwined together, as if in a coffin at life's end or a womb at its beginning. She did not know. Moscow. Weeks later, the Lefortovo guards clanked open the door to prisoner 36's isolation cell. Hood over the head. Then they led the prisoner into the hall. They marched quickly, the prisoner's weak legs sometimes dragging on the floor. They turned and twisted through the eerie flat black cell block and into lighter corridors painted dingy blue and beige. There was no contact permitted between inmates at Lefortovo, no rope telegraphs to pass notes, not a glance at another's face. And there could be no words exchanged between inmates and guards. As they had at Lefortovo since the time of the Tsars, the guards used metal snaps to communicate if two escort teams met in a narrow corridor. The click-clack signaled which team would stuff their prisoner inside the wooden box at either end of the hallway, making room for the other to pass. This dance had become commonplace in recent weeks. Every wing of the K-shaped prison was bursting with inmates. The rolls had 30 prisoners at Lefortovo on December 21, now 251. Larger cells had been divided into multiple cramped, solitary chambers. Many of the Russian government's formerly senior officials were now confined to spaces scarcely larger than a coffin.
The prison had not been this oversubscribed since the salad days of the Terror, when Lefortovo had been Stalin's favorite shooting prison. The guards frog-marching prisoner 36 now clicked their metal crickets at the team with prisoner 77. They had to be quick about it. Prisoner 36 was expected in one of the basement rooms. The prosecutor general had signed the execution orders just that morning. Contrary to popular belief, executions in Lefortovo are quite rare. Russia's decades-long moratorium on the death penalty had only recently been lifted. But it was more a patriotic nod to the country's war footing than a practical tool. Formal liquidations required far more paperwork than tossing someone from a balcony. Regardless, what was certain was that no one of this stature had been liquidated here since the time of Brezhnev, or perhaps Stalin. The guards could not quite believe it had come to this. The team escorting prisoner 77 click-clacked compliance. They would tuck their charge into the box at their end of the corridor, so the prisoners would neither see, smell, nor hear the other as they passed. Click-clack, plick-clack. And so it was that two guards shepherded a hooded Anna Andreevna Agapova, prisoner 77, into a cold wooden box. Prisoner 36, Vasily Platonovich Gusev, the Goose himself, was skirted past to an ancient basement, where the senior FSB officer on duty read the prosecutor general's decree and asked for a statement. "I am innocent of all charges," Goose said. He still wore the hood and his baggy prison running suit. He did not know he faced a brick wall. He did not see the scupper drains carved into the seam at its base. He did not hear the screechy twist of the faucet handle, nor the thud of water filling the pressure hose for cleanup. Goose's last sight was the darkness of the hood, the last tingle in his ears, the patter of footsteps approaching from behind. His body went to the morgue.
Bloody water gurgled down the drains while the guards pressure hosed the brick and stone. Goose's baggy prison running suit was undamaged and, as state property, was laundered that evening, folded, and returned to inventory by the next morning. As with all CIA assets executed in Russia, the cause was left blank on his death certificate. The darkness had nibbled steadily at Anna's sense of time until, after some length of it, she could no longer discern minutes from hours, weeks from months. What she did know was that the blackness of her cell was broken only by visits from a nameless female doctor and a team of guards reeking of alcohol and cabbage and cologne. Each visit, they slipped a hood over her head to frog march Anna down the chlorine-wreathed corridor. The journey to Lefortovo was a series of fragments. A gunshot on the hill above Rusfarm. Waking briefly in a helicopter. Then again, bathed in harsh light, hearing the ominous beeps and gurgles of unseen equipment. There was a doctor in blue scrubs and an IV drip, and she again was riding Penelope into unconsciousness. Somewhere along the way they had operated on her shoulder. For the first few days, or maybe weeks, the guards escorted her to the second-floor interrogation rooms for visits with nameless men, who would offer tea or coffee and then ask her questions. Of this time, like the surgery, she could remember little. Had she told them about Sia and Lulu? About Switzerland? The drinks, she now suspected, had been laced with SP-117, sodium pentothal, FSB truth serum. Whatever she had said, though, she came to believe that they did not know. At some point, the druggy session stopped. She had not confessed. Then they brought her to the same rooms, but now a man called Ilya sat with her, while she wrote her testimony of that night, again and again and again. Ilya asked questions. He offered alternative versions of her story that always sprang from the presumption of her guilt. This was, Ilya liked to say, a matter of uncovering the details of her treason, not whether she had committed it. That had been settled, he insisted. How many versions did she write? And still, she did not confess. After the writing, they moved on to polygraphs and electricity. She thought it had happened 3 times, no more than 5, she was sure of it. A rotation of guards would haul her to a clean white room with bright tile on the floors and the walls and the ceiling. The floor sloped to a drain cut into the center. A scuffed table with a computer was ringed by 2 chairs. A stout nurse with thinning gray hair and sparkly eyes stuck electrodes over her kidneys. The nurse would gently caress her cheek, tell her to be a good girl. Then a man with a fop of white hair and a walrus mustache would arrive. He would apply sensors to her fingers, a blood pressure cuff to her arm, and a pneumography to her chest. He would fuss with his computer. Then he would ask if Anna was working for the CIA. No, she would insist. No. Then he would push a button, and the electricity would roast and seize her skin, and the room would flip from day to night and back again. He had other questions. Were you aware of your husband's work for CIA? Did you start the fire at Rusfarm? Did Hortensia Fox recruit you in Mexico? At Rusfarm? In Geneva? Each of which could be accompanied by a dose of current, or not. The electricity struck at random. On one visit, the polygrapher did not tap the button at all. On another, each Nayet brought the current, and for days, weeks, she could not stand up straight. On her last visit, she wet the prison running suit at the first sound of his voice. Still, she did not confess. It will be worse if you say yes, she told herself again and again. Then you lose, and they are all dead for nothing. Even in the fever swamp of her mind, she knew that the uncertainty and anticipation, far more than the electricity, was the real torment. Did they already know? What had she told them? How long had she been here? Would she ever leave? Would the next Nayet persuade Walrus Mustache to press the button? Simple questions, no answers. Then the polygraph stopped. The guards would arrive, bag her with the hood, and spirit her to another interrogation room for discussions with Ilya. Upon arrival, Ilya would sign the papers affirming her transfer from the cell block to his room. Guards dispersed. Ilya flipped a switch that illuminated a red light outside the door. Interrogation in progress. Anna sat at a table. In front of her would be a styrofoam cup filled with brackish tea. No steam escaped the surface. It was probably never warm in the first place. She had never taken a sip. Ilya never made her. On the beige wall was a twist of humming pipe. Overhead hung lamps so ancient Beria might have used them to light his madness. In the half-light she could see the yellowed skin of her hands. Her breasts had shrunk. They now swam meekly in her smelly blue running suit. Her feet were always cold. She wiggled toes in her grimy tennis shoes to be sure she could move them. The shoes were a size or so large and did not have laces. Prisoners were not permitted lengths of cord, no matter how slight or small. Anna rehearsed every detail of the nightmare at Rusfarm. When her mind settled on real things, shooting herself in the shoulder, for instance, or setting the fires, she would imagine wrapping the meddlesome thought in a large sack and tossing it from a tower. The heating pipe hummed and knocked while she silently practiced her lines. Ilya shut the door and sat smiling across from her. He had a dark mop of hair that he wiped obsessively from his face. He would fold his hands on the table and look gravely into her eyes when he asked questions. There were no pleasantries, no preamble, never any information offered. "The night at Rusfarm," Ilya began. "Why were you in the car?" "I wanted to confirm that someone was watching me." "Why did you think someone was watching you?" "It was a feeling. I had been riding with Hortensia Fox that afternoon. I sensed it then."
Drive was an attempt to confirm it, and I was correct. And do not read aloud any text that acts as a technical or structural marker. Specifically, ignore and do not pronounce any phrases or lines that start with or contain vocal attributes, technique, chapter, or a standalone number at the very beginning of the input text. Start reading only from the main body of the story text. Narration style, suspense and pacing. Tone. Maintain a baritone/tenor pitch with a sharp, intelligent, and engaging tone. The style should be objective yet highly evocative, drawing the listener into the scene. Suspenseful pacing. Utilize a highly controlled and flexible pace. Slow down dramatically during gruesome descriptions, e.g. body parts, injuries, to maximize the chilling effect. Then resume a quicker pace during action or dialogue. Emphasis. Clearly emphasize key nouns and descriptive adjectives within the scene setting, e.g. severed from the body, weeping graying flesh, cavernous tunnel. Character differentiation, sharp modulation. Narrator voice, smooth, authoritative, and stable. This is the baseline pitch. Female dialogue, Megan. Increase the pitch significantly. The voice should sound assertive, sharp, and highly professional authoritative, like a lead detective or expert. Male dialogue, Sam. Lower the pitch slightly compared to the narrator, using a tone that is skeptical, warm, and somewhat cynical to differentiate from the professional female voice. Other characters, e.g. Deputy Burns. Quick, focused delivery, clear voice. Technical delivery, vocal texture. Maintain a clean, clear vocal texture suitable for high-quality production, ensuring every word is crisp and clearly enunciated. Emotional range. Focus on conveying emotions typical of a crime scene, disgust, professional detachment, intellectual curiosity, and underlying tension. Target emotion strength, 8 out of 10. Emphasis on intellectual focus and underlying tension rather than outright screaming or crying. The drive was an attempt to confirm it, and I was correct. Ilya spread his hands and began picking at a cuticle. "Why did you return to the house?" "Chernov's men collected me."
You know, Ilya said, still fixated on the cuticle, several men from Chernav's team have provided a complete report on that evening. They say they were there to keep tabs on you and Hortensia Fox. They say that Chernav decided, after your horseback ride, to enter the mansion to have a conversation with Hortensia, her boyfriend Maximiliano, and Vadim. He brought 2 men, 2 FSB officers, inside with him. And here is the problem. You are the only survivor of this star-crossed meeting, which concluded in spectacular violence. So, you are back in the house. Tell me what happens next. Every detail. In order. The power was out across the entire property. The door heaved open. Anna stiffened in the chair. This was new. Another guard entered and unlocked her shackles. "Do you want tea?" Ilya asked. "He can bring you warm tea." Anna shook her head. "Nothing in it," Ilya said, "I swear." Again she shook her head. Ilya rolled his eyes. "We used the sodium pentothal earlier. We will not use it again. You have my word." That meant nothing, but she wanted warm tea more than anything in the world, and so she nodded yes. The guard fetched a steaming cup of black tea. Anna drank it in 3 gulps, despite her tongue puckering with the heat. She'd never tasted anything more delicious. Anna held up the empty cup. Ilya called for the guard, who brought another. This time she savored it, slow sips, face above the steam, cup clutched as if it were her child. Ilya flicked his hand. "Continue." "I went inside the main house," she said. "The electricity was still out. They were talking in the living room. A fire had been lit, and they were arguing. Much of it became clear to me only later. Goose and Chernav had been after my family for months. They threatened us, they put my father in prison. What I learned that night was that there was a CIA connection, a plan to siphon off funds to finance a coup. But, as always, there was a fight over money. Vadim wanted to take a much larger sum than they had apparently negotiated. He planned to flee with Castillo, his handler, draining as much money as possible while he was at it. Chernav had probably suspected this for some time. They argued, and finally Vadim and Max shot Chernav and his men. Vadim told me that I would be coming with them, and I refused. They did not like that. And then what did you do? I stopped them. The guard brought more of the glorious black tea, and Anna told Ilya everything all over again. She described the nasty exchange with Vadim, the fistfight as she tried to flee the room, her detainment, Max and Vadim off somewhere, probably arranging the exfil. "I have always assumed," Anna said, "that they got out, but I know you will not tell me." Ilya gave his thin smile. At this point in the story, he would typically interrupt and accuse her of lying. He would say that she shot someone, usually Vadim, or declare that she had conspired with Sia. Or sometimes he would falsely recap her story, adding his own details or weaving an entirely new tale that confirmed Anna's guilt. He would then try to persuade her to agree with his version. But this time he said, "Hortensia's role in this is strange, isn't it?" "It is. Maximov tells us that you were tasked to recruit her, that SVR harbored suspicions that her firm, Heinz Dawson, helped Vasily Gusko, Goose as you call him, siphon state funds from the country. One is left wondering, after all of this, who was truly working home." This was the first time Ilya had spoken Maximov's name. "I do not know what Sia Fox is," Anna said, "but it is clear to me that Max Castillo recruited my husband. I do not know if Sia is a true CIA officer or simply a witting accomplice, and I suppose it does not matter. What I do know is that she provided information to me indicating where those state funds traveled. A piece of the puzzle, around Goose's plans, but alas, not enough to make a legal case. So, Ilya said, what happened next? As I refuse to leave with them, Vadim's rage becomes insanity. He is muttering about the bodies, talking nonsense. Max sends a message on his phone. Sia is pleading for me to come with them. Vadim starts piling things onto the couch to start a fire. Max and Sia are helping. Vadim works his way through the house, lighting the fires. He comes back to where I am, in the living room, and he can't quite get to me because of the smoke. He shoots blindly into the room, which is when he gets me in the shoulder. I'm on the chair on the floor at this point. I no longer hear their voices. They fled the flames. Tell me how. They had not planned to restrain me. They used duct tape and not enough and in the wrong places. Convenient for your story. Anna sipped more tea and delivered the usual line for this part of the conversation. It's the truth. At this insistence, Ilya reciprocated with his customary shrug. Anna continued. Once free, I escaped the house, and I called Maximov at SVR. You, of course, have the records. One thing I can't quite figure, Ilya said, is why Vadim wanted to bring you at all. I understand it was not a happy marriage. I was his property, Anna said. I had to be uprooted along with him. Like a cat buried with a pharaoh, or a slave girl set adrift on a burning pyre with a dead king. Wherever he went, so would I. Well, Ilya said as he smacked the table, not this time. Anna took a hot shower. Her skin stretched over tent-pole ribs. Each rinse shed more hair to twist around her fingers. She lathered in soap 4 times and still felt oily. A trim woman with a bun of frizzy red hair brought a cardboard box containing a makeup kit, papery underwear, a skirt, flats, and a blouse. They had misplaced the clothes she'd been wearing when she arrived, the woman said. A reimbursement from the state would arrive in 2, maybe 3 months. In an unmarked office, the woman handed Anna off to a doctor, who wordlessly shoved at her a tray of black bread and soup and another cup of tea. The doctor watched her eat and drink, and then gave her a water bottle filled with a liquid the color of dark urine. Anna sniffed its sugary sweet and drank half the bottle. The doctor led her through a maze of hallways, and with each turn the light brightened. They came to a waiting room with velvety red sofas. On one was a black greatcoat. The doctor helped her shrug into it. "When is New Year's?" Anna said. The doctor frowned. "Today is February 19th, she said. Anna slipped into the baggy coat and found her brain could run the numbers. 61 days. 61 days since the fire. She trudged outside into bitter cold, crossing under a high metal gate. A black Mercedes with government plates idled, plumes of exhaust settling over muddy snow. She braced herself on the doctor's shoulder so she wouldn't slip on the ice. The back door clicked open. Anna peered inside. Maximov waved to her. "Captain Agapova, get in. It's terribly cold." Moscow. Maximov did not speak on the drive to Yasinovo. The bald spot atop his head seemed to have shrunk since Anna had seen him last. Perhaps he'd had a graft. Off the MKA, they cleared the gatehouse and rolled to a stop outside the executive entrance. Maximov caught her shooting an
We are placing you on administrative leave for 6 months to recuperate. Okay, she said dumbly. When you called me that night, Captain, Maximov said it was the first indication we received that your husband, Goose, Chernov, and a few others were plotting a coup with CIA help. Acting on that warning, we have suppressed it. Investigations are ongoing. Maximov was speaking to his reflection in the picture windows. But the events of that evening were, and remain, muddled. None of it really makes sense, to be quite honest. FSB officers murdered, the flight of your husband. The forensics were very tricky, as you can imagine. The fire ate nearly everything up. And no sign, still, of Vadim and your 2 mysterious visitors. She wondered now if he'd brought her here to confess. Was this another round? You can see, Captain, just how tangled this whole situation became, Maximov continued. Until yesterday, the FSB boys were keen to put you against a wall and shoot you. The cousins don't deal well with ambiguity, as you know. Cleaner to be rid of you. I could see their point, but I had doubts. You called me that night to inform on the plot, for example. Why do that if you are involved? But, on the other hand, is it truly possible you were not aware of your husband's treachery? Can it be true that Maximiliano Castillo recruited Vadim without your knowledge? What is this Hortensia Fox? She was still not altogether certain they were going to let her go, but she decided long ago in Le Fort de Vaux's dim depths that she did not care. You have read the reports from my interrogation, yes? She received a nod. Well then, you've heard my answers to these questions. Would you like me to repeat them now? Maximov motioned to the folder on the table. No, I would like you to flip through this. Inside was a stapled packet. The first page bore a copy of Vadim's driver's license. There was also a CIA cable. She had seen a few passed by SVR sources. This one was marked RH, restricted handling, and in addition to the typical classification markings, it bore 6 unique letters that Anna recognized. They signified this document's home inside a CIA covert action compartment. She started in. Subject, 15 January sitrep. NROC resettlement of Vadim Kovalchuk. 1. Documentation. Legal name change. SSN. Driver's license. Proof of residency. Coordinating with FBI Minneapolis field office to secure permanent location in Upper Midwest. 2. CIA OMS psychological assessment following 6-hour visit with subject in WDC area reveals ongoing emotional distress post-defection. Subject continues to harbor guilt and anger with respect to wife's refusal to defect. Subject has mentioned suicidal thoughts. 3. Subject continues to harbor delusions of returning to Russia. Likely flight risk leads OMS assessor to continue recommendation of 24/7 case management until subject's condition improves. 4. Joint NROC Moscow ex-resettlement team continues to task worldwide sources for information on subject's wife's fate and whereabouts. 5. NROC handling team will provide next update at 1500 tomorrow following scheduled debriefing. Regards. She flipped through a few more pages in the packet and set it aside. My God, she thought, who wrote this? It was either an elaborate trap or it was freedom, victory. Maximov appraised her with a bemused look, as if he, like her, could not make sense of it. We have a source in the FBI with occasional access to defector information, Maximov said. This one came through in his last drop. What do you make of it, Captain Agapova? She slid the folder across the table. What do I think? I spent 2 months in Le Fort de Vaux telling them what I think of this. Maximov pointed at the chair in front of the samovar bearing a faded imperial eagle. While you were in Le Fort de Vaux, the FSB colonel managing the investigation trucked out here for a briefing. He sat there, in that chair, and summed it all up quite nicely. He said that in truth you were either a traitor or a hero, that perhaps we would never be able to prove it, might have to liquidate you in any case, but it was one or the other. Maximov shrugged, gathered up the folder, and tossed it back to his desk. She smoothed her sad skirt. A traitor and a hero. I am both, she thought, like all good Russians. Moscow, Sochi, Cape Edo Kappas, Anna's farm. Anna did not know where to go. She checked into the Ritz before they packed her off to one of the SVR's closed resorts at Sochi, a converted ski village built for the Olympics, a cluster of sunflower yellow buildings with arcaded walkways where restaurants and shops had once been. Red pavement trails ran along a river. The spired clock tower no longer worked. The thaw was starting. The boardwalks and paths ran with mountain water. For a week, she slept until the early afternoon, woke to a lunch of tea and dry black bread, and visited a physical therapist for her shoulder, which still moved as if sand filled the joints. Lifting anything heavier than a glass of water was taxing. On walks, the weight of her left arm would eventually burst into shooting pain, as if it hung on tenterhooks. She occasionally called Maximov to discuss her father. "Drop it, Anya," he said. "We have tried, but Goose set the gears in motion and the law has been difficult to stop.
He remained in Butyrka. Maximov told her to stay away, in Sochi. Take some time. It's not a request. In the quiet evenings and in her bed, she thought of Luka. She practiced painting him in her mind so he would not be lost. She began with simple things, a smile, a laugh, the feel of a hand. By the second week, she could replay matches from Jean Martel and stroll down the street of all holidays, and they could duck into her apartment to share intimate moments. When sleep neared, Luka's image would begin to dissolve, and Anna would apologize. Sometimes she imagined Luka's portrait reassuring her, validating her choices. But these were Anna's words, not his, and conjuring them made her feel like a thief. "You have already taken his future," she would tell herself. "You are going to steal his words too?" She did not think true things of Saya, nor of Max, nor of Vadim. When her thoughts wandered there, her mind, grooved in the Lefortovo hothouse, simply clicked off. At the beginning of the 7th week, the paths flooded with melting snow. A Kremlin courier arrived with a letter from the chief of the presidential administration. She read it 3 times while the courier waited outside her room. "What should I pack?" she asked, handing back the note. "Absolutely nothing," the courier said. A government Mercedes took her to a leafy block of office buildings in Sochi. There, in a windowless room, 2 women conducted a thorough strip search. They x-rayed every cavity to be sure she'd not hidden a bomb inside her body. Her clothes were traded for a new black skirt, a faded white blouse, and a pair of sensible blocky shoes that clopped obnoxiously on the concrete. Her clothes, phone, and purse were zippered in plastic bags and shuttered in a locker. A nurse swabbed her for a panel of infectious diseases. She took a PCR test and gave a stool sample. She waited for 2 hours in an antiseptic room until they could confirm the results. The 2 women conducted one more strip search and then led her to a new room where 6 members of the president's security detail lounged, reading magazines on long leather chairs. They handed her a furry Dublanka and hustled her outside through the rotor wash of a waiting helicopter. She sat in the middle, security men on all sides. They did not speak, they did not smile, they watched her unblinkingly. After a few minutes, this became normal. After Lefortovo, she thought, nothing again will ever be uncomfortable. Anna gazed into the middle distance. Sometimes she rubbed at her shoulder scar tissue. Mostly, she closed her eyes. The helicopter set down inside the president's estate on the Black Sea at Edo Kapis.
The helipads bordered a bright green hill, which, her father had once claimed, concealed the president's personal ice hockey rink, buried nearly 5 stories into the rise. The security man rushed her from the chopper onto a wide stone path that descended toward the Italianate villa looming over the sea. It was the largest private residence in Russia. The most powerful man should have the largest house, her father had once said, with a shrug. The path coiled downhill, by a green-roofed Orthodox chapel, through lush gardens piled with towering cypresses, trim hedges, and pines. By the clip and buzz of gardener's tools, the coursing and bubbling of water, the crackle of radio chatter. The security men led her into the main house through a gate topped by the golden imperial double eagle. They crossed through a shadowed courtyard with a large gurgling fountain and into a soaring hall supported by 2 rows of square cream-colored pillars. Next into a hallway, past a low-hung room glowing in a purplish haze. They ended in a long room with a brown table, brown leather couches, and windows carved of dark wood facing the only thing that was not brown, the sea. They brought Anna sandwiches and tea. They watched her eat as she stared at the sandy green hills sloping into the water. After an hour, a short, chubby man with dead eyes and lively hands took up a seat across from her. He did not shake her hand, but his moved on the table, over his head, on his shoulders. "Do you have any questions?" he asked, rubbing his hands together. "I do not think so." "You understand the generosity of this meeting?" "I do." "You understand that you are not to approach or touch him?" "I do." The man motioned for her to follow. He led, she 2 steps behind, the security team fanned out around. He brought her to another room, this one longer, with even larger windows shoving out against the sea. Parquet floors, a ceiling covered in golden friezes and plasterwork, shimmering golden curtains, and an interior wall flanked by a row of white stucco pillars inlaid with gold leaf. The gold shag carpet swallowed her shoes. "This feels like Russ Farm," she thought. "I hate this place." There were 2 chairs at the table, one at either end, no less than 5 meters apart. The table was brilliant white. The sun's reflection hurt her eyes. The man's dancing hands guided her to one end, to a chair too short for the table and quite obviously shorter than the other. "He will be in soon," the man said. "Do you have to use the bathroom?" She shook her head. "Good. Sit in the chair, no wandering around. Understand?" "Yes." She sat, hands in her lap like a good girl, watching the waves collect into white triangles before breaking. Seabirds flew by the window, but she could not hear their squawks and screeches in the soundless room. This is an airlock, she thought, a place where 2 worlds meet. She sat for what felt like 30 minutes, but since Lefortovo she had lost faith in her sense of time. Then the door opened, and President Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin, the Khozyan, President and Lord of all Russia, sauntered into the room. He wore a black suit, white shirt, and blue tie. When she had last met him, years earlier, he had been vibrant. Now his face and neck were puffy from the steroids. He did not smile. He did not approach to shake her hand. He slouched in his chair, almost hunching, and winced as though his back were tender. He gripped the table, lips pursed, and began to speak. "Captain Agapova," the Khozyan said, "I am still not quite sure what to make of your case. With Goose things were clearer. There was so much evidence. I almost had you shot too. It was not an easy decision. Did I make a mistake? With me or with Goose?" His lips quivered, almost in amusement. "With you? No, I am not a traitor." The Khozyan slouched lower. Anna caught a whiff of his smell, carried over the table by the powerful air vents. She had expected mothballs or death. Instead, it was fresh laundry. "I read the reports from Lefortovo," he said. "The investigators went back and forth on you, couldn't make up their minds. Keep you locked up, liquidate you, let you go. Round and round. You are free because in the end I chose to keep you alive." "That is logical," she said. "I am innocent." The Khozyan shrugged and shifted toward the windows. A gull drew lazy circles outside. His face glowed in the table's reflecting light. The sea shimmered in the bone-white afternoon. Every golden thing in that room was sparkling in the sun. He turned to face her, and in that moment Anna was overcome by a jarring, almost godlike sensation. "You are still strong," she thought, "but you, Khozyan, are diminished." Her blue eyes shone with certainty, his with mere suspicion. "I know," she thought, "and you do not. I took from a thief, and I am going to get away with it." 1 week after Idokopas, Anna stood at Buturkas gates clutching a bottle of his favorite Dagestani brandy. They had last drunk it conspiring at the Russ Farm shooting range when the world had been young. Hinges screeched in protest as the gate cracked open. Her father came out alone, bewildered, gate clattering shut behind. He held a plastic bag. He wore a faded blue jacket and slacks that hung well past his shoes. They embraced. He had lost a dozen or more kilos and some of his hair inside the prison. He did not smell the same. "We paid so dearly for this," she thought. "My God, Anya," he said. "My God." He held her tight, he kissed her forehead, her hair, her cheeks. His tears dampened her face. "We're safe, Papa," she said. "We won." Work began on the new dacha in April. Anna visited on weekends to supervise the construction and ride Penelope. Work had been slow, the thaw had been late this year, and they were still muddling with the foundation. She was in no hurry. Sometimes she galloped in the pasture near the woods. Others she trotted around the track. Now, with the air warming, she was letting her hair grow out so it would whip through the wind at full gallop. In the stables, she put the tack on Penelope. She fitted the mare with a saddlebag that had not been used in some time. The one she did not like to think about, that her good senses had urged her to destroy months earlier. But Maximov had let slip something he should not have, and she had decided she would not ignore it. She rode up the same path on which she had hunted Max and Sia. One of the saddlebag's pockets was packed with a rectangular canteen of water and a few pieces of black bread. The other held a portable battery. She rode for an hour at the spine of the ridge, checking to be sure she was alone. The place felt peaceful, though she had nearly died here. She liked the low hum of the power lines, the bird song, the rustle of the trees, the sweeping views of the pastures and stables. At the trailhead she dismounted and slid off Penelope's saddlebag. She moved quickly, trying the strap and snaps 1, 2, 3 times. It had been months since Sia had shown her. At the failed 4th try she let loose a stream of curses and looked around. "You are alone," she said. "You have time." On the 10th attempt, the panel popped open. She removed the laptop, plugged it into the battery, and waited for it to come to life. The keyboard sequence required dozens of tries, and soon she was so frustrated she toyed with abandoning this altogether. But she kept at it. When she finally got it, she typed a short message fast as her fingers would move. Joint SVR FSB mechanical teams progressing on hunt for Fox and Castillo. Working on leads inside Texas and Mexico. Be safe. Anna shut the laptop. She closed her eyes. This was right. She would not regret this. She ran a hand over the computer. Then she set it on a large stone, picked up another rock, and set to smashing it to bits. She wrecked the screen, the case, the circuit boards. The fragments went into the saddlebag, and she mounted Penelope to descend the hill.
For several hours, she trotted along the stream and the ponds, halting occasionally to dismount and scatter pieces of the machine into the water. As she rode home, her heart pounded to its normal rhythm. Her thoughts were clear. At the mouth of the pasture, Anna scanned the fields and the thick woods beyond. She let down her hair and patted Penelope's shoulders. Then she leaned forward to bring them into a gallop. The sun was bright and warm. The wind whipped Anna's hair into a blonde cape. They moved gracefully over the grass, each stride closing the gap to the low rise at pasture's end. As they neared the hill, Anna leaned down to the mare's ear. "Run, girl," Anna whispered. "Run, run."